funny. Ini film. Gila macho.
gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience and your punctuality this morning. We'll be ready to start our program shortly. As you can see, our dignitaries are approaching the ballroom. They'll be here shortly, and our program will begin. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand as we receive our distinguished delegation for the head table. Please remain standing as the Ghana Police Service Band plays the national anthem of the Republic of Ghana. Please be seated. Your Excellencies, Ministers of State and heads of government institutions, members of the Diplomatic Corps, development partners, captains of industry, cherished delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Bakken, welcome to Ghana. Welcome to the center of the world. For those of you who did not know, yes, Ghana is the center of the world. And welcome to the 7th meeting of the International Solar Alliance Regional Committee for the Africa region. My name is Kokui Selome, and it really is a privilege to be your MC for these proceedings. For those of us who are African, Africa is more than just a continent. She is Mama Africa. She has nurtured us. She has supplied us with natural resources, with a spirit of diversity. She has united us beyond our borders. We are a welcoming continent, and we welcome our counterparts from countries outside of the African continent. And we're here today to collaborate, to further the cause of collaboration in sustainable green energy cooperation. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to introduce our dignitaries who are seated at our head table. Starting with our guest of honor, he is the economic advisor to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and he is here today representing His Excellency the President. Please welcome Honorable Seth Tekbe. I would also like to introduce our chair for this meeting. He is also Ghana's Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Honorable John Jinapor. The Director General of the International Solar Alliance, Mr. Ashish Khanna. The United Nations representative for Sustainable Energy for All, Ms. Dami Lola Ogumbi. Ghana's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. Ghana's Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Honorable Emilia Arthur. The High Commissioner from India to Ghana, His Excellency Manish Gupta, thank you very much, Your Excellency. And the Ambassador for France to Ghana, His Excellency Jules Armand Anyambosu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we would like to take a moment to honor some special Ghanaians who lost their lives on the 6th of August, 2025. ISA finds it appropriate and important for us to acknowledge this, as we are still reeling from the shock of this tragedy. 8 gallant Ghanaians lost their lives in a tragic helicopter crash. We will mention their names, and we will observe a moment of silence in their honor. Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omani-Boama was our Minister for Defense here in Ghana. Honorable Dr. Alhaji Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed was our Minister for Environment, Science, and Technology. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed was the Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. Dr. Samuel Sapong was the National Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. Mr. Samuel Abuaji was the Acting Deputy Director General of NADMO. There were also 3 Air Force officers who died in this crash. His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, promoted them posthumously. We will mention their previous rank and their posthumous rank. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala was promoted to Wing Commander. Flying Officer Manen Chum Ampedu was promoted to Flight Lieutenant Manen Chum Ampedu. And finally, Sergeant Mensa Ado Ernest was promoted to Flight Sergeant Mensa Ado Ernest. We will now observe a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you, and please be seated. I would now like to invite to the podium the Director General of ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, to officially welcome us to this occasion. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Economic Advisor, Mr. Seth, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, Honorary Councils, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you all to the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for the Africa region here in Accra, in the heart of where the equator and the longitude meet. It's really the heart of the earth. It is my first regional committee in Africa, So I want to start by thanking all of you for your faith reposed in me during the election process. And I want to mention that I take it as a big honor and privilege to represent all the 124 countries that are there now in the treaty-based organization of International Solar Alliance. On behalf of International Solar Alliance Secretariat, I extend my deepest gratitude to the government of the Republic of Ghana for hosting these meetings. Special thanks are due to Excellency the President of Ghana, the Honorable Minister of Energy, Mr. Jinapur, and all officials who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. For some of you who are aware, I spent last 11 years of my life before I assumed this position in March working on Africa. I have both lived in Africa for 5 years and then 6 years working on sub-Saharan Africa, and I know what is it in terms of the true potential for this continent. As we are here in International Solar Alliance in sometimes a little turbulent geopolitical environment, I want to mention that Africa, with 680 million people without energy access, and those who have energy access paying one of the highest tariffs in the world, need solar as part of their solution. It is not the preachiness of what to do, what not to do, but for each country's least cost generation plan, and for at least 50% of the 680 million people who will be provided electricity through distributed renewable energy, solar will be one of the most integral parts of that solution. As you all know, out of 2.2 trillion that was invested in clean energy, less than 2% came to Africa. That is not acceptable, because energy is now a human right. No country can grow, whether it's digitization, health, education, without energy. And it needs to be reliable and affordable. What International Solar Alliance is looking forward over these 2-3 days is to share with you our strategy, which is called Moving from Ambition to Action. We firmly believe the time for advocacy and talking is over. It's all about implementation partnerships with the latest knowledge, latest innovation in financial structures for leveraging private sector, improving the ability of the private sector, improving the ability of your research institutions to give your own ability to draw your own path. That is the only way out of energy poverty. We as International Solar Alliance, as a Global South-led institution, would like to partner you on step-by-step, without any preachiness, on how you can find your own solutions. I really look forward to the next 2-3 days of deep deliberations, of concrete ideas of how each country, where we are very privileged to have 39 African countries present here with 19 ministers. This is an affirmation of what a Global South coming together can do. Look forward to very fruitful collaboration and a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kana. And we will now invite the Chief Steward of all things international relations here in Ghana, our Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, to address us.
Thank you very much, Kokwe. The Honorable Seth Tekpe, Presidential Advisor on the Economy, the Honorable Minister for Energy and Green Transition, who is Chair of the 7th ISA Committee, the Honorable Minister for Fisheries, the Honorable Emilia Arthur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, United Nations and the Secretary General, the ambassadors of India and France, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor for me to join you at this important 7th meeting of the International Solar Alliance Committee for the Africa region, a meeting aimed at unlocking Africa's immense solar potential and accelerating inclusive energy access through action-oriented dialogues and partnerships. Let me join the Director General of ISA in welcoming all of you to the beautiful city of Accra, the land of hospitality, the land of warmth, the headquarters of Pan-Africanism, and the gateway to Africa. Permit me at the outset to express sincere gratitude to the ISA Secretariat and the local organizing committee for working tirelessly to put this meeting together. It is thanks to their sleepless nights and dedication to duty that we are gathered today to discuss the very important subject of solar energy on our continent. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Republic of Ghana remains committed to the ideals and principles of the ISA initiative. Following the ratification of the Framework Agreement in 2018, Ghana has strongly supported the implementation of the 4 pillars of ISA, namely Catalytic Finance Hub, Global Capability Center and Digitalization, Technology Roadmap and Policy, and regional and country-level engagement. Critical to the attainment of the goal of the Global Capacity Center and digitalization in Africa is the development of institutions and institutional capacity. The Solar Technology Application Resources Centers, which is currently operational in 10 African countries, including Ghana, is one of the established centers of excellence made possible through Ghana's diplomatic collaboration with ISA. These centers serve as hubs for training, research, and innovation in solar technology applications, providing crucial support for the growth of the solar energy sector in Africa. As you are aware, the new government of Ghana, under the able leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is delivering on its research agenda. Only 2 days ago, on Monday, the 1st of September 2025, I had the distinguished honor of hosting His Excellency the President at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where the President launched our first key performance indicators for our heads of mission in Ghana's diplomatic missions abroad. Key among these KPIs is a promotion of economic diplomacy and the facilitation of partnerships that is expected to expand Ghana's economy, create jobs, and bring prosperity to her people. Economic growth must, however, be anchored on energy supply that is reliable, clean, and sustainable. It is in this context that the work of ISA becomes even more relevant. Like many other ambassadors across the world, our heads of mission will be required to deepen engagement with partners in their countries of accreditation to attract investments in the energy sector that will ultimately advance Ghana's energy goals and foster her economic development. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the world's highest potential and a growing demand for clean energy, Africa is well positioned to lift the over 600 million people without access to electricity out of energy poverty. In fact, the potential for agricultural innovation and job creation through renewable energy projects in Africa is immense. And the partnerships formed at events such as this can play a critical role in harnessing this potential. With adequate financing and strategic partnerships, we can achieve Africa's target of crossing the 2% threshold of global clean energy investment it currently receives. By working together, we can create sustainable solutions that not only address the energy needs of the continent, but also contribute to global efforts in combating climate change. And this is where I agree with our Director General that we must move from ambition to action. And Ghana is ready to walk the talk and to offer that example that we all deserve. With these few words, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to once again welcome you to Ghana. We wish you a pleasant stay, and do make time beyond the busy sessions to enjoy our beautiful city and to interact with our warm and friendly compatriots. You are once again warmly welcome to Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the ISA vision was birthed a decade ago by two countries. We will hear from representatives of these two countries as they give us their special co-presidency addresses. First, from France, I would like to invite to the podium His Excellency Jules Armand Agnan-Bossou.
Honorable State Takepayer representing His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Minister Samuel Okudjeto Ablankwa, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Honorable John Abdoulaye Jinapor, Minister of Energy and Green Transition. Your Excellency, Co-President of the International Solar Assembly, my dear colleague Manish Gupta. Honorable Minister Emilia Arthur, Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. Honorable Minister and representatives of African governments, my warm and very fraternal greetings to you. Dear members of the Diplomatic Corps, dear special representative of the United Nations Secretary General, Mrs. Damibola Ogunbiyi. Minister, Director General, dear Minister Kana and his delegation, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It is such a pleasant moment I wish every human being one day to experience, because what we are talking about today is not only to express ambition, we are talking about something directly linked to life of all the human beings, energy, especially solar energy issue. So I'm very, very glad to be part of this event as a co-president of the International Solar Alliance, to be with you this morning at the 7th meeting for ISA Regional Committee for the African region. The adoption of the UAE consensus on the global stock take at COP28 in Dubai sent a strong signal on the collective efforts that we are still needed if we want to maintain the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal within reach. In the run-up to COP30, we must operationalize our collective commitment, especially regarding the tripling of renewable energy capacity by 2030. We are convinced that the development of solar energy is a key instrument in the fight against climate change, while at the same time promoting industrial development, job creation, and energy security. This is especially the case of the African continent, home to 60% of the best solar resources globally, yet hosting only approximately 3% of installed solar PV capacity. Solar energy is one of the main solutions to large-scale, affordable access to electricity on the continent. This is why France has made the development of renewable energies one of the priorities of its cooperation policy. In 2023, the French Agency for Development, AFD Group, allocated 2.5 billion euros in funding to the energy sectors, of which more than 700 million euros in Africa, with a particular focus on supporting renewable energy and strengthening electricity grids. France will also continue to support the International Solar Alliance, which plays a major role in strengthening the conditions for the development throughout the world. In this regard, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Kana, on your election as head of the International Solar Alliance and on this first month of work, which are already leading and promising directions. I would also like to congratulate the International Solar Alliance Secretariat on the work carried out in 2024. International Solar Alliance is already a major success in the field of energy and climate and has the potential to grow and strengthen itself into a major international organization. And of course, I consider mine what you said, to move from ambitions to actions. I wish you all a fruitful meeting and encourage you to voice out your thoughts and recommendations for International Solar Alliance. Thank you. Merci. Mesdames, assez.
Merci à vous aussi, Votre Excellence. Thank you very much to His Excellency Jules Armand Agnon-Bossou. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and now, for the second co-presidency of ISA, we will hear from His Excellency Manish Gupta, High Commissioner for the Republic of India to Ghana.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Sir Tekpe, Advisor to His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition John Jinapur, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs Samuel Abaklakpa, Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Amelia Arthur, my friend Ambassador Jules Armani Mawasu, Director General of ISA, dear friend Mr. Ashish Khanna, Special Representative of UN Secretary General, distinguished delegates, diplomats, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and privilege for me to join you today on the occasion of the 7th regional meeting for the Africa region of the International Solar Alliance. As the first international organization based in India, the ISA holds a special significance. It embodies India's steadfast belief in multilateralism and commitment to a sustainable green future. The organization has made rapid strides since its launch at the UN Climate Change Conference in Paris in 2015 by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the then French President. Today, ISA has over 120 member and signatory countries, with Ghana proudly being among the founding members. ISA is a cornerstone of India's major initiatives over the past decade, channelizing the perspectives of the Global South on critical issues such as sustainable development, climate action, and healthcare. India's role is also pivotal in establishing other significant international frameworks, such as the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the International Biofuel Alliance, and the International Big Cat Alliance. All of these initiatives are geared towards addressing the pressing challenges of the Global South. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, India's vision of one sun, one world, one grid resonates deeply with the aspirations of many nations in the Global South, particularly the countries in Africa and Asia. This ambitious vision aligns with energy transition strategies that not only reduce our carbon emissions, but also ensure clean, reliable energy for millions. We are increasingly focusing on distributed solar projects like off-grid systems and community mini-grids, essential for achieving universal energy access. In India, we have witnessed remarkable progress in solar power generation. Today, nearly 50% of India's power mix comes from non-fossil fuels, an achievement we have reached 5 years ahead of our Paris climate change commitments. We are now the third largest solar energy producer in the world, and we have a goal of reaching 280 gigawatts of installed solar capacity by 2030. We firmly believe that economic growth and sustainable development go hand in hand. They are not just parallel paths, they reinforce each other. In this spirit, India has taken significant steps to support the ISA, including generous support for hosting its secretariat, establishing a Caucus fund, the Global Solar Facility, and for innovative projects. We are committed to provide technical assistance and capacity building support to the member countries. Initiatives pertinent especially to Africa include solar home lighting, solar water pumps, to supporting clean cooking solutions and healthcare applications. ISA has an ambitious target. It aims to unlock close to $1 trillion worth of solar investments by 2030 through the ambitious Towards 1,000 strategy. The whole focus is on reducing both technology and financing costs. By fostering international cooperation and innovative solutions, ISA is making significant progress towards the fulfillment of global climate goals and the assurance of energy security for all. I recall the prescient words of Mahatma Gandhi at this stage. The difference between what we can do and what we are capable of would suffice to solve most of the world's problems today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for converting our ambitions into reality. It's time for action. It's time for implementation. I am confident that deliberations during this regional meeting will contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable future for us all, creating pathways towards universal energy and electricity access for everyone across the continents. Thank you. I wish the deliberations all success.
And thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a brief artistic interlude. We know that words have the power to move souls, especially when they are woven together expertly, as we're about to hear from our next performer. She goes by the name Clever Star the Poet, and she has a brief poetic rendition for us. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Clever Star the Poet.
Good morning, everyone. As I was introduced, my name is Clever Star the Poet, second runner-up for season 13 TV3 Talented Kids, and I am also a CEO of a humanitarian foundation, and I also advocate for tourism in Ghana. And I have prepared a poem for all of you. Beneath the golden sun's embrace, Ghana stands with steadfast grace, a land where rivers sing their tune, and wind converse with cloud and moon. Yes, a grace feeling for celebrating the natural gift bequeathed to us by Okumbofo Otoshobonsu Obuasi Onyankopon himself, that is the Creator. From cocoa fields to coastal tide, a brighter vision swells up with pride to guard the earth, to keep it clean, and paints the future fresh and green. Oh yes, I tell you that the solar PV panels gleam, fulfilling now a nation's dream, where every ray and space is harnessed with craftsman's care. In this bold quest, a friend draws near, the ISA with vision clear, extending hands, both deep and grace, to help us weather every storm. They bring the skills, the tools, yes, the cooperation and finance, to turn the one sun, one big world, and grid to bright, to see the sun of every village square, and light up every home with hope that dares. So Ghana strides her eyes ahead. By solar path, her children tread. A nation's heart, yes, that is a planet's friend, on green horizons without an end. So together, under sun's decree, we write our pledge for all to see, that in our care, the world will stay alive, renewed, and in a brighter day. So let us get on our loins. Let us put our hands on the deck to make our planet a livable one, and to make our planet supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yes, that is me, Clevesta the poet. Thank you, Madam Humasi.
Could we have another round of applause for Clever Star, the poet? Clever Star, the shining black star. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to welcome to the podium a global champion for sustainable energy. She is Ms. Damilola Ogumbi, CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All and co-chair of UN Energy.
Excellencies, ministers here today, ambassadors, special advisors. It's a real honor to be here. I'd have to take special thanks to our host, the Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition. I think it's also important to note that under this new administration in Ghana, the fact that they have a ministry focused on green energy transition is something that should be really applauded. And please bear with me, as a Nigerian, I have to take special thanks to my minister, Minister of Power for Nigeria, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, who's here today representing one of the nation's biggest energy transition challenges, but also an exemplar for what we can do. So I have a wonderful speech today, which I would read, but I have to talk about the actions that the DG of ISA spoke about. Many years ago, when I was a young engineer in Nigeria, I had the honor to work with Ashish on how we were going to bring electricity to 8 million Nigerians in my country. I'm very glad after the first 5 years that this has been done, and Nigeria has a program now through the World Bank and facilitated through the African Development Bank of connecting 17.5 million people to sustainable solar energy. I just thought it was important to start off with that because I am living proof of that it can be done, and it has to be done by Africans with support of great leaders like we have in Ashish Khanna. So back to my speech. A lot of people know that Africa is home to the world's fastest growing economies. Even with the lack of investment that we get and the unfair debt crisis that we have to hold ourselves on, we still have the reliance and we have the young people to really, really grow this economy. However, something that is constantly hindering us is the access to electricity. In fact, it's really important to note that over the last few decades, almost half the new electricity connections in sub-Saharan Africa has been from solar and distributed renewable energy. This is because it's not only the fastest way to connect our people to energy, it is also the least cost way to do so. Having said that, as Africans in this room, we must demand more. It's not about just having enough energy to turn up a light bulb or to charge a phone. It's energy for industry and energy to be productive. Globally, we see that the average American uses about 13,000 kilowatt hours of energy, and the average African, even when it has energy, uses about 400 kilowatts. This is not just unjust, it is unfair, and it cannot be part of our transition story. So as we look through our partnerships with ISA, it's important that we demand enough electricity, not just to power our people and our homes, but more importantly, to power businesses and SMEs. So in my experience now with the whole UN system, I would just like to talk about 3 key things that can take us from developing countries to more emerging nations and to the developed world that we all strive to be. First, ladies and gentlemen, it's important for us to reach our full energy potentials with 3 critical enablers. The first one is providing finance for scale and speed. I think it's important to note as we look at developing a lot of our projects that we have to start looking within. We all gather at COPs every single year to try and get 100 billion for the whole world, and hardly any of that actually comes into Africa. When I mean looking within, one of the key things that we are doing at Sustainable Energy for All is partnering with the ISA, the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Africa 50, and also the government of India to look at how do we have financially viable DRE funds, this is distributed renewable energies, to actually fund us. It's important because our sovereign wealth institutes hold a lot of capital, so do our pension funds and so do our local banks. So as all of you leaders and ministers in this room, it is important that Africa invests in Africa and Africa doesn't spend all its time investing in foreign countries instead of investing in ourselves. The second point, which is really important, is policy and regulation. I know a lot of people say this, how government sets targets, but it's really, really important. The government is at the heart of how clear policy, streamlining licenses, and unlocking tariffs to make sure private sector participation can really, really scale in your countries. Again, speaking as a Nigerian, I can't remember how many times things used to get stuck at the ports or stuck in terms of our regulator. And through the leadership of our new minister, it's really important that these things have been unlocked, and that is why the investment is coming into the country. Again, when we're talking about actions, these are the actions that we've seen in many cases. I'm also happy with Ghana and Ghana's ministry that they are completing their energy compact for Mission 300 again. Again, that sets goals to attract the types of private sector we need. And I was talking about Mission 300, so my last point is about partnerships. It's really important that we're intentional in our partnerships. Mission 300, which is a program that was formulated by the World Bank and the AFDB to make sure 300 million of our African brothers and sisters have electricity, is easily the largest public-private partnerships we are going to see on this continent. It is backed up by about 48 billion of concessionary funding, and it's really for African countries to see how they strive. We're going to speak about it a little bit later, but it is important that while we do that, we have to come together. We have to come together and make sure these initiatives work, along with the African Renewable Energy Manufacturing Initiative that I know many of your countries are there. So colleagues, The time for incremental steps and talking is over. This forum today represents how the future of Africa to act. I'm so proud as an African woman to be here in the room with such leaders who are going to make sure that when we stand here in another 10 years' time, everybody on the continent will have access to electricity and no one will be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ogumbi. Distinguished dignitaries, cherished delegates, I will now invite Ghana's Minister for Energy and Green Transition and our chair for this meeting, Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapor, to address us.
Thank you very much. One thing that I enjoy most is when I attend a program with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He lays all the protocols for me, so I need not repeat all the protocols. So, Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you very much. So I stand on your protocols. Your Excellencies, honorable colleague ministers here, esteemed representatives, fellow vice presidents from the region, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to Accra, the capital city, for the 7th meeting of the International Solar Alliance. On behalf of the government and the people of Ghana, I extend to you a warm akwaba, our traditional expression of hospitality, to all our international partners, to the delegates and participants who have journeyed here to join us. As minister and host, I look forward to interacting with you. But firstly, let me extend my sincere appreciation to the Director General, Mr. Ashish Khanna. I hope I got the name right this time. Thank you. And also to thank His Excellency, Mr. Louis Kwame Obeng, Acting Head of Mission of Ghana to India, for your immense contribution. To thank His Excellency, Mr. Manish Gupta, High Commissioner of India to Ghana. His Excellency, Amand Anambioso, I call him my brother, the Ambassador of France to Ghana. Mrs. Damilola Ogumbi, CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Sea for All, Sustainable Energy for All. For all of you, I also thank you for your immense contribution to this program. But let me also thank the representative of the President. Mr. Setekwe was the Finance Minister of Ghana, those of you who do not know. He was not only the Finance Minister, he was the Acting Minister of Energy. And when I was the Deputy Minister, I served under him for 1 year. And today, he is the Senior Presidential Advisor on the economy. So we couldn't have gotten a better person to replace His Excellency or represent His Excellency the President. And on a lighter note, in 2016, I was his deputy, and then we lost the elections. So all of us packed and went home. And after 8 years, we won the elections. And I'm now Cabinet Minister for Energy and Green Transition. And I learned a lot when I was his deputy. It was under him that I realized that energy and finance are interlinked and related. So I'm sure that whatever decisions we take here, as senior advisor to the President, he would convey our recommendations to the President and ensure that they are implemented. Thank you very much, Honorable Setekwe. Ladies and gentlemen, as we convene here today, we have a significant opportunity. We have two opportunities, in my opinion. One, to talk about the challenges and how we can overcome the challenges, but also to talk about the progress we've made so far. More often than not, we concentrate so much on the challenges without acknowledging the progress that we've made. I would also encourage that we do not just look at long term, but also short term. Because it's the short term measures that would eventually translate into our long term vision. And so mostly when I attend these conferences, we talk about in 10 years, we want Africa to achieve A, B, C, D. But I think that we should also talk about in 1 year, what do we achieve? In the next year, what do we achieve? If we can measure those progress, then I'm sure that by the 10th year, we won't be caught wanting, and then we'll look back. 10 years ago, we said we'll do A, B, C, D, we are not there, and then we are setting another 10-year landmark objective. This meeting couldn't have come at a better time because it comes at a critical juncture in our shared pursuit of energy security, and not just energy security, but climate issues as well, and not just climate issues, ensuring that as we meet our energy demands, we achieve inclusive growth. Across Africa, and indeed the world, the evidence is clear. Renewable energy, particularly solar, is not just an environmental necessity, but also a socio-economic opportunity. Advancing Africa's energy transition is central to sustainable growth and shared prosperity. As has been said, and for most of you, you may be aware, about 600 million people in Africa do not have access to electricity. Africa constitutes about 17% of the world population, and yet we consume just 4% of energy. Indeed, when it comes to access, it's even more skewed. About 50% of the population do not have access to electricity. But when you look at rural Africa, it's even more worrying. About 75% of those in rural Africa do not have access to electricity. Indeed, if you look at investments, Africa attracts just about 2% of global clean energy investment, despite its vast solar potential and rising energy demand. Africa has about 60% of the world's best solar resources. And yet, like I said, it accounts for a very, very negligible figure when it comes to solar installation. At the continental level, bridging this gap is our collective opportunity to transform pipeline projects into bankable ones, providing low-risk premiums and attracting far greater private capital is very, very important because African governments alone cannot shoulder that burden. Indeed, the data shows that we require about 50 billion annually to invest in the energy sector. And yet we are able to mobilize just about 10%. So clearly we would require private sector equity investment if we are to meet our energy security needs. It is precisely in addressing these challenges that the International Solar Alliance is reinforcing its support. As you may be aware, solar power is already the least source of new electricity in many African markets and is poised to become the most competitive option across the region within the next decade. So solar power is fast taking the lead, and Africa must not be left behind. Encouragingly, and that is where I tend to dwell a bit of my speech on, we are beginning to see this potential translate into tangible results across the continent. The story is therefore not all gloomy for Africa, even though we are making progress at a slower pace. By the end of 2024, Africa's solar power PV capacity had reached close to 14.3 gigawatts. A group of solar leaders are emerging, with Sub-Saharan Africa around 6.17 gigawatts, followed by Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Kenya, and Ghana is also fast punching above its weight. The statistics show that as of 2023, Africa installed 521 megawatts of large-scale solar projects in just 1 year. By 2024, this number had surged to 1,783 megawatts, representing an increase of 350%. This is certainly encouraging. However, South Africa accounts for about 50% of this total installed capacity, showing a certain level of skewedness. And so, to unlock the full potential and accelerate investment, we must increase investment in power transmission infrastructure, provide credible off-takers, and build the needed human resource capital across the region. A clear roadmap would be needed at member state level, subcontinental level, and at the continental level itself to get these interventions into fruition. Here in Ghana, we are making some significant progress. Indeed, we currently have about 200 megawatts of installed solar PV capacity, and we are underway to commission another 400 before the end of 2026. Ghana has set a target to generate 10% of its electricity minimum from renewable sources by 2030. And this excludes our large-scale water or hydro plants. In pursuit of this, we've initiated a comprehensive $3.4 billion 5-year renewable energy action plan focused on installing 1,400 megawatts of new capacity by 2030 and strengthening local renewable energy manufacturing. Key components of the plan include the delivery of 100,000 smart solar streetlights. Ghana intends to move all our streetlights on solar. One of our major challenges has to do with peak demand, which happens between 7 p.m. to around 12 p.m. And so our vision is to put all our streetlights, which virtually accounts for that peak demand, on solar streetlights, so we can plateau the peakiness and ensure that we save costs. Yesterday I had a discussion with the DG, and already we are making some significant progress. We intend to roll out 2,500 solar water pumping units for smallholder farmers and community water supplies, large-scale solar power for 20 commercial irrigation schemes, and construct 400 solar-powered mini-grids. Ghana is on course to achieving universal access. We are almost at 90% when it comes to access to electricity. We have an installed capacity of about 5,500 megawatts. But what is the challenge now is the island communities. And so to address that, solar comes in handy. And I had a very, very good discussion with the Director General, and we intend rolling out some of these programs. To address the funding needs, we've established a renewable energy and green transition fund. We want to leverage that fund and also work with our international partners so we can mobilize the needed resources and capital to massively invest in renewable energy. As the minister responsible for this sector, I'm personally pushing for the establishment of the Renewable Energy Authority to provide institutional coordination for that sector. I'm happy to note that today, 3 member states of the International Solar Alliance will be signing and exchanging the country partnership framework. And these countries are Ghana, Nigeria, and Gambia. And it looks like in every conference I attend, anything Ghana is doing, Nigeria is also doing the same thing. So let me welcome my Nigerian counterparts and to assure you of our maximum cooperation. We've already been cooperating with Nigeria. They provide us with gas, and we use that to deliver affordable power. So let me thank you. Nigeria will continue to be our big brother, and we'll continue to work with you. This will bring enormous benefit to us all as we move the solarization agenda forward. Already, the International Solar Alliance has communicated to me that they will increase the scholarships to Ghana for young Ghanaian scientists and engineers to pursue a 2-year master's degree training at the pristine Indian Institute of Technology. DG, thank you very much. Ambassador, thank you very much. In our renewed vision, we focus on 4 strategic pillars with ESA: catalytic financing, capacity building and digitization, regional and country level engagement, and technology policy and roadmaps. Together, these pillars ensure that financing, institutional strengthening, and innovation converges to deliver projects at scale. ISA is aligning its partnership and instruments with Africa's priorities, from designing the global solar facility to expanding the Star Sea network to convening public-private dialogues. ISA is evolving as an effective platform for bankability, capacity, and innovation. Let me assure you that we are committed to working closely with every member state to ensure that our energy aspirations translate into finance projects on the ground. Our deliberations today are about moving decisively from ambition into action. The committee will receive updates on the Africa Solar Facility and explore ways to fast-track project preparation, implement blended financing models for both distributed and utility-scale solar. We'll also examine how innovative digital solutions and business models can be scaled, all to turn our shared vision into a powerful reality for the African continent. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity to call for open and solution-focused dialogue that leads to tangible outcomes, sending a clear signal to the market and citizens alike that Africa is ready for investment and determined to achieve a just, inclusive, and reliable solar transition. Distinguished participants, the decisions we take here in Accra must be bold, they must be practical, and they must be transformative. The world looks to us not only to deliberate, but to act, mobilize capital, deploy technology, and strengthen partnership that will accelerate solar adoption. For Ghana, solar energy represents not only a climate imperative, but also a pathway towards job creation, rural electrification, industrialization, and sustainable development. Together, through the International Solar Alliance, we can unlock the bundled potential of the sun to power a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future for all. On this note, I once again welcome you warmly to Accra, and I look forward to a very fruitful discussion and impactful outcome from this meeting. Thank you very much. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, our Honorable Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to tell you a story. Please join us on a visual journey through a documentary film which captures the shared vision, the challenges, and the triumphs of green energy cooperation across Africa. Please turn your attention to the screens.
Ghana has pursued a bold mission to bring light, power, and opportunity to every citizen. Through its national electrification scheme, the country now boasts one of the highest electricity access rates in Africa, nearly 90%. But the final stretch is the hardest. Reaching the last 10% means overcoming rivers, remote islands, and communities beyond the reach of roads. The solution lies in the sun. Ghana is pioneering a mini-grid revolution, delivering clean, decentralized power to the last mile.
Ghana has made a significant stride in the development of renewable energy. However, significant challenges remain as e-cooking, e-mobility, and green manufacturing continue to gain traction. Demand for renewable energy is expected to double or even triple in the medium term. Yet, the existing power transmission infrastructure is not robust enough, posing a major barrier to fully unlocking the sector's potential.
In the resetting agenda, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, who is President of the Republic of Ghana, has signaled his unparalleled commitment to Ghana's energy transition, and that is why the President decided to rename the ministry.
The policy blueprint. The Renewable Energy Act of 2011, strengthened in 2020, created the legal framework. A national study revealed that while thousands of communities could connect to the grid, 400 rural villages would require mini-grids.
We have elevated the Renewable Energy Unit of the Ministry to a full Renewable Energy and Green Transition Directorate. The Directorate status is crucial to ensure that policies and project investments, as well as management of the country's renewable energy assets, are done in accordance with the Renewable Energy Act.
The sector will focus on off-grid access, distributed and utility-scale renewable energy investments, the National Nuclear Power Program, clean cooking and other green energy solutions, and institutional and human resource development.
Ghana chose a bold public-led model. Government-built systems operated by the state utility, ensuring even the most remote citizen pays the same price for power as someone in the capital.
In the short time since we assumed office, we've commissioned 35 mini-grids. The initiative is to ensure that we bring on more people. We also launched about 100 towns and communities to be hooked onto the grid. Our target is to do 150.
Proving the concept, the pioneers. In 2015, the vision was tested on 5 remote island communities. Combining solar and wind power, they brought electricity to 580 households, transforming nearly 10,000 lives. This success informed the 2018 National Mini-Grid Policy, tailored for Lake Volta's islands and lakeside communities.
The current installed generation capacity is 206 megawatts, including a 5 megawatt floating solar on the Bui hydropower reservoir. This represents about 4% of the total installed generation capacity of the country. Our overall goal is to achieve 10% contribution of renewables in the generation mix by the year 2030.
Scaling up, powering progress. With support from the African Development Bank and the Climate Investment Fund, Ghana is now launching its largest mini-grid project. The new medium voltage design powers not only homes, but also agriculture, processing, and commerce, moving from light to livelihood, from power to prosperity. This bold step is reinforced by the country's growing solar sector, led by Bui Power, the VRA, Enclave Power, and other independent power producers who are expanding generation capacity and shaping Ghana's renewable future.
So we intend to achieve universal access to electricity within the shortest possible time.
We are therefore working closely with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that our policies and programs are coordinated to address these concerns.
Our Faculty of Engineering was built on 4 departments: agricultural, civil, electrical and electronic, and mechanical engineering. With the establishment of the STARC, we now have the equivalent of a 5th department, expanding our programs and aligning with the university strategic vision. This positions us to drive innovation and leadership in engineering education.
As an engineering student, graduate unemployment has always been a concern for me. But with training at the STARC of Ho Technical University, I am confident of gaining the hands-on skill that make me employable in Ghana's growing solar sector and beyond. Just as important is the fact that I expect to develop entrepreneurial abilities that can help me start my own solar business, creating jobs for myself and others, while contributing to Ghana's renewable energy transition.
We have granted approval for the construction of a 50 megawatt Asogli solar power plant and a 9 megawatt wind power project to be constructed by a company from Denmark called Corp.
The future, the Afram Plains vision. The next frontier is the Kwewu Afram Plains, one of the least electrified areas in Ghana. Afram Plains North, 76 communities, 7,008 connections, 5.2 megawatts solar, 976 jobs. Afram Plains South, 54 communities, 5,864 connections, 2.4 megawatt solar. Over 115 mini grids could bring power to nearly 13,000 households and businesses, creating thousands of jobs and preventing carbon emissions.
We're also deploying a lot of solar-powered streetlights to reduce dependence on the grid and also address the issue of peak demand. This strategic alignment positions the renewable energy sector as a key driver in accelerating priority investments in the power sector, critical to advancing Ghana's path towards a net zero energy future.
It's the fisherman who can preserve his catch, the student who studies after dark, the nurse who refrigerates vaccines, and the small business that thrives.
Our EV policy, anchored on the National Energy Transition Framework, provide fiscal incentives to support the development of EV supply chain with a strong emphasis on local production and assembly of e-mobility technologies.
Ghana's story shows that universal electrification is not a dream but a reality. The mini-grid revolution is more than power. It's hope, opportunity, and a sustainable future for all.
And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chair has already touted the accomplishments and achievements and legacy of our keynote speaker and guest of honor. And it's a privilege now for me to invite him to give us his keynote address. He is here representing His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Please join me in warmly welcoming Honorable Seth Tekpe, Presidential Advisor on the Economy.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, the Director General of International Solar Alliance, esteemed partners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and following the chairman's acknowledgement of protocols already established by our Foreign Minister, may I welcome you, to this event. It is with deep honor and pride that I welcome you to Accra, Ghana, for the 7th Africa Regional Committee meeting of the International Solar Alliance. As a pioneer in hydropower, which is a product of the popular Akusumo Dam project in Ghana, not far from here, hosting this assembly is both a privilege and a responsibility for us. It boldly demonstrates our nation's determination to lead Africa's renewable energy revolution. From my experience, some of which has been cited, We cannot do this without effective leadership. And let me give an example from what the Honorable Jinapo was saying. I'm sure that if His Excellency were here, he would tell you about his frustration in one meeting and ordering his finance minister, energy minister, the technocrats to go to the presidential villa called Peduasi and lock themselves up and return only when we have a solution to the problem. It was an eye-opener, which led to various, initiatives. Financing of energy, we realize, is feasible because it is self-financing, provided you can also cater for subsidy, which is part of the problem that we have on the continent. However, again, it also includes our ability to develop domestic financial markets and strategize, such as having effective debt repayment mechanisms. And I already said that energy is self-financing in many respects in response to this. Following that marching orders, may I also doff my hats to the Director General, who I recognized, and integrating in the room, the holding room, reminded me that he was part of that World Bank team that assisted us with what has now become a failed energy strategy, which involved the famous guarantee which the World Bank issued following those marching orders, which today would have moved Ghana even further than the Minister for Energy. In the background, of course, for me personally, and giving me, the encouragement was my own sister, and it tells you how we cannot avoid Big Brother. The then Minister for Finance, Ngozi, who was ahead of me at the World Bank, and would always pass through my office in Accra to talk about, various strategies, including energy financing, as she herself was battling it out, in Nigeria. So we have common problems, but also common destinies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, global energy demand, as has been said, is soaring, while the urgency of climate crisis also demands a decisive shift from fossil fuels to clean and sustainable energy sources. Solar energy now leads the renewable charge and is projected to account for 60%, of new power capacity globally by 2030. The cost of solar photovoltaic, or PV for short, has reduced by nearly 85% over the last decade, making it the cheapest source of electricity in most regions today. In 2024, global investments in solar energy reached a record $521 billion, which is about 25% of the $2.1 trillion invested in energy transition, and representing 72% of total renewable energy investments. This surge is driven by increasing costs and capacity expansions worldwide, with China leading by a significant margin. Africa experienced a significant rise in solar energy investments last year, approximately 40 billion in 2024, up from 2.6 billion in 2021. But we must admit that if we talk about trillions of dollars, then this, tells us that we have quite some way to go to catch up with other performers in the field. Yet Africa attracts under 3%, that's my point, of global clean energy investments, underscoring a vast gap. The continent requires about 100 billion annually to meet the renewable energy targets by 2030. This is why we have committed to the Accelerated Partnership for Renewable Energy in Africa, or APRA for short. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the continent holds 60% of the world's best solar resources, but accounts for only 3% of global solar PV capacity. This 7th Regional Committee meeting is an imperative as a platform for energy ministers and technocrats across the continent to come together in an action-focused dialogue. You must address pressing issues of financing, skills, development, digital innovation, and the integration of artificial intelligence in energy systems. It is this paragraph, actually, that reminded me of His Excellency giving us that charge will come with solutions. And I believe he's giving us here the charge to come with solutions, as is expressed, in the paragraph I just read on his behalf. At the close of these 3 days, you should have a clear roadmap of smart solutions to catalyze solar investments, build institutional and workforce capacity, and promote sustainable energy solutions that expand access and accelerate Africa's renewable energy transition. This is where I add financing as something which we must consider to be feasible, because it is possible for energy to be self-financing, provided we also have strategies for resolving sometimes, the subsidies that go, which are targeted, are poor and are targeted or not well targeted, and therefore not well financed in our budgets. Financing is key, to the dialogue that we are to be having here. Ladies and gentlemen, in addressing Ghana's vision, which is often embodied in what we call the 20-hour plus economy, the big push, and other things, which is spares on, Ghana's pathway to prosperity centers on these initiatives. These are forward-looking strategies, prioritizing resilience, inclusivity, and green growth. They are beyond, the headlines, that they bear. Energy is at the core. We are harnessing solar not only to generate power, but to drive jobs, industrialize, and innovate. Excellencies, Ghana has developed a comprehensive energy transition framework, which the minister spoke about, and I was saying in the documentary, charting our course to net zero emissions by 2070. Hopefully we can advance this with progress, and balancing growth with climate responsibility. Beyond access, Ghana's big push, which I referred to agenda, aims to leverage solar energy as a catalyst for industrialization. This is positioning Ghana as a regional power trade hub, exporting surplus clean energy through the West African Power Pool, and as well, seeing solar energy is therefore capable of helping us in our transformation for climate solution into a powerful economic energy. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, our ambitious goals require robust financing. I cannot continue emphasizing this. Africa needs about $90 billion annually to achieve universal energy access by 2030. Yet currently, we attract only 2% to 3% of global clean energy investments. We must correct this imbalance by securing increased concessional financing for African renewable energy projects, tap commercial financing where self-financing is feasible. We have middle-income countries, lower middle-income countries. We have upper middle-income countries, and many more are going to, of Africa's countries may be moving into these brackets. Concessional financing will continue to dwindle because that is what it means to be a middle, a lower middle, upper middle, or high-income country. And this is what we need to prepare for. And this is why financing is a key issue, and I'm glad that we have World Bank and other officials, UN officials here. If we had time, I would have demonstrated to you, as I do with African Development Bank, presentations that I often make, that Africa is currently split halfway between middle-income countries and low-income countries, even though we are perceived to be a continent of only low-income countries. That is a fact. And if you add the North Africa and Middle East, it's even pronounced to Africa. That is the reality. And let me repeat, we are split, between low-income countries and middle-income countries, of course, with one country being high-income, right? And this has implications for our development because we are going to be losing concessional financing. And that is the problem of going to the capital markets, as we have experienced in Ghana, without adequate mechanism for debt repayment. This is something which we must address ourselves. This is finance. And the development of domestic financial markets, such as to oil some of the financing, savings from within. Within 5 years of Ghana putting its 3- and 5-year bonds on the stock exchange, that market became the largest fixed income market on the Ghana Stock Exchange within 5 years, after 30 years of existence of the, of the stock exchange. It shows the potential. But we cannot continue with that potential of the domestic bond market if we end up defaulting, to our own, indigents who invest on the market, and they suffering haircuts. We undermine the progress that we can make in developing domestic financial markets. Excellencies, in conclusion, the sun shines on all of us equally, but its promise can only be fully realized if we harness it, together. And the strategies include sustaining policies, initiatives, and progress, which should accommodate incremental steps, not just big jumps. The incremental steps are also very important in achieving our goals. Ghana stands ready, Africa stands ready. Through the Ghana 24 plus economy, 24-hour plus economy, and energy transition framework, the Big Push, and other such initiatives, we are committed to making solar energy central to our green transformation, aiming at 21 gigabytes by 2017. Let us commit here in Accra that Africa will not be a follower in the global energy transition, but also a leader. Let solar energy become the light that powers inclusive prosperity for our people and a beacon of hope for our planet. On behalf of His Excellency the President, and as clearly stated and implied in many of his, of his charge to us in this speech, I wish to thank you all, for the opportunity to be with you and to have the honor of personally representing His Excellency at this forum. Thank you very much.
Could we please have another round of applause for Honorable Seth Tekwe, Presidential Advisor on the Economy, and again here representing His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to showcase a bit of Ghanaian cultural dance at this juncture. If you feel that you've been sitting for a long time and you'd like to stretch your limbs, feel free to dance. Please, let's welcome warmly the Ghana National Dance Company. country will come, and we will see that symbolic handshake between our Director General and the respective ministers. So we will start with us, our host country, Ghana, and that symbolic exchange of partnership between the two countries. And so we invite the minister and the DG of ISA to exchange. And we'll have our symbolic handshake, sealing this partnership. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to our guest of honor as well. If our dignitaries will remain standing, we will now invite the minister from Nigeria. From Nigeria. Again, we are witnessing the country partnership framework exchange between ISA and 3 countries: Ghana, Nigeria, and finally, the Gambia. The Country Partnership Framework Initiative was formulated by ISA to advance the shared objectives of ISA and its member countries. And again, today we are witnessing this exchange between ISA and Ghana, Nigeria, and the Gambia. Thank you very much to the DG and to the representatives for Ghana, Nigeria, and the Gambia. And if our head table could please remain standing, we need to do our family photo. We'll invite all ministers, deputy ministers, vice ministers, etc., representing respective member countries to please come forward and join us for our family photo. All liaison officers, if you could please come forward for our family photo, the group photo with the head table. Again, please escort our ministers, vice ministers, deputy ministers to the front of the room. Thank you very much. As our ministerial representatives take their seats, just a reminder that after this session closes, we will all remain at our seats while our dignitaries at our head table exit the room to inaugurate the exhibition. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall remain at our seats. Our dignitaries at the head table will exit the ballroom for the official inauguration and opening of the exhibition hall. So please, as they make their way out after the national anthem, please remain at your seats and allow our dignitaries at the head table to exit the ballroom. Thank you once again to the Ghana Police Service Band. Again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will allow our distinguished dignitaries at the head table to exit the ballroom and inaugurate the exhibition while we remain here in the hall at our seats. Please be advised that you will be served with coffee refreshments at your tables. No need to exit the ballroom, but please, since we have been sitting for a while, you can stretch, but you may take your seats. We'll remain in this ballroom as we prepare for the plenary session to begin. Again, please remain at your seats as the exhibition is officially inaugurated. Distinguished delegates, once again, a reminder that you can comfortably take your seat and the coffee break refreshments will be brought to you. So again, no need to leave the ballroom. We'll be continuing the program shortly, so please do stay comfortably in your seats while we serve you for the coffee break. Thank you. once again, cherished delegates, we just like to remind you that the refreshments for our coffee break will be brought to you, so you may remain in the room comfortably in your seats as the waiters come around with your refreshments. And we appreciate your patience, and we'll be starting our plenary session soon. So once again, please remain in your seats in the ballroom as we serve you for the coffee break, and our plenary session will follow shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello. Those walking, please, if you could kindly find a seat. We're about to start the actual meeting. What we did was to welcome you and deliver some opening remarks. Now, we're getting into the meat of the program. I have a second speech. It's very beautiful. It's very nice. But I've asked them to make it available to you. I'm not going to read the second speech. The second speech will be made available to all members, and it will be deemed that I've read the second speech. Except to thank all of you for your presence once again, and to thank Damilola. Mission 300 is a very key initiative that we are all committed to, and we look forward to working with you. So on that note, I thank you, honorable ministers, ambassadors, for your insightful and inspiring address during the opening session. My colleague ministers here, DG, the ambassadors and all of you, on behalf of my colleague, let me thank all of you for those speeches. The meeting is now in session. Now we come to agenda item number 2, which is adoption of the agenda. Honorable members, the ISA Secretariat has circulated the provisional agenda for the meeting as working document 1. I request members to provide your comments on the agenda, preliminary comments on the agenda, to enable us adopt the preliminary agenda. And so I guess we open the floor for some preliminary comments on the agenda to enable us to adopt the agenda. Thank you. I presume that we've done a very good job, and so I thank honorable members for the regional committee for your guidance, and I request the secretary to take note that it has the comments did not come in, so we take it like that. And I invite the committee to adopt the provisional agenda for the 7th meeting of the regional committee for Africa region as contained in working document 1. So adopted. We now move to item number 3, which is an action taking report of the 7th meeting of the ISA region committee meeting for the Africa region. The next agenda item is the action taking report of the 7th meeting of the regional committee for the Africa region. The meeting was held on 28 August 2024. The working document titled provides the details of the actions taken by the ISA Secretariat in addressing the committee's recommendation during the 7th meeting in 2024. The report is placed for the consideration of this committee. I would like to invite members of the committee to provide their comments on the report. And my information is that all of you have the reports with you. So the floor is opened for any comments on the report. Thank you. Thank you. I presume that we've done a very good job. I therefore request the ISA Secretariat to take note of the current situation, and then we move to the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 4, the strategic vision for the International Solar Alliance. And for me, this is one of the most important points. And at this juncture, I would invite my friend and colleague, the DG, to provide us with the necessary information. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Minister Jinapur. I would like to now give a brief presentation on, after hearing from a lot of you and including the countries across other regions, what is the evolving vision of International Solar Alliance? One of the key aspects of what should be our vision is to distinguish ourselves from a lot of multilateral banks that are in concessional financing, like my old organization, World Bank, or African Development Bank, or ADB, or IADB, depending on which region you are in, but also from our other sister organizations like IRENA and International Energy Agency that are doing a lot of research on what are the trends. And based on a lot of discussion, we have come to share with you what should we believe be the pillars of our strategic alliance. As you know, we have grown from more than 88 countries 3 years back to now 124 member countries. We have programs in about 98 countries. And our key program pillars that all of you who have been attending the Africa meetings know that we have been helping some of you on solar parks, some of you on decentralized renewable energy, be it scaling mini grids, roof, agriculture and solar heating cooling systems. The Africa Solar Facility will talk in detail over today and tomorrow, and also some of the emerging technologies, especially they relate to batteries, green hydrogen and e-mobility. But what we are going to talk a lot more about today is what are the 4 pillars on which we believe we can be much more impactful in moving from ambition to action, the theme that has been discussed since morning, endorsed by all the key speakers. The first pillar relates to why is private sector not investing in Africa? Why only 2% of global investments are coming? There are 2 aspects to this. One, my friend Damilola spoke about. I'll go a little bit more in detail of what are the policy and regulations in your countries that are inhibiting private sector investment. Sometimes they will relate to licensing requirements. Sometimes they will relate to taxation. Sometimes they will relate to some of the regulators' requirements on tariffs, for example, for decentralized renewable energy. The second aspect of catalytic finance is private sector perceives a very high risk of investment in Africa. Why I use the word perceived risk? Because often, as per our data, 98% is the collection rate of all loans, meaning less than 2% default. But because of the international perception of very high risk, the interest rates and the risk premium is very high. There is a need for a lot of catalytic instruments that can actually help in reducing that risk. I will talk about in detail an Africa Solar Facility of $200 million, which is leveraging more than 20 times by investing in decentralized renewable energy investments by private sector. We will launch a similar facility for Asia Pacific and then for Latin America, focusing both on low income and middle income countries. The second pillar is what I feel dearly after having worked for 11 years in Africa. Eventually, Africa must focus on building your own capability. If you have the right institutions, the right training, ability to make the right tender documents, technical specifications, if you can have the knowledge of regulations yourself and operations and maintenance of different parts of solar, that is the only way to grow. We are focused with 12 countries in Africa on setting up a solar technology application resource center, which is a center of excellence in your own universities to make them at par with some of the world's leading institutions. We now intend to combine it with digitization because the worlds of digitization and energy are getting intertwined. From where we see the global trends, what happened in retail industry with Amazon 10 years to now may happen in energy, where in the developing world also, not only the developed world, each battery, each solar rooftop, each distributed renewable energy or utility scale will have online connectivity of trading with each other. We want Africa should not be left behind. We are setting up a global capability center in India so that all those digital solutions and AI solutions that are going to transform the energy sector are available to Africa as well. This is a technical assistance facility that has already been launched. I'll talk about in a little bit more detail. The third pillar is our job, I must confess, is no longer going to be to do some pilot projects, because unfortunately scalability of pilot projects is very difficult. What we instead want to do is set up certain platforms that will help different parties and partners to come together and work for giving solutions at scale to you. Let me give you an example through the SIDS agenda, Small Island Developing States. We went to Colombo for Asia Pacific, and 5 Pacific countries and 3 African countries, including Seychelles, who's present here, signed on the declaration on SIDS, which was complemented when we went to Latin America by 9 Caribbean countries. So we have 17 countries which have signed a declaration of intent, and I was very pleased that yesterday Sao Tome and Principe also expressed their desire to join. What does it mean? It means why should each island country try to have your own separate transaction structure for doing small 5-10 megawatt solar projects when private sector wants scale? So it's much better for countries to combine your forces and do a joint procurement, which some of you in Africa know. We had a big success when I was in World Bank through a project called Respite, where Sierra Leone, Chad, Togo, and Liberia for the first time joined together to do a bid, and compared to your heavy fuel oil diesel cost of 25 cents a unit, you achieved a price, including battery storage, of 4 cents. That's a combined power of doing combined procurement and learning from each other. We want to give that platform to all the countries. We are also doing a platform for regional interconnection on One Sun, One World, One Grid. And we will have country partnership platforms that I will discuss as we sign for Ghana, Nigeria, and Gambia today, for which we will be working over 3 to 5 years with very clear milestone, what's possible in 6 months, what's possible in 1 year, what's possible in 15 months. The fourth and final pillar, while we await for the IT to get back the presentation, is on technology policy. I hear a lot of African countries, but also small island countries, talk, what should we do about green hydrogen? What should we do about electric mobility? What should we do about a lot of new technologies that we hear? At ISA, we want to be a global south institution that can give you advice, what would new technologies mean for you? And therefore, we will talk about a vertical that has already undertaken, for example, a study of 64 countries on green hydrogen and e-mobility, but we can do a lot more in-depth work. Let me go a little bit quickly on what do each of these really mean when my flicker works. It's working? Great. So let's talk about, and I have Aminu, my brother, are you here? Ah, there he is. So what we are working with Damilola from SE for All, Aminu, and Africa 50, what you heard briefly today, is about a $500 million facility in which NSIA wants to do up to $100 to $150 million of an equity vehicle. Why equity vehicle? We realized that for distributed renewable energy investment, concessional finance is mostly there, including results-based financing, but one of the binding constraints for these private companies to grow is the availability of patient capital and equity. When Aminu went and brought this proposal to their board being curators of the sovereign money of Nigeria, were concerned, what if we lose money, which belongs to the people of Nigeria? And there we are trying to get into a partnership where the first loss of up to 10%, 10 to 15 million, will be borne by ISA's Africa Solar Facility. Now, this relates to what my friend Damilola was mentioning earlier, that it's time that African countries start thinking the resources that you have, either in your sovereign wealth funds or your pension funds, and think about how to strategically, with innovation, apply them to get some of these access projects going. And this is a great example which we were very glad to actually discuss in the meeting of all the sovereign wealth funds of Africa 2 months back. This, we are really hoping, as soon as Government of India approves its own grant, over the next 1 or 2 months, will be operational before the end of the calendar year. For this, Africa 50, co-owned by 34 governments, is the fund manager. And this is the way for leveraging small amounts of money for catalytic capital. I already feel giving some kind of an assurance for solar pumps is probably going to be the second big role that we will use through the Africa Solar Facility. I spoke about the Global Capability Center. These are the centers, 12 centers of Star C that are operational. Let me mention a little bit briefly on the right side what we are attempting to do. We are trying to create digital advisory services, whether you want to do a tender that you have never done before, whether you want a technical specification of a solar rooftop program, aggregating public buildings, looking at utility scale solar, all of them should be available in one shop at either free or at a fraction of a cost, because we are based in India that has 1 million people who can do it at a fraction of the cost. We will of course combine the services of all other member countries as well. We are hoping to bring an international center of excellence using latest AI technologies, renewable energy simulators that can actually provide training to all our 124 member countries as part of that as well. And finally, we are also hoping to democratize solar education, which means a child in Malawi or an electrician in Ghana, if they want to understand how to fix a solar rooftop problem, what angle should it be? Everything should be democratized and available on web and YouTube. We hope that over next 1 year, we will work with a lot of existing people who have these videos and training programs to come together and curate this knowledge that should be available to everyone by democratizing solar education across 7 billion people. So this is something that is also our ambition. I mentioned about digitization. We are very glad to report that we have a new funding vehicle called Multi-Donor Trust Fund that already has more than $10 million committed, by which we want to create a digital twin of a distribution utility. What is a digital twin? Digital twin maps every distribution asset on a platform, and then on that basis, you will be able to know where your operational inefficiencies, losses, and collection problems are. I feel this is transformational for Africa because as I worked for last 11 years, your main problem in not able to attract private sector investment is that utilities don't have creditworthy balance sheet to pay. Now this tool can give you all the decision-making tools because all human interference will be limited right from meter to your generation points. There's a digital twin. In India, where we are piloting this in 2 Indian states, it's also allowing for renewable energy dispatch. Why it is very important? Because as you will see later in the presentation, India has done 115 gigawatts, 20,000 rooftop, another 15-20,000 DRE, and the rest grid. This digital twin is able to optimize how should a net metering of rooftop, a DRE for utility, and utility scale all be optimally dispatched. And you will be surprised to know that the first pilot done in a large distribution company shows that actually you can meet all your demand with 20% less renewable energy. So all your big investment demands of needing billions and trillions can actually be optimized by using digitization. It helps you bring efficiency, it helps you reduce the capital investment you need on renewable energy. We want this technology to be made available to all of you. We have a trust fund. If you would like us to pilot, we are ready to actually discuss. This I already mentioned about regional and country engagements. We are very proud of having signed with Nigeria, Ethiopia, Mauritius. My apologies, Gambia is not mentioned. That will be added here as well. Because now we will be working with each of these countries on what would a path on your context. Some countries will do a lot more of mini grids. Some countries will do a lot of solar pumps. Some countries will pilot a first private sector ultra large scale utility scale grid. Some may actually need support on electric mobility. This will also require teams to be set up in country offices. For countries that we are signing country partnership framework, we will set up a national focal point support unit because this work requires on the ground presence. These countries will become our champions of actually real tangible results over 6 months to 2 years, and then they can learn from each other, becoming communities on that particular issue within the continent. So Nigeria, I'm so proud, is already a leader on mini grids. By working with them, we are really hoping Nigeria will transmit these lessons on private sector investment in DRE to rest of Africa. Ethiopia and Ghana, we are really hoping on solar pumps, and similarly, champions must emerge out of Africa themselves. This I briefly mentioned about technology. In the interest of time, I'm going to actually very quickly go on certain ideas which I really hope will be the basis of discussions going forward. My first slide is, and when I showed it to all the African ambassadors in Delhi, this really made a big impact. What is this slide showing? That from 0 to 115 gigawatts in just 10 years is what India has managed. And it has managed by creating an ecosystem. And this is a very important part I want to mention. What does ecosystem mean? There is a central policy with a very clear vision of 500 gigawatts by 2030. There are creation of institutions like Solar Energy Corporation of India that de-risk the investment, because some of the private sector investments want de-risking, and you cannot give guarantee to every project when you want to do big projects. All of you know how painful it is to do guarantee on every project. Then you need local currency financing. India has financial institutions that have done $40–50 billion of loan. You have private sector capability that has managed to rise and have that capability. And now India is manufacturing 100 gigawatts of solar panels a year. My dream is if I can have a similar slide for Africa 10 years from now. Because this is something that's really possible. And as I mentioned, I remember in a Nigeria slide, within the messiness. Don't think that India has sorted everything out. If you were to go to India and open a newspaper, you will still see that there are a lot of messy things. But the lesson from India is that within the messiness and chaos that countries are in, there is a way to find a direction and demonstrate progress. 2-3 broad ideas before I leave. One idea is, it is very important that Africa has an integrated view of capacity building within countries. What does this entail? Let me mention 5 or 6 things that we are very proud in ISA to work on. First, these are the 12 centers that are going to be operational. Some of them we hope will become regional centers. You can see Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Benin, Cameroon in the west and central, Madagascar, Mauritius, Tanzania, Uganda, Somalia, Djibouti, Ethiopia, and the countries that we have signed the CPF, Nigeria and Gambia, will have one as well. They are basically institutions within your existing universities that are going to either become training grounds, youth and incubation startups, or testing labs, because you need to make sure the equipment that you get has the right quality and can sustain for 20 years. We are also funding the master's program, as mentioned by the Ghana minister. 93 fellows, a senior professor from IIT Delhi is here. We really want the academic and higher education learning to be availed to all the Africans. There's a mid-career people. One or two of your countries are having NFPs who are outcomes of that, and we have another one who's an ISA employee. As I mentioned, we want to give digitization and AI tools as part of capacity building. This is a service that is available, and we are very happy to discuss the details. We also have a startup. Africa deserves to give chance to its youngsters to come up with disruption ideas. We have financed 20 startups from Africa who are today working with 10 from India, 20 from Asia Pacific to come with a cohort. And actually from here I'm going to Mauritius because all 50 of them are coming together of how to scale them up into big business ideas. And finally, we have now started Train the Trainers. Because this agenda is so huge, let our Star C centers, NIT Delhi, train a lot of people who can then decentralize and train everyone else. So we can train the center in Ghana, but that's not Accra, but that's not where it should finish. It needs to go to Kumasi and all other places as well. And finally, we are very delighted that we'll be launching a report on green skills in Africa later tomorrow. The second idea that I want to talk about very briefly is about what can commercial and industrial enterprises of Africa do. And I must confess, there was a part of me which wanted to first reform the utilities and then ask the industries to take, because it's equitous. What about the poor people? But I'm sharing this out of a lesson of deep reform in 11 years on African utilities. It's going to take time. And should the industries and enterprises of Africa not be competitive by paying a 25-30 cent tariff when solar is available as less than 10 cents? I think the time has come where each African country identifies its special economic zones, key industries, and have a very large program of facilitating solar and batteries for its private sector. This is essential for competitiveness. This is essential for creating jobs, because the jobs are going to come not only from them, from SMEs, shops, and all other people. I'm delighted that in Ghana, we'll be witnessing as a site visit to one such plant of 18 megawatt on 4th. We are very keen to actually help with your countries on what kind of a business model this would entail. There are third-party services and PPA models available on that, where industries need not own the solar plants that they want. Somebody else will develop it, and you can sign a service agreement and a PPA for selling those services. I personally believe this can accelerate solar in a far, far bigger way than what is happening in. My other idea, and this is something I must confess, I didn't realize it will have such a huge uptake with the ministers when I'm speaking them, is on agriculture for solar transformation. I was in Ethiopia 2 weeks back, and the president of Oromia, which is the largest state, said, I have 5% of land under irrigation. For my food security, I need to grow that by 6 times, and the biggest problem on that is energy. Because I don't have ability to expand my grid, I need 1 million solar pumps. And when I try to put that data out here, you will see how this stacks, where Ethiopia has 5% of agriculture irrigated land, Ghana 3%, when that figure is upwards of 50% in India and China. How can Africa have food security if you cannot provide irrigation? And it doesn't only stop at irrigation. In Ethiopia, we have also picked up wheat and coffee as the 2 agriculture chains in seeing how can solar products across those 2 value chains provide productivity, income, in partnership with institutions who are here, Selco, who look at systems thinking, because it's not only an energy problem, it's how communities get organized. I would suggest that this is, to me, a movement that Africa needs. We've got India's largest solar pump manufacturers here. They are one of the suppliers that you can choose. You should do competitive bidding if you want, but India has done 3 million solar pumps already. And I think it's very important for Africa to put agriculture and solar as a big priority. And my last slide, because I know I'm a little bit over time, is what would new technologies mean for Africa? Let me give you 6 ideas. First, I talked about startups. It's extremely important that solutions in context of local African countries come up. Please use the ecosystem for startups in thinking what kind of innovative ideas on agriculture, DRE that are going to come up in your country. Second is about solar ferries. After 25 years in energy, I didn't know when I joined ISA that Maldives, Fiji, and 3 other countries are already looking at solar ferries that operate at 1/4 the cost of a diesel ferry. And now there are projects to actually have solar-based EV charging for them. Imagine if you have resorts and tourists, how economical it is in terms of having eco-friendly tourism and completely relying on them. A startup that was helping us has moved from 15 orders to 50 to 500. I think this is a kind of an innovation, especially if you're on the coast or if you are an island, very important. Third, solar for EV ecosystem. I was in Ethiopia. They have already taken a decision not to sell any fossil fuels-based cars, but the access is only 40%. How can you have EV charging infrastructure when 60% of the country doesn't have access? So solar-based EV charging infrastructure is very important for them. We have done a report that was released 2 months back. What is the economics of solar-based EV charging? Vehicle integrated PV is where vehicles themselves have solar panels, slightly early days, but as I told you, Africa should not be left behind. I'm especially keen that your urban and transport solutions of 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers need some good business models of how does battery swapping systems will help you getting the right equipment at the least possible price with the right maintenance. Building integrated PV is about having glass and material in buildings that can absorb and create energy. The beauty of this solution is a global south agenda. 70% of our buildings by 2040 are yet to be constructed. Imagine if you can crack the technology of having solar panels on glasses and on the material, most of your new urban infrastructure will ensure energy transition without looking at the land. And finally, green hydrogen hubs, whether it is ammonia for fertilizers and others, some of the countries will be very key. I'll end by saying, we are here as a Global South institution with a lot of knowledge. All implementation issues that I have mentioned across the 4 pillars, we just really, really hope that no one should be left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG, for that excellent, wonderful, thought-provoking presentation. There's one thing I do, and I would share with my colleague ministers. I do consult a lot. People give me solutions. I polish it up and present it as if they were mine. And then I take the credit when they succeed.
You're a politician.
Yes. That's what I do. So yesterday when I was having a discussion with the DG, and he talked about the solar pumps for farming. I mean, it sounded so convincing. So for your information, I've already drafted a cabinet paper and presenting it as mine. Because in Ghana, sometimes for 6 months, our brothers and sisters in the north, they sit idling because they depend on rain-fed agriculture. And so sometimes from, say, November till around May, there's virtually nothing to do. But we have huge rivers going through that portion of Ghana. And so the discussion we had was, why don't you do huge solar pumps? Daytime, you don't need battery storage. Just use the light and pump the waters to a higher elevation. and use that for agriculture. And you can imagine what that would do to Ghana. If you look at the amount of money we use to import food, if we can get people farming all around the year, it will make a huge impact. And he's promised that he's going to work with us. And that's what I was discussing with Madam, so that we can collaborate and have an African solution and address some of the challenges we face. So let me thank you very much. And as we meet here, we learn a lot, we take lessons, and we find solutions. So let me open the floor. Maybe we may have some comments, some suggestions to the presentation from the DG. So the floor is open. Thank you.
It was either too boring or too overwhelming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we move to agenda item number 5, which is update and future plans. Having listened to DJ, we need an update and then we plan for the future. ISS programs and activities in the African region as contained in Working Document 5. This agenda item outlines the progress made and the way forward for ISS program and initiatives in the African region. This includes the launch of the Solar Data Portal, providing country-specific profiles, and the knowledge series with fact sheets, digest, and forthcoming report on solar PV skills and jobs in Africa. Looking forward, ISA intends to expand inclusive initiatives such as Solar for She, extend, and I believe that deals with gender equality, extend regulatory support and deepen partnership to accelerate solar deployment and delivery of tangible benefits to member countries. So I now invite the Secretariat to present the detailed updates and future plans on ISS programs and activities in the Africa region. And for me, this is one of the most important sections of the program. We want to know what you have for us and what we can learn from you. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
I request Barakat Ahmed, our regional program head for Africa, to please go ahead and make the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests. It's given me a great pleasure to present update on the work that the Secretariat has been done in the region. I kindly ask the presentation to wait up. So if you see that I'm so proud that Africa region is the largest region in terms of the membership. We have 47 member countries. Not only about the number, but also the largest region in terms of the engagement with ISA. And it is the priority region for ISA. So since the inception of ISA, we have been working closely with all member countries. Next slide, please. And most of the things has been already mentioned by DG, but we have been working on the across all the countries, centralized and decentralized solution on solar application for agriculture use, solar mini-grid, solar rooftop, and heating and cooling system, and also cross-cutting areas like affordable finance and e-mobility and solar PV. As a result, 12 gigawatt aggregated capacity from 44 member countries, 27 demonstration project has been completed across different solar technology types in small island development states and low development countries. 50% global price reduction of the solar pumps through demand addition, and 5,400 professionals has been trained across 55 countries. Next slide, please. So these are some pictures from demonstration project that has been completed in Africa, which prove, first of all, that ISA believe in action. ISA walks the talk, and even if this demonstration project, small scale, but I can tell you the great impacts that create on the ground for small community. And can you imagine only one solar water pumps, how the community can benefit from only one solar water pumps. So we have completed in Burkina Faso a solarization of health center, in Comoros as well, in Mauritius, and in Ethiopia we have completed solar water pumping system. In Malawi we have solarized the parliament, and in Togo also solar water pumping. Next slide. And in Senegal, cold storage, one of the technologies that most of the countries, they were discussing this during the bilateral meetings yesterday. And when I was in Senegal commissioning this project, I tell you that I have been told 40% of the production lost because there is no storage. 40%. Can you imagine if we have such kind of technology, how much jobs will be created, how much productive people will get out of this kind of technology. In Gambia also, we have completed one solar water pumps and healthcare center in Niger, in Seychelles also cold storage, and also in Djibouti. And in Djibouti, this village, it's about 300 kilometers far away from the capital. It's fell under the mountain. And can you imagine the small community when they see such kind of technology, how they help us to keep the milk, produce cheese, small stuff, but it creates a lot of difference and enhance the lives of people. In Uganda also, we have completed two demonstration project, health center and the schools, and in Mali also one health center facility. Let me zoom in and give you a quick brief update on the different type of programs that we are working with the countries. Next slide, please. So for the solar application for agriculture use, we have completed a webinar where 150 participants from 58 member countries, and project pipeline for solar water pump in Comoros, Ethiopia, and Niger has been completed. Also in the agricultural sector, every year we have a dedicated also training program. We have trained 2,732 professionals. As we move ahead the planned activities, there are some projects in Comoros, Madagascar, and Seychelles under Quad Fund, covering the solar water pumping and solar cold storage. And also there is 3 demonstration projects under implementation in Benin, Burundi, and Mozambique. Coming to the solar mini grid, there is a feasibility study on development of solar mini grid in Somalia has been already completed. Preparation of bankable project detail report for Uganda, Malawi, Burkina Faso, and Guinea is under progress to be completed next month. And we have trained 295 professionals. As we move forward under the solar mini-grid programs, there is a facilitation and the implementation of pilot solar mini-grid in Ethiopia, as mentioned by DG 2 weeks back. We have signed 700 kilowatt solar mini-grid as a pilot project between the Ministry of Water and Energy of Ethiopia and OMC Power. It's a pilot project for like 1,000 mini-grid. And this is where ISA bringing private sector from India and different countries who has done a great job to bridge this gap. And also creation of project pipeline is under progress in Guinea, Malawi, and Burkina Faso. Talking about solar rooftop, we have completed the bankable detail project for solar rooftop project in Nigeria and Guinea. 100 kilowatt solar rooftop project completed in the Ministry of Water and Energy premises in Ethiopia, the first project in its kind, rooftop grid connected project. And this project has been one of the remarkable projects that the Prime Minister of Ethiopia has requested all the government ministries to replicate such kind of project, to solarize all the administrative building in Addis Ababa. And we have trained 132 professionals has been trained. The planned activities, we have also under Quad Fund, we are working with Madagascar, Seychelles, and Comoros to solarize health center, and also implementation of pilot solar project at the Prime Minister office in Sao Tome and Principe. It's undergoing, and also creation of project pipeline in Mauritius. Solar park. 2 weeks back, we have signed an MOU between the Ministry of Water and the Energy of Ethiopia and ISA for developing of 400 megawatt. And tripartite agreement is under discussion with Malawi for 100 megawatt, Guinea 100 megawatt, Zambia and Niger also. Next slide, please. When we talk about scaling solar e-mobility and the storage, there's a readiness assessment framework of solar-powered electric mobility for 64 LDCs and DCs, including 31 countries from Africa. Also, we have completed a framework for short and medium duration energy storage in LDCs and DCs, identifying 10 focus countries across 4 regions. And from Africa, Burkina Faso, Uganda, and Mauritius were included in this study. In addition, a roadmap has been already completed for LDCs. Technologies in developing nations was prepared for 10 countries, including Burkina Faso and Namibia. And in our plan, we are preparing a national strategy and roadmap for selected countries for storage and EV. It's under discussion with some selected countries such as Mauritius and Seychelles. For solar for green hydrogen, we have completed a deep dive analysis for 10 countries, including Ghana, Tunisia, and there's already also a report has been completed on readiness assessment for green hydrogen in Africa. It covers 4 African countries: Egypt, Ethiopia, Morocco, and Namibia. And also, we have also the Green Hydrogen Innovation Center portal. You can find all the information related to green hydrogen in terms of development of tools, green hydrogen costing, project assessment, country assessment, hydrogen carbon account tool. And also, we have conducted a training program last August in Egypt, where we have brought 11 countries from Africa in 2024, and country insights developed for also 12 African countries in the portal. As we move forward, we are supporting green hydrogen national strategy and roadmap development in interested countries, and organize also the Global Green Hydrogen Startup Challenge. Next slide, please. On the country, in the regional and the country level mentioned engagement, as mentioned by DG, now we are focusing and deep dive in selected countries. And we have signed a country partnership framework with Mauritius, Ethiopia. Today we have witnessed signing the partnership with Nigeria, Ghana, and Gambia. And this country partnership, it will be followed by a detailed country strategy with a clear milestone and action plan. But the most important thing there, what I would like to mention here, the most critical element to drive this partnership is the ownership. Ownership of the country and the ownership of the people also. This should be there. And also, DG spoke about the global platform on solar for agriculture, which will help also in accelerating energy transition through collaboration, financial and technical innovation, and the policy transformation. Moving forward, in order to build the capacity, one of the ISA Starship flag programs is the Solar Technology and Resource Application Center. As mentioned by DG, we have already completed 7-star center in Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Cameroon, Senegal, Uganda, and 2 is coming up very soon in Benin and Tanzania. And in the pipeline, we have Zimbabwe, Chad, Niger, Madagascar, Djibouti, and the Comoros. StarC has 4 main functions. It's not only about capacity building, but also it's about knowledge management, testing and the standardization, and enterprise and innovation. And to ensure the sustainability of the StarC, this is also one of the pillar of the new vision that we are setting up a global capability center out of India in partnership with leading institution to ensure sustainability of the StarC. And I think later today or tomorrow, we'll be having a very detailed session on the new ISA strategy for StarC. Next slide, please. Also, in terms of creating an enabling environment for the private sector to come in, we have been working with our member countries for regulatory advocacy. We have been supporting Ethiopia, Uganda, and also Nigeria for the putting up the right policy and regulation. And as we move forward, all the countries who signed the CBF, we are going to deep dive and review with them all the policy and the framework to ensure that there is a right environment for private sector. We have also one of the programs which is called Solar for She to empower women. We have 2 pilot projects in Nigeria and Guinea. And also we have conducted in 2025 a global gender audit of solar policies. This has included 4 countries, Guinea, Uganda, Madagascar, and Tanzania. And we are planning also to initiate at least 2 pilot projects in Africa 2026. About the knowledge management, 5 monthly fact sheets were released covering some technologies like grid modernization and the expansion in Africa, distributed solar application, agrovoltaic, and solar mini grid. Fact sheet also on grid modernization and expansion in Africa received a great traction from various stakeholders. Advanced bankers training program completed this year where 124 participants from different regions. And the planned activities we are going to organize also localized cost electricity trends and strategies for advancing solar thermal concentrated solar power in Morocco, and also country-specific knowledge product aligned with the ongoing knowledge series and leveraging StarC for dissemination. Next slide, please. DG also spoke about empowering youth and enterprises. So one of the ISA flagship also initiative, ISA has initiated the SolarX program to contribute to the creation of critical mass of entrepreneurs and startups in the solar sector across the global south. So we have 20 from Africa, 20 from Asia and Pacific, and 10 from India. And next week we are going to have the second SolarX Accelerator workshop in Mauritius. It will be hosted by Business Mauritius, one of also the partnership that we have in Mauritius. Next slide, please. This is the last year we have signed an MOU with Business Mauritius to serve as a global accelerator program. We have conducted 2 in-person workshops for 50 SolarX startups, ensuring that they are well connected to the private sector, ensuring their sustainability, reaching out to financing market, and all of this. Of course, effective partnership is key to ensure that we succeed in our vision. So we don't work alone. We work with different partners. Next slide, please. So those are the partners we are working with, because we cannot do it alone. With this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I now request members to comment on the update as presented by the Secretariat. And so please, the floor once again is open.
Hello.
Commerce. Okay, so please, just in case you want to comment, you just put your, does it. Once it's this way, I'll see it. But that's Comoros. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci de nous avoir donné la parole. Nous saisissons cette occasion pour remercier, bien sûr, le présentateur. Nous avons suivi avec beaucoup d'attention les réalisations importantes qui ont été réalisées dans les différents pays. Nous, les Comores, remercions, bien sûr, Lisa.
I'm sorry, just a second, please. The organizers, what channel are we to pick English so that I can?
Channel 1, if you want to listen in English.
Thank you very much. I'm told that it's channel 1 if you want to listen to English. Thank you. Please proceed. Proceed.
Ok, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je disais que nous remercions bien sûr le présentateur. Nous avons suivi avec beaucoup d'attention son intervention et nous remercions bien sûr Lisa de tous les efforts qu'elle est en train de déployer pour accompagner la grande majorité des pays à passer vers la transition énergétique. Nous avons suivi bien sûr les appuis qui ont été cités au niveau de l'Union des Comores. Nous avons pris bonne note, mais nous voulons bien sûr, avec votre permission, apporter quelques observations, parce que dans le document, dans la présentation, ça a été dit que les centres de pompage ont été finalisés. Malheureusement, nous souhaiterons informer la direction générale que, sauf omission de notre part, l'activité qui a été réalisée au niveau de site de sur le site de pompage, c'est seulement l'étude des sites. Il n'y a pas eu d'autres activités, donc c'est une activité qui est vraiment au niveau zéro. Donc nous souhaiterons bien sûr, en sortant d'ici, avoir des discussions avec nos partenaires, Lisa, pour que nous puissions connaître les prochaines étapes afin de pouvoir mettre en exergue et fonctionnel les différents sites de pompage solaire. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I guess you would respond. Or we take other...
We take note?
Yes, they've taken note. There is one over there. Djibouti. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Cher. Je vais parler aussi en français. Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le DG, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs le Ministre, chers participants. Je me présente, je suis Monsieur Mohamed Kilawaïs, le secrétaire permanent du ministère de l'Énergie, chargé des ressources naturelles de Djibouti. Donc moi, une question, un retour d'expérience et deux suggestions. Donc la question, très rapide, on remarque qu'il y a beaucoup de projets qui sont mis en œuvre en Afrique. J'en profite pour remercier Elisa pour cela. Au passage, je remercie la présentation de M. Barakat qui était très claire et très enrichie. Donc ma question est,
comment, j'en remarque, dans un certain nombre de pays, il y a peut-être 7 projets, 8 projets. Dans d'autres, il y en a un. Fort heureusement, je ne vois pas des projets. Comment les projets sont un peu éparpillés? Est-ce que c'est par rapport à la volonté des États ou si c'est le cas, ce serait bien que l'ISA intervienne dans les pays où il y a le moins de projets pour qu'il y ait un équilibre d'intervention de l'ISA de manière équilibrée. Ça, c'est ma question. Un retour d'expérience. Donc, comme cela a été dit, il y a 2 storage, enfin deux gros frigos qui marchent en solaire qui ont été installés à Djibouti. Je vais dire ici que par rapport à notre retour d'expérience, c'est que c'était des fromageries, en fait des petites communautés qui se sont regroupées pour fabriquer des fromages, les produits qui découlent de l'élevage. Donc grâce à ces installations, je peux dire que leur chiffre d'affaires a été doublé, voire triplé. Et la population elle-même a augmenté et se sont regroupés autour de ces installations. Ça leur a permis d'avoir d'autres apports d'ONG ou de partenaires au développement qui les a permis d'avoir une industrie plus performante. Donc pour cela, je exprime ici les remerciements du gouvernement de Djibouti, à l'ISA, et exhorte qu'il y ait plus d'activités dans ce sens pour les populations reculées de notre continent. Donc ça, c'est les retours d'expérience. Il y a un deuxième retour d'expérience. Je suggérerais que dans ce genre d'intervention de l'ISA, qu'il y ait la formation d'une ou 2 personnes dans les pays dans l'entretien de ce genre d'appareils. Parce que ces appareils sont entretenus à distance, ce qui crée des fois un petit nombre de frigos à acheter. Donc, qu'on puisse avoir avec un prix qui est réduit grâce à l'effet de la quantité. Donc, s'il y a ce genre de petites coordinations qu'il peut y avoir entre les pays dans l'achat des produits autour du solaire, ce serait quelque chose de gagné pour le gouvernement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the Secretariat is taking notes and they will respond appropriately. On my list, I've been signaled that Tanzania would wish to make a comment. After Tanzania, we'll go to Seychelles. I'll take these 2 and then we'll move to the next ones. I've seen you, so I'll recognize you. The floor is yours. Tanzania, after Tanzania, Seychelles should come in. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Ours is on the country level engagement. And of course, URT commend the initiative. However, we are seeking clarification on whether member states, if we are not, which have not yet signed the agreement, the partnership, will not access the full support of ISA. And we are, of course, we are committed towards subscribing to the partnership, but maybe it's important for the Secretariat to share the background paper as the basis for our superiors to make a decision. And the last one is on the Solar for She program. We wanted to know how will this be implemented, and probably our advice is it's important to engage other ministries, particularly those related to gender, and the concentration should not be with the Ministry of Energy alone, because these are the ministries with the policy and other instruments related to gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. First, Mr. Chair, let me express our appreciation to the government of Ghana for the warm welcome we have received since arriving here in Accra for this meeting, and also thank previous speakers for the really enlightening speeches and also presentations. Mr. Chair, as was pointed out by the Honorable Advisor to the President earlier on, Seychelles is the only high-income country in the room in Africa. We can be congratulated for that, but also it means we are at times left out of other facilities that might be available to other countries. So for us, we are very happy that ISA continues to collaborate with our country and provide support to enable us to move forward with our renewable and solar agenda. ISA support has enabled us as a country to do our first moves on solar cooling. We have one system in the country that's operational since last year, and we are hoping to have another 3 systems in the country. And already the demand and the appreciation of the value of those facilities are coming to light. We have a lot of demand from farmers and for extended storage and distribution of products on the local market. ISA support has also enabled us to move forward with solar pumping. We have 3 units that are supposed to be installed in the country this year, and this is proving also to be quite attractive to people who are in food production, and we know that there will be more demand as time goes by. So, and also we have been able to do quite significant amount of capacity building that would enable us to accelerate uptake of solar in the country, which would enable us to reach our 10% target by 2028, but surpass that and get to 15% by 2030. So we are on track for 2028, and we know that with the support of ISA, we should be able to go further and really make significant progress in the next 5 years. So for us, we are fully in support of the approach taken by ISA to differentiate this organization from others in focusing on action strategy that would actually cause change in countries of this continent. And we would simply make a call for ISA to deepen their involvement in countries and help us to move forward with projects that make significant progress and catalyze change at the very local level.
Parce que cette coopération va nous permettre d'étendre l'accès de qualité et à moindre coût avec votre support. Accélérer parce qu'au niveau du continent, nous avons des success stories. Ces success stories nous permettent aussi de savoir, de connaître, d'acquérir des expériences au niveau de chacun de nos pays pour avoir cette accélération de l'accès que nous voulons tous. Parce que aussi nous avons, comme vous l'avez mentionné, Monsieur le Directeur Général, ce matin, que l'Inde, en 5 ans, est passée à 50% de production en énergie solaire. Nous aimerions atteindre cela dans nos pays qui ont cette capacité, mais qui, comme nous le savons, accusent un peu un grand retard dans ce sens-là. Donc, ce terme accéléré, nous voulons le mentionner à l'assistance pour que nous soyons tous nous regardions dans le même sens au niveau de notre continent. Merci bien.
Thank you. I now yield the floor to Uganda. Burkina, please prepare for me. I'll be coming to you. So Uganda, you have the floor. Okay, if Uganda is not ready yet, we go to Burkina. Burkina, the floor is yours.
Chair.
Thank you. Bien, merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Je suis l'ambassadeur du Burkina Faso à New Delhi, accompagné du secrétaire général du ministère en charge de l'énergie du Burkina Faso. Dans un premier temps, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de remercier la République du Ghana pour l'accueil chaleureux dont nous avons fait l'objet dans ce pays panafricaniste, dans ce pays frère, dans notre pays à tous. Deuxièmement, nous remercions l'ISA pour tous les efforts qu'il conduit au Burkina Faso. Alors, nous remercions aussi le présentateur. Nous avons vu à travers sa présentation les projets qui ont été accomplis par l'ISA au Burkina Faso. Nous remercions sincèrement l'ISA pour cela. Je cite principalement les centres socio-communautaires, les 2 centres socio-communautaires qui ont bénéficié d'équipements solaires de l'ISA. Voilà, et ce que je veux juste ajouter au nom du Burkina Faso, c'est que, comme nous le disons chez nous au pays, c'est bon, mais ce n'est pas arrivé. Parce que tout simplement, il nous reste énormément dans le même domaine et nous solliciterons bien entendu l'accompagnement toujours de l'ISA dans ce même ordre-là, en ce qui concerne aussi bien les centres socio-communautaires et bien d'autres. Nous sommes un pays où il est connu en ce qui concerne la situation, une certaine situation sécuritaire qui nous a été imposée et nous sommes en train de nous en sortir. Alors, au premier niveau d'abord, il s'agit de la réinstallation des populations qui ont été massivement déplacées eu égard à cette question d'insécurité qui est en train d'être stabilisée. Le Burkina a un plan de retour des populations qui ont été obligées de quitter leurs différents villages, donc le retour de ces populations-là dans leurs différents villages. Et nous avons sollicité de l'ISA un accompagnement en termes d'équipement, de dotation en outils, en équipement d'énergie. Il est indispensable au jour d'aujourd'hui pour ces populations de se réinstaller et surtout de recommencer leurs différentes activités. Donc, en ce qui concerne ces différentes activités, nous avons déjà un programme, un projet de pompage agricole, d'agriculture qui serait, n'est-ce pas, lié, arrimé au solaire. Cela a été déjà évoqué par une des présentations et nous souhaitons vivement que ISA nous accompagne dans ce projet-là. Il ne servirait à rien de ramener les populations sur place, alors ne pas leur donner des possibilités de développer, de mener des activités, et si ce n'est plus qu'avant, que ce soit nettement meilleur. Nous avons bien sûr lié à cela la question de la formation pour l'entretien de ces différentes installations. Donc à ce titre, nous avons donc un paquet de projets que nous aimerions soumettre à l'ISA, qui nous a promis donc un entretien bilatéral. Donc ce paquet de projets lui sera soumis et nous souhaiterions bénéficier de l'ISA une attention particulière dans notre contexte qui est tout à fait particulier. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Burkina, for that excellent delivery. I now yield to Rwanda.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the DG. I first congratulate Ghana for hosting the 7th edition of the ISA meetings. We were privileged to host the 5th edition, and it was quite impressive. And I would want to recall on the 4 strategic partnerships between ISA and Rwanda, including, but not limited, 4 particular items that were mentioned. And in the register of partnership that would be at least be captured. Number 1 was the technical standards on standardization of the equipments entering the country. We had a privilege of the ISA delegation visiting Rwanda Standard Board to forge strategic partnership on that, which is key. We quite meet some challenges of the materials that are not on quality. So ISA can do that and revamp this partnership. Number 2 is, Rwanda is developing and we are trying to build sustainable roads all around the country. There is a partnership between Rwanda Energy Group and the Energy Utility Corporation Limited for the street lighting technologies. So if we could look into that, we could take it further and harness our development. Number 3 is the solar, the 200 megawatt solar park, where we want more private sector to come in. This is through a competitive business and invest into the development of solar power plants all over the country, at least to curb down the cost of electricity in our country. That engagement is in pipeline, but we need it to move to another development. I think it would be maybe off this meeting, we could meet with the ISA Secretariat, provide the status and see how we can move on. There is another strategic partnership on the startup acceleration, which is key. Rwanda being a landlocked country, the importation of these materials is quite high. So I would encourage at least the private sector from all over the world, including India and everywhere. We have the industrial zones, so they can at least come and make assembling plants of such materials. The government is in support of such investments. So I think it's high time ISA could do that. And my last point is on the acceleration of farming initiatives. Rwanda happens to have the 8.5 megawatts of solar plant in the Eastern Province. The Eastern Province is known for agriculture, farming especially. We have another 3.3 megawatt irrigation plant. But all farmers are eager to have these, at least the water pumping stations, but the cost is still high. I would call ISA to look into this in terms of advocacy. I think this would de-risk at least such investment, also to promote the private sector engagement. I submit and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rwanda. I now take Ethiopia. Ethiopia, the floor is yours. If Ethiopia is not yet...
Okay. Thank you very much. First, I would like to appreciate the commitment of the government of Ghana for hosting this meeting, particularly the Ministry of Renewable Energy and Energy Transition, plus the international thing. Some problem?
Please continue. We can hear you.
Okay. Maybe I wanted to share our experience in light of some of the comments raised earlier. First of all, on the variations in engagement of ISA within each countries, perhaps I think ISA is equally near to all countries. Perhaps maybe commitment of the government when it comes to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, we can see the strong commitment of the government, not only at a high level, even at the sectoral ministries. There are engagements in different committees and different groups. Proposals and implementation of these proposals in collaboration with ISA and other development partners is relatively strong. That's what I assume. And the other is maybe as a best experience, maybe Star Center. Star Center is one of the centers established by ISA in Africa, and I think by now probably 10 to 12 Star Centers are established or under establishment. In our case, perhaps sustainability is very important, and for that we have opted the location to be university. Addis Ababa University, as you know, it is one of the largest universities in Ethiopia, and there won't be any question of manpower and even facilities like classrooms and the like. That's why we decided to attach it to the university. So far it is operating in the last 2 years, and under the new ISA vision for Star Centers, I think I expect it to be highly strengthened in the new direction. That's one. The other comment that I have with regard to Star Centers is, we would like to have a common platform whereby experience sharing can take place among different Star Centers. Just only few Star Centers being or excelling in one direction and others lagging might not be really productive overall. So to make it uniform, perhaps it's good to have. I know there was some kind of website development for sharing information, but that may not be enough. There should be a strong platform. That's what I suggest. The other is with regard to the ISA engagement. There are 2 annual events. One is this Regional Africa Committee, and the other is the Global Assembly in Delhi. But in between, it might be good to have a virtual platform, because such physical meetings involve travel and the like, and they might not be really convenient for some of our members. So if we add virtual platforms, virtual meetings, whereby some of these activities can be done on the internet, then I think that there could be a better performance, better awareness, and I think that would be better in terms of ISA output. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now move to Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci. Je voudrais donc à mon tour remercier le Ghana pour l'accueil dont ma délégation et moi avons fait l'objet. Cela ne nous étonne pas, c'est un pays frère. Remercier également le ministre des énergies renouvelables et de la transition énergétique, et donc, qui nous fait l'honneur d'être ici et qui accueille cette réunion régionale. Je suis Khalifa Eouman, directeur général de l'énergie, représentant le ministre des Mines, du Pétrole et de l'Énergie. Nous avons écouté avec beaucoup d'intérêt les réalisations de Lisa, et je voudrais ici remercier Lisa pour l'inauguration de notre stand à Abidjan en septembre 2024 et dire que nous sommes tout à fait heureux. Grâce à cette inauguration, nous avons pu former les premiers professionnels et nous attendons, comme nous l'avons signifié lors de la réunion bilatérale, que le centre soit effectivement opérationnel afin donc de débuter les formations qualifiantes et diplômantes donc de l'ensemble des professionnels du secteur du solaire. Le pays aujourd'hui amorce un volet important dans sa transition énergétique. Nous avons à terme, jusqu'en 2030, de développer plus de 1000 MW de capacité solaire donc installée pour accroître notre mix énergétique, pour atteindre 45% en 2030. Et dans cette perspective, nous avons aussi, à travers le pacte national énergie, dans le cadre de la mission 300, dans le volet accès à l'énergie, un point important est donné donc, au développement des énergies renouvelables et dans le solaire. Les pompes solaires s'intègrent effectivement dans cette stratégie, puisque l'un des volets également est d'accroître le revenu des populations. Donc il faut donner accès à l'eau, et l'une des actions que nous avons inscrites à travers le pacte est de pouvoir développer des solutions donc à base d'énergie solaire et donc l'utilisation de pompes solaires pour les agriculteurs. Je voudrais donc pour terminer remercier Lisa et dire que nous attendons effectivement et nous espérons que très probablement nous allons concrétiser les accords pour nous permettre donc de bénéficier de l'appui nécessaire pour rendre effectivement opérationnel notre centre StarC, qui est aujourd'hui un centre incubateur qui va permettre donc d'avoir des professionnels, des techniciens formés et des structures capables de pouvoir suivre l'ensemble des projets qui sont en train d'être développés tout à l'heure, comme je l'ai indiqué. Merci.
Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure. I'm told Uganda is ready now. Uganda.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm Noah Cheyune from Uganda, member country. I first of all want to thank ISA for the tremendous work you're doing in promoting solar energy technologies in Uganda, and particularly for the entire Africa. Mine is a reaction on the presentation of Dr. Barakat regarding the StarC. Yes, as you're aware, Uganda is setting up the Solar Technology Application Resource Center at Busitama University. My question is about the sustainability plan for the center after after the 2 years of operation of the center. And I would also like to know from this meeting the kind of support that ISA is going to provide to the center, because as you're aware, it's going to play critical roles regarding capacity building, technology testing, innovation, and knowledge management. Then the other point is about the capacity building program and the ISA fellowship conducted at IIT Delhi. I am delighted to be part of the beneficiaries of that program in 2022. And I noticed that there are no equitable number of positions for each member country. For example, some member countries have more slots than the others. I request that ISA aligns the number of slots for each member country and also possibly increase the number of slots to ensure that all the member countries can benefit from the program. Then regarding the country partnership framework, Uganda is already having a draft, and hopefully next year in the next meeting, we should be able to sign the country partnership framework to ensure that we deepen our collaboration with ISA. Then my last point is a request and also a proposal that Uganda hosts the 8th meeting of the Regional Committee for Africa in Kampala, Uganda. That is my humble request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ghana was going to reapply, but because of you, we may not. So I now call on Burundi. Burundi.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie également la République du Ghana pour avoir abrité la 7e réunion de l'ISA, mais aussi le directeur général de l'ISA pour la facilité pour participer dans cette réunion. J'aimerais faire un commentaire sur la présentation du secrétariat de l'ISA en ce qui est de la mise en œuvre de différents projets, et plus spécifiquement pour le Burundi. C'est qu'il y a eu conception d'un projet depuis 2019 pour le système d'irrigation avec l'énergie solaire, et je viens de constater que c'est parmi les priorités qui pourra être faite pour répondre à cette sollicitation. Alors, je vous remercie beaucoup et j'espère que la mise en œuvre ne pourra pas tarder. Deuxièmement, c'est une sollicitation. L'énergie solaire est au stade embryonnaire. Et sachant que l'ISA possède des centres de renforcement des capacités, mais aussi de formation, c'est de demander, une fois que les pays africains pourraient bénéficier de tels projets, de songer à renforcer les capacités pour les usagers du système solaire, mais aussi pour les bénéficiaires. Pourquoi? Parce que nous allons bénéficier des kits solaires, mais pour l'entretien et la maintenance, ça nécessite une autre expertise. Alors c'est pourquoi je sollicite pour le Burundi, mais aussi pour les autres pays, de songer à la formation et au renforcement des capacités du personnel. Je ne me suis pas présenté, je m'appelle Paul Ndarihonyoye. Je représente le ministre des Ressources minérales, énergétiques, de l'industrie, du commerce et du tourisme en qualité de son assistant. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, my brother. I now yield the floor to Benin. Benin.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Président. Je remercie à mon tour le gouvernement ghanéen pour l'organisation de l'accueil pour cette 7e conférence. Je suis Largom Madougou, collaborateur du directeur général de la planification énergétique et de l'électrification rurale du ministère de l'Énergie, de l'eau et des mines. Je voudrais remercier Lisa pour les deux projets qui sont en cours au Bénin, STACI et l'électrification du centre de santé, qui seront finalisés d'ici peu. Et nous souhaiterions l'accompagnement de l'ISA pour faciliter l'inauguration et la mise en service de ces ouvrages. En réalité, le Bénin est engagé dans la transition énergétique, ce qui témoigne l'adoption de certaines stratégies et les politiques nationales de développement des énergies renouvelables. Dans ce cadre, le Bénin souhaite mettre en place un projet de pompage solaire et souhaiterait que l'ISA l'accompagne dans ce sens pour la mise en place de ce projet de pompage solaire au plan national. Sinon, les autres volets, en ce qui concerne l'électrification des infrastructures socio-communautaires et la mise en place des centrales solaires, le Bénin est très avancé dans ce domaine et manque de compétences au niveau de pompage solaire. Nous voudrons tirer leçon des expériences réussies dans les autres pays pour mettre en place ce projet et souhaiterions l'accompagnement de l'ISA. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I have Zambia. And after that, Senegal.
Chair, and thank you to ISA for this opportunity to be able to make a comment, and more specifically, I think, to ask a question. When the report was being given, especially as regards to the solar parks, there was mention that those countries where that program is taking place, they are still at the pipeline stage, meaning projects are still being identified. So I would like to know, I would have wished to know what are some of the challenges, why it is taking a bit of long in order to realize solar parks. I think I didn't hear in megawatts that have been implemented. I don't know if it's possible to provide more details on that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now have Senegal.
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle professeur Djouma Kobor. Je suis le directeur général de l'Agence nationale pour les énergies renouvelables du Sénégal. Et je voudrais d'abord remercier l'ISA et la République de Ghana pour l'accueil chaleureux. Et aussi remercier l'ISA dans le cadre des projets que nous sommes en train de faire ensemble au niveau du Sénégal, particulièrement la chambre froide qui a montré son intérêt pour la population locale. Et c'est là où je voudrais quand même insister pour demander l'ISA quelles sont les étapes à venir dans le cadre, par exemple, d'une mise à l'échelle d'un tel projet. L'autre question que je voulais poser, c'est concernant les SARCI. Comme l'a dit un des collègues des pays, représentants des pays ici, c'est une très bonne initiative, mais je pense qu'il y a un aspect fondamental, c'est l'accompagnement dans l'investissement pour des équipements. Et ça, parce qu'aujourd'hui, au Sénégal, nous sommes en train de travailler sur ce qu'on appelle la certification des installateurs, mais aussi des installations. Et ça demande souvent des équipements. Et quand on parle d'équipements photovoltaïques pour des tests, des analyses, ça veut dire qu'il faut un lourd investissement. Alors ma question, c'est est-ce que ISA à un budget qui est prévu dans ce type d'accompagnement-là pour les années à venir, surtout pour les centres STARCI. L'autre question, c'est concernant aussi l'impact sociétal des actions de l'ISA. En partie, je voulais dire je ne vois pas dans les projets de l'ISA souvent l'éclairage public qui est fondamental, les lampadaires solaires. Aujourd'hui, ceci apporte de la sécurité dans certaines zones. Même s'il n'y a pas d'électricité, l'éclairage par des lampadaires solaires apporte souvent de la sécurité dans des zones rurales. Qu'est-ce que l'ISA prévoit dans ce genre? Parce que c'est un aspect public et donc moins souvent pas rentable concernant des entreprises pour y investir. Alors, qu'est-ce que l'ISA prévoit dans ce genre de cadre pour trouver des fonds à partir des subventions ou bien des fonds verts climat pour soutenir les pays africains dans ce genre de projet? Voilà, et je voudrais terminer par dire aussi, j'ai vu beaucoup de projets de l'ISA, mais ce sont souvent des projets pilotes. À quand donc les projets à grande échelle? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, my brother. We now go to the last one, last but not the least, Mali. Mali. I have another. Please check that for me there before. But I have Mali. Mali, please.
Ok. Merci bien, Monsieur le Président. Moi, c'est Adama Yourou Sidibé. Je suis le directeur général de l'Agence nationale des énergies renouvelables et des bioénergies. La délégation a été conduite par Monsieur le ministre de l'Énergie et de l'Eau. Malheureusement, pour des urgences, il a dû rentrer aujourd'hui. Il souhaiterait vraiment être là pour porter ces messages. Donc, en son nom, je remercie vivement la République du Ghana pour l'accueil de cette réunion et toutes les facilités accordées, aussi l'ISA pour la bonne organisation et toutes les actions qu'ils sont en train de faire pour aider les pays dans le déploiement des technologies solaires. C'est pour dire que pour le Mali, c'est très important. C'est ce qui a motivé le déplacement de M. le ministre. Surtout que ces dernières années, le Mali a connu une crise énergétique et on est en train de tout faire pour y remédier. Donc, la collaboration avec des institutions comme l'ISA et d'autres partenaires est très primordiale. Donc, c'est pour rappeler aussi les résultats de nos discussions avec le directeur général de l'ISA, tout ce qui concerne le déploiement des solutions au niveau de l'agriculture. Donc, c'est pour aller accélérer un peu, pour aider le secteur agricole. On a parlé beaucoup des pertes post-récolte, le système de stockage aussi qui manque. Mais aussi un aspect important aussi, c'est le renforcement des capacités. Parce que si on veut accélérer le déploiement de ces technologies, il faut qu'au niveau national, on ait les capacités nécessaires. On apprécie aussi le projet de solarisation des centres de santé au niveau du Mali qui a été réalisé et qui sont fonctionnels depuis 2023. Donc, dans un contexte de crise, vous mesurez combien l'importance de réaliser ces installations pour ces populations rurales. Je voudrais faire, pour terminer, remarquer que le Mali aussi avait exprimé le besoin de devenir un centre star, parce que l'agence que je préside actuellement a un grand rôle à jouer dans le déploiement de l'énergie solaire, dans la promotion, parce que c'est un centre aussi de recherche et de promotion de tout ce qui concerne les solutions d'énergie solaire. Donc on attend le soutien de l'ISA pour nous aider à progresser dans cette voie. Donc je vous remercie.
Thank you. I think we have Republic of Guinea. That was the last one we do have. Republic of Guinea.
Allô, merci. Moi, c'est Salifou Kamara. Je suis le directeur national adjoint de l'énergie de la République de Guinée. Je m'aligne à mes prédécesseurs pour remercier l'hospitalité du Ghana ainsi que la qualité de l'organisation. Je remercie également l'ISA pour tout l'effort fourni pour aider nos pays à accroître l'accès à l'énergie. Ma question repose sur le programme 6 de l'ISA. L'année dernière, la Guinée a entrepris le développement d'une centrale solaire pour hybrider 2 centrales hydroélectriques qui existent. Et aujourd'hui, les études de faisabilité menées par l'entreprise indienne NTPC. Et de notre côté, nous avons aussi réalisé les études d'impact environnemental par notre société d'électricité EDG. Toutes les conditions techniques prouvent aujourd'hui la viabilité technique et financière de ce projet. C'est pourquoi, à travers cette réunion, nous demandons l'accompagnement de l'ISA pour finaliser cette étude et aller jusqu'à la phase dossier d'appel d'offres. Ceci nous permettra d'hybrider ces 2 centrales pour pouvoir injecter cette énergie sur le réseau interconnecté. Ces 2 centrales, je rappelle, sont menacées par le problème de changement climatique. Donc, nous voulons vraiment l'accompagnement de l'ISA pour finaliser, aller à la phase des dossiers d'appel d'offres. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of any further comment, I request the ISA Secretariat to take due note of all these valuable inputs which will help inform the way forward. I'm really grateful for these insightful suggestions, strategies, questions, and perspectives shared. So I think we now move to agenda item 6. Yes, which is the Africa for Solar ISS alignment with Mission 300 for bolstering energy access in Africa. And I'm very happy that we are forming this collaboration and partnership. So we don't work in silos and in isolation, but we collaborate to ensure that we pull the synergies together. Mission 300 and in the International Solar Alliance, they share a common vision. So I'm very happy. Without taking too much time, I think I would invite the Director General of the ISA to moderate this session. DG, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will request the panelists to please come on stage, and then I will begin by requesting Damilola to give an introduction session. We have Honorable Minister Adebayo Adelabu from Nigeria. Please, if you can come. Then from the Africa Advisory Group, we have Mr. Moni Kaptan, former Foreign Minister and CEO of Liberia Electricity Corporation. Mr. Vijay Iyer, former Vice President of MIGA and Head of Africa Energy of World Bank. and Dr. Daniel Schroth, Director for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, Africa Development Bank.
So, Director, with your permission, after 6, I would like you to continue with 7 as well, which
Sure.
also comes to you, and then 8. So you take 6, 7, and
Okay.
Yes, I'll be there.
Okay.
I want to yield for.
But you are also a panelist on this session. Yes, thank you so much. I'm so thankful that you can stay for a little bit more time. Please come. Thank you so much for agreeing to spend a little bit more time. So, welcome everyone. As you know, Mission 300 is a very interesting time for having an alignment between most development partners and governments in putting energy access and energy at the heart of development agenda. And I'm delighted that my friend Damilola is a co-chair as Mission 3 of the Mission 300 working group. We will begin by requesting her to give a little bit of a brief overview of where we are on Mission 300 and especially on what lies ahead on the implementation challenges for meeting the objectives of Mission 300, and that will give the direction for how we can all work together. Damilola, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies. I'll try and keep this short. For most of you know that Mission 300 was born out of the spring meetings of the World Bank and IMF in 2024, and there was a historic commitment to electrify 300 million Africans in addition to the people who have been electrified in sub-Saharan Africa by both the African Development Bank and also the World Bank. This is being done in partnership with the Sustainable Energy for All, Rockefeller Foundation, and the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and organizations like ISA. The ambition is clear: to make sure 45% of people who don't currently have electricity access get it. So what have we been doing since 2024? There was a big summit which a lot of you ministers came to in Dar es Salaam, which had a declaration at Dar es Salaam to say that M300 partners were going to come together. This happened in January. In February at the African Union, this was formally adopted as the plan for the African Union. Now we have worked with 12 countries, including my own, to get their energy compacts ready. And there's also compact delivery units that have been set up. There's a further 20 countries, of which Ghana is included, that are going to present their energy compacts in September of this year at the General Assembly. This is very, very important because the energy compact signifies what you want for your countries in terms of sustainable energy by 2030. It is about the policy direction, the enabling environment, the connections to grid, utility reforms, and cost-reflective tariffs that need to happen. It's also a gateway for technical assistance to work with your teams. So please, my plea is that anyone that has not set up their compact delivery units in their countries, if you're having any challenges, please let us know. And please let us know the technical assistance that's needed. And then finally, one of the key parts of Mission 300 that should be attractive to all the leaders today is the amount of concessional financing. I spoke about it earlier in my opening, but I just wanted to break it down so it's more granular. So the World Bank Group and African Development Bank has committed 48 billion of financing to Mission 300. The Islamic Development Bank has committed 2.65 billion. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank has committed 1.5 billion, and the OPIC Fund has committed 1 billion, together with the ADB in France, who have committed 1 billion. So this just illustrates just how much that is already committed in concessional financing. We know this is not enough. We know that we will be needing on the regions of about 127 billion in concessionary financing and a lot more from private sector. But really the views and our progress lies in this room. I really look forward to hearing from you and for you to tell us at the UN system how we can support you in making sure that your Mission 300 compact delivery units are activated, and more importantly, we connect to the people on ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamilula. If you don't mind, I will have a follow-up question for you. You know, you and I have discussed that a lot of Mission 300, it is about Africa taking charge of their own agenda. And while concessional finance is important, I'm very glad the debate is also moving towards attracting private sector investment. If you can mention, as you are seeing all these 12 compact delivery units, what are the top 1 or 2 issues that African governments must prioritize? And within that, how do you think institutions like International Solar Alliance, but also a wider partnership to other continents beyond the multilaterals, how can that be aligned to bring us on board in Mission 300?
Thank you very much. I mentioned it earlier, policy and regulation is really important on all levels. To give you an example, a lot of your countries have now set out their mini-grid policies and their solar DRE policies. But one of the things that some of these policies don't state is what happens when the grid gets there. What happens to the investments that have occurred? Are you bringing the right standards in terms of your equipment standards to allow you to connect to the grid easily? So that just gives you an example. The other part is the access to local currency financing, of which I mentioned earlier. We cannot keep on financing our projects in hard currency, and when there's a hit globally or a devaluation, it affects the integrity of the project. So a lot of people then say the project fails, but there was nothing wrong technically sound with the project. It was the way it was financed. And that's why I'm really happy that the next session will talk about African-grown initiatives of which international organizations can come in. I think we spoke about Aminu there. Aminu Umar Sadiq is the head of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. And they have really led the way in Nigeria in terms of climate initiatives, having guarantee instruments, having a dedicated entity that is looking at how to develop grids, smaller cell grids on the distribution network. Why that is important is when people see a Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority working with an ISA, they will want to come and invest in the country. So it's interesting, and I'll really love to hear what are the instruments you have in your own countries. The Minister of Power here has also been very instrumental of utilizing our pension funds. So we passed an act or a policy allowing our pension funds to invest 30% of their income into infrastructure, which included power infrastructure as well. This is trillions of naira, at least, that can come into the sector. So I just want to show that this is why it is good to leverage instruments like ISA to guarantee the pension funds, who have to make exactly the same returns, and to work with local institutions to not just solve a power challenge, but to also solve a finance challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Always great to have your leadership on pushing Africa to find its own solutions. I may start with you, Honorable Minister Jinapur. Ghana, of course, has done a remarkable job on energy access. Now you're focusing on the last 10%. But now that you are beginning Mission 300, how do you see the main challenge for Ghana in terms of Mission 300? And within that, it was very exciting, and thank you for mentioning about a conversation on inclusion through pumps, through looking at what it means for industries. How do we weave in a much broader private sector engagement in resolving this, and how can ISA be more helpful?
One of the challenges we face as a country is in our quest to achieve universal access, we went for a lot of IPPs. Now they are here, and the cost is really biting us. And so cost is very, very, very important now. That's why we've already gone to Parliament to pass a law which compels us to do competitive bidding. So we determine ahead of time, what do we require? What are our needs? Then we take that through competitive process so that we get the least cost possible. And so we have enough power, we are exporting a lot of power, but the cost of power in Ghana, in my opinion, we have to take a second look at it.
So what we would really want to work with my sister is how can we have cheap source of power for economic development. And that for me is very, very important. And solar really fits in that category because the price is coming down at a point where signing solar PPAs for 18 cents, I mean, that is just not sustainable. We've had to renegotiate them, and they've agreed now to go to about 6 to 8 cents. But we think we can drill down further, and we can come down to about 4, learning from best practices. So it's not just deploying the power or the solar systems. What is the cost? And then more importantly, how do we balance the needs? So it's something that we really look forward to learning from our colleagues. Yes, you can have that power, but at that cost, it makes that power very, very unsustainable. And that is what we've been drilling down to ensure that we have the least but most efficient source of power. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to first go on this side, Vijay. Vijay, you handled energy sector for a long time for the World Bank, and then you also had the privilege of looking at risk guarantee instruments. On this challenge that the minister has mentioned about reducing the cost of generation, we all feel that Africans unfortunately are still struggling with very high cost. What kind of risk mitigation approaches and financing innovation is really needed to accelerate the push that we have been talking about solar?
So let me start by saying that, risk like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So you take several different project sponsors, show them the same project, and they are all going to have a different view of the risk because they have differing appetites. It's like bungee jumping, right? You have the same bungee jump for everyone. It's 400 feet fall. But some people choose to do it, some people choose not to do it. And I think Damilola put her finger on the problem that when we talk about renewable energy mini grids, the foremost concern in the investor's mind is what do you do when the grid comes there? And earlier, I think when you were making your presentation, Ashish, you mentioned that many countries have come out with renewable energy laws and regulations. The more we can specify the framework under which the distributed renewable energy projects will take place, the more interest we would see from private sector. I think the best risk mitigation that we can offer to the private sector is a clear communication of what the parameters under which the project will be done so that the investor can say with confidence that over the 15-year life of the project, my assumptions about my customer base and my tariffs would not change, and that I would have the same business parameters that I started with at the end of the project. Because as we discussed, the financing issues are very difficult. Bankability is very difficult once there is a lot of uncertainty around the entire project period. And that ties into the other question that you raised about risk mitigation mechanisms. The more the uncertainty for the project, the more difficult it is to find the financing that is required. We can put concessional finance, we can put other instruments for risk mitigation, but if the fundamentals of the project itself are not going to stand up to commercial parameters, to commercial fundamentals, no amount of concessional financing can make it work. It's going to fail. So my sense is that for governments to create an enabling environment for private sector to come in more and more, we want to localize as much as possible the financing, the participants, and in that context, the initiative that ISA is doing with Africa 50 to provide equity support, this enables more local companies in Africa to actually participate in these kinds of projects. Because to the extent that you can minimize the translation risk of foreign currency debt payments, foreign currency dividend payments, to that extent you are making the project ecosystem more robust. And finally, I would say that governments need to have a clear way of describing the risk parameters for the private sector, either through law, regulation, or through clearly elucidated term sheets that the private sector can see. It's transparently available, it's available to all, the same conditions. And then you have proper mechanisms for dispute resolution within those term sheets and within those laws and regulations, because disputes will arise. Ashish, you mentioned that in India 115 gigawatt has been done, but still there is a lot of messiness in the sector. And that messiness is something that we have to take for granted. So there has to be ways in which, when parties don't agree, the government and the sponsor don't agree, there are ways to resolve those conflicts without resorting to very costly mechanisms. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. We'll come back, and if I may go to Minister Adebayo. Nigeria has proven a very interesting example of one of the best DRE ecosystems, while the grid still leaves a lot to be desired. So it's a very interesting contrast on almost like a continent leadership on private sector-led DRE, while the utility-based models are still evolving even after privatization. With that background, what kind of financing and Mission 300 implementation mechanisms you are looking for? And we had a very interesting discussion yesterday, how we can partner, so perhaps you can elucidate that as well. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly use this opportunity to also thank ISA for bringing us together here, for the wonderful work you've been doing, Ashish, especially since you were in the World Bank, covering Africa, and what you've been doing since you actually took over the leadership of ISA. Thank you so much. And also I want to commend the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank for coming up with the Mission 300 initiative that targets to reduce by 50% the level of energy poverty in Africa by electrifying additional 300 million people within the next 5 years. It's actually an initiative that aligns with our national strategic trust in Nigeria. Thank you so much, Damilola, for driving that. And lastly, to also express my gratitude to my dear brother from a brother country, the Honorable Minister for Energy and Green Transition in Ghana, Honorable John Abdullah. Thank you so much for the hospitality, for what you have extended to us since we came in here a day or 2 days ago. Thank you so much for that. Now, going straight to the question. Nigeria actually presents a very unique and a different example when it comes to electrification, extension, and reducing the level of energy poverty in Africa, probably by the magnitude of our population. If you're talking about 680 million people in Africa that lacks energy access, almost 85 million out of this, about 20%, is from Nigeria. And at the same time, with over 150 million energy access currently being provided in Nigeria, is about 21% of the total Africa energy access. We have done so much, and we still have a long way to go. With energy poverty at around 38 to 40% in Nigeria, we have discovered that the central grid or the national grid cannot provide the 100% electrification for the entire country. And our strategy has always been the decentralized renewable energy. Number one, it's faster, than grid extension. Number two, it's cheaper because extending grid access to most of our rural communities can prove to be very expensive and economically unviable. So we have practical experience in this. And the magnitude of access extension that we are looking at sincerely requires a lot of private sector involvement. Government alone can never, ever do it. It will be slow, it will drag for too long, and our people will be suffering from lack of prosperity. So we believe that what we have done in Nigeria, we have the largest off-grid market in Africa with almost 1,000 mini-grid already installed across rural communities in Nigeria, across isolated institutions, and even public buildings, and they've been working perfectly well. But we still believe that we need to move at a faster pace because we need to make giant steps. How do we do this? Government must stand up to the responsibilities because they need to provide a kind of conducive environment that will catalyze private investment into this space. Number one is the security and the social protection for investors to feel comfortable to come down. Then, number two is the consistency and transparency of regulations. Investors care much about how consistent your regulations are so that you don't keep changing regulation every other month or every other year. And your policies have to be quite supportive. You must come up with integrated, comprehensive, national strategic electrification policy that will be available there for private investors to see. They can even interrogate, and there will be an institution that will be ready to provide explanations on what each of your policy actually means. It should be very, very clear and unambiguous. Then the issue of consumer protection. Most of the things that actually discourage adoption or embracing this renewable energy by customers, by consumers, is the possibility of extortion, trade practices that extort our people, that exploit our people. We must be able to protect the consumers with good policies. And lastly is partnering with the private sector. The private sector, the main issue, like you mentioned, is financing. And we must be creative in making available the right kind of financing model that will attract investors. Renewable energy is quite nascent in Africa, and we're all learning. Number one is there must be proof of concepts that will be funded by government and the supportive multilateral agencies in a few locations to prove to people that this can actually work. But beyond the conventional grid provision of energy, a lot of people still believe that renewable energy is not sustainable, is not reliable. There have been a number of locations that have been given electricity 6 months, 1 year, a year after they go back to darkness because of lack of sustainability of that model. So it is part of de-risking investment in renewable energy space. The government and the multilateral development agencies must be ready to spend the initial investment to convince investors. Once we are sure of this, then we now come to the kind of financing model that will attract the kind of investment. We submitted our Mission 300 compact, and we found out that almost $32 billion is required to achieve our targets in the next 5 years. Out of this, $12 billion should come from government and almost $20 billion from private sector. How do you attract it? Number one, there must be capital subsidies, which is part of the risking investment in the renewable energy space. There must be capital subsidies. What we have done to achieve the kind of mini-grid installation that we have, almost 1,000 across Nigeria today, is for every electrification that the private sectors put money on, there is a percentage that is paid back to them through our Nigeria Electrification Project, NEP, and now we are in theirs of that distributable access through renewable energy scale-up. $750 million from the World Bank additional $190 million from JICA, that's Japanese International Cooperation Agency. That's almost $1 billion in theirs, which will go a long way to also improve what we do in that space. So I believe that there must be blended financing instruments that can be used to make investment in the renewable energy space profitable to private investors. Every private investor is rational, and what they look at is profit, the recovery of their investment and their return on investment. If they don't see this, they don't see any line of sight in getting this back, it's tough for you to invite them. Then number 3 is there must be credit guarantees. There must be a form of a guarantee. Okay, if you put your money into this space, you are sure of the return of your principal, return on your interest, and concessional funds. No country in Africa can succeed in improving the energy access through a double-digit credit facility. It is not possible. There must be concessional funds at very attractive interest rate to fund some of this investment. If it is not available, then it is really, really tough for us to achieve our plan. Before I round up, I even believe that the economics of the power sector is becoming more important than the technical. But there's a difference between availability and affordability. My dear brother, Minister for Energy here, has said something about the very high cost of generation in Ghana. Same goes for Nigeria. Until we're able to achieve the least cost generation of a single digit per kilowatt of energy, because of the low income levels in Africa, affordability level is low. We still subsidize preponderance of consumers, even in Nigeria. We've started transiting into cost-reflective tariff, that's commercialization of energy pricing, but it's going to be able to achieve 15% of consumers. We still subsidize about 85% of consumers today. And with that movement into CRT by 15%, we have seen the increase in generation, we have seen the increase in consumption, and we have seen the stability in provision of electricity, which means that we're able to achieve migration to cost-reflective tariff, 100%. Sincerely, we're going to achieve 100% electrification in Nigeria within the next 5 years, because government cannot afford to continue subsidizing electricity. But there are other competing sectors. Defense is there, education is there, health is there, that are competing for government funds. So it is really tough. We must be able to achieve least cost generation. Number 2 is to also reduce losses. There are lots of transmission and distribution losses that actually form inputs into the cost of electricity generation. If you're able to reduce, which is why I was excited when I met your colleague yesterday that achieved so much, 35% reduction in losses while he was Minister of Energy in his country. I want to sit down with him. How did they achieve this? So we must reduce transmission and distribution losses for us to achieve that. Then lastly is the issue of the focus of our energy expansion. Sincerely, we have focused too much on lighting up households alone. And given income levels, a lot of people cannot afford the cost of energy just lighting up the households. We must focus more on achieving economic prosperity through energy expansion. We must focus more on productive use of energy, whereby the business that we are using the energy for can generate the payment for the electricity being used. We have talked about improving agricultural productivity through the use of irrigation pumps to boost productivity, through the use of cold storage, solar-powered cold storage, through the use of solar-powered planters, solar-powered harvesters, even processing of agri-products. If we do this, it's going to improve productivity, means more income to our rural farmers, and they'll be able to afford to pay for electricity. So we need to focus more on that, and even institutions. But it means better quality education, better quality medical services, and a lot of things that we can actually use energy for, instead of focusing on lighting up households. So in Nigeria, we focus more on solar home systems for households, where you can actually control how much you consume using cards and all that. When it comes to mini-grids, we focus on communal businesses, agriculture powering, education powering, medical institutions powering, and other isolated institutions. Number one, to achieve extended energy, to achieve cost dilution, to achieve reliability, even in semi-urban centers. And lastly, is to achieve our energy transition plan because of climate protection. So there's so much that we're able to do in Nigeria, but I still believe there's still a lot left for us to do. Thank you.
No, thank you for this very clear enunciation. I would also like to just mention the minister, maybe a little bit of a very good discussion yesterday of how can an institution like International Solar Alliance dovetail in your Mission 300 implementation on issues of institutions, building capability, including, as I mentioned, through education, testing labs, digitization as a ways of improving efficiency. We also discussed looking at new institutions like Solar Energy Corporation, because as a federal structure, how you are actually going to de-risk, because you cannot give guarantees for all new investments. And then, of course, we also looked at solar pumps. The Minister of Ghana also talked about that as a very important element in terms of a big program. And of course, we will discuss with Aminu in terms of the innovation on the DRE fund, which is very important. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I mean, when I was speaking earlier, I made mention of the cost of energy generation and the sustainability of a lot of these mini grids installation all over. When we did our study, that a number of sites where we had mini grids, 6 months, 1 year, or even maximum 2 years down the line, they went back to darkness. We found out that it was a problem of sustainability. And one of the major issues with sustainability is lack of local capability. We need to train our people. We need to have a technology transfer. We need to have people that within a very short turnaround time, they can not only install, they can also maintain this without relying absolutely on expatriates. You know, we need this technology importation to start with, but we must be able to maintain it locally. The number two is the poor local content in a lot of these solar energy equipment. Today, 90% of countries will still import solar panels, we import cables, we import batteries, we import virtually everything. Apart from the poor supply of foreign currency in most African countries, the turnaround timing is also too long. And if you look at these African countries, all the raw materials that are required to manufacture all this equipment, they are present here. In Nigeria, we have almost the largest deposit of lithium that can be used for battery manufacture. We can manufacture meters locally. We can manufacture panels locally, cables locally. It will not only save us of the FX requirement, it will also reduce the turnaround timing for this. So focus on developing local capacity, local content for equipment, and sustaining all these solar installations is very important, and the issue of digitization. Because you come into a market, you must be able to know automatically where you should direct investments without bothering so much. So I believe digitization will help us to achieve this. Then our youth entrepreneurship. All this, if we localize it, is going to provide a lot of employment and job opportunities for our people, and indirectly, it will improve the income levels and affordability of the cost of energy. So they are all interwoven, and we must call on ISA to focus more on this. It's good, you can support us in installing a few solar fields here and there, but technical support, advocacy campaign, and ability for you to support us to achieve local capacity and local capability is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much for, again, re-emphasizing, which we also believe that we have to go beyond demonstration projects to creating platforms for building your local capability and others. You mentioned something, I'm going to come to you, Moni, on this. I think while you were the Liberia Electricity Corporation chairperson, Liberia delivered extremely good performance on reduction of losses. A lot of countries here may not know that Liberia achieved 30% reduction in losses and commercial efficiency over a period of 3-4 years. If you can start with that, because that is really the essence of attracting private sector investment. Your utilities need cash to pay. It's a work in progress. But second, since the mode is also about solar and a little bit of how to promote solar in a country with low access like Liberia, what has been your experience of what works? Over to you for these two questions.
Thank you very much, DG. The challenge of commercial losses is one of the primary reasons that our national utilities are not sustainable, and that's where most of the financial challenges come from. And so if we do not tackle commercial losses, there's no way a utility will be viable. There's no way PPAs they sign are going to be bankable because they will be of no value to an IPP. So we had to actually try to diagnose where the principal cause of commercial losses. And so we went on a massive disconnection campaign. And at the end of the day, we were quite surprised to discover that the primary cause of commercial losses was simply the lack of meters. Customers did not have meters. And utilities did not have meters to connect customers. And so we realized that over 90% of those that were disconnected were customers that had direct tap of the network. And so we invested significantly into meters and started to supply customers with meters. And that triggered a reduction in commercial losses more than anything else. Initially, we thought that enforcement of power theft laws and all of that would give us the outcomes that we wanted. They did not give us the outcomes. But when we started to meter customers and we made the process of acquiring meters easy, we realized that it facilitated compliance and we're able to significantly reduce power theft. You don't stop at providing the meters. The next step is to monitor. And you don't have to physically monitor. You can easily look remotely at, we had prepaid meters installed, so we could monitor consumption and the recharging of meters, and that helped a lot. But for countries like Liberia and some of the fragile countries around, I think the elephant in the room that we tend not to pay attention to is the perception of political risk by investors. And if we don't address the question of political risk and how investors see that, it's going to be very difficult to attract private investment. So I believe that one of the most important things that a utility and the government can do is to work towards de-risking private investment. And that should be through a partnership. Many times we think that there is a competition between the private investor and the national utility. We don't have to have that. We can have a partnership where we work together and the government and the national utility can be enablers for private investment. So one of the things I think would be very important to start from first is to have a regulatory framework, policy framework that gives certainty to an investor. Do we have very clear regulations on licensing, how long it takes, tariff setting, interconnection to the grid, the standards that we need. I think if we're very clear about that, it gives some kind of a certainty to investors and give them some confidence. The second concern most speakers have talked about is a question of financing. How do we manage financing? It seems that blended financing seems to be a way to go because it really helps move private investment. But one thing I can say, if a utility gets its financials right and the project is done properly and bankable, you will start to discover that even private investment can come in on equity financing. But you have to do your homework. If you don't do that, you won't be able to accomplish that. Once that initial risk is taken by the private investor and there's some equity financing, the rest of the financing can come afterwards if you face your project implementation. Another thing that can be done, utilities can do, is to provide a sort of an anchor power purchase agreement that can help a private investment ensure that they do have off-takers that they can move forward from. On solar, one of the biggest challenges remains with land tenure, and that needs to be resolved. And I think the best way to do that is to really formalize the solar zones that we've been talking about. Rather than just talking about it, they need to be clearly designated. All of the legal paperwork has to be done, and there should be land tenure security attached to that. Secondly, I think we also need some level of planning for future integration into the grid, because there's always that concern. How long is my project going to be sustainable? If the grid gets to where I am, what happens? So I think if there is a collaboration and cooperation on planning for grid integration, that will go a long way in helping. For investors, they want to see that there's some long-term revenue certainty. If not, the whole purpose of achieving lower prices, say with even solar projects, will not work, because you try to amortize your investment over a shorter period and then your price goes up. So if there can be some certainty provided on long-term revenue certainty, I think it provides the room for a longer amortization period, and then to have some breathing space on the tariffs. So I'll end with this. And last thing I'd like to mention is that I think we need to look at solar in the context of a generation mix and how we transition towards a higher ratio of renewables. A lot of countries in Africa are still experiencing very high tariff rates. Cost of electricity is very high. And one way to start to bring it down is to have a close examination on our generation mix and to show that we are transitioning more and more towards renewables, so that at the end of the day, the average price of electricity goes down with a clear transition policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Moni. So, Daniel, if I were to move to you, last but not the least, importance of reducing cost of generation, increasing energy access, utilities, policy certainty. How has the AFDB lending environment and looking at innovation on financing changed after Mission 300? How do you see sitting there?
Thank you very much, Ashish, and thank you to ISA for inviting us, associating us to this important event, and to Ghana for the hospitality. Let me just highlight a couple of points. First, I think what, from my perspective, really distinguishes Mission 300 from other efforts that have undoubtedly taken place over the last decade in particular. I think there are three key points for me. The first one is that we have with Mission 300 that very high-level top endorsement at the level of the presidents. The Dar es Salaam summit that Damilola mentioned was a clear demonstration of that. But also that it's sort of done in an interministerial way. So it's really not just the Minister of Power, who of course has a key role to play, but also other ministries that come in, whether it's agriculture, health, but also Ministry of Finance, which ultimately hold the purse strings. I think that's very important. The second is really this kind of focus on partnerships. And first of all, I think from my perspective and also experience that I have, it's an unprecedented degree of partnership between the World Bank and the African Development Bank that has not been there in any other kind of segment of sort of Africa's cooperation to date. And I think that's very encouraging. And you see other partners that really have a very important role to play rally around that partnership. Damilola mentioned some of the co-financing commitments that have been made. We have received already to date more than 30 confirmations to be part of what we call the Mission 300 Development Partners Coordination Group. So there's a tremendous kind of alignment of partners around us, which increases impact, but also efficiency, particularly for the governments in terms of dealing with partners, really kind of also help to reduce your kind of coordination effort by sort of aligning and bringing additional partners to the table. And then the third key point really, and a lot of the discussion has been around this, is sort of putting the private sector at the center from the get-go. So if you look at the energy compacts that are under development, some have already been finalized. There's a dedicated priority around how to create a better enabling environment for more private sector investments. So I think that's sort of key. From the African Development Bank side, there are a couple of points I want to highlight in terms of financing instruments. One is obviously we have to make sure that we deploy sort of our statutory resources at scale in support of Mission 300. Now that obviously requires governments also to prioritize energy when it comes to sort of allocations of bank funding that are sort of limited in a country kind of context. So can we kind of designate Mission 300 as a key priority for the next African Development Fund cycle, for example? Similar to the World Bank, of course, with mobilization of IDA resources. The second is concessional finance. I mean, there was a lot of reference to concessional finance and the mobilization of concessional finance, and that's, of course, very scarce capital, particularly in the current geopolitical context. So this is why we also with Mission 300 are really emphasizing sort of scaling up vehicles that already have a track record of delivery. So on our side, that's really our Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA, which is our largest in-house blended finance facility. We've approved 108 million in concessional finance through SEFA last year. We've been supporting with junior equity tranches a variety of funds from ARM Harif in Nigeria, which is sort of really trying to bring in pension funds in a Nigerian context, to Persistent Venture Builder Fund, looking at venture capital, to energy access platforms such as Cross-Boundary Energy Access Platform, PowerGen, and others. But also kind of blending sort of our private sector lending with sort of concessional tranches, sort of to reduce the cost for the end beneficiaries. So we've been, for example, last year supporting solar projects with battery storage in Chad. We've been supporting solar in Burkina Faso. We've just approved the first IPP in Togo with the Sokode project, and there are many others sort of to come. So that's, I think, another priority. And then one other kind of point I want to highlight is sort of on the decentralized energy access side, I think one of the key challenges that we're seeing in the market is sort of that lack of equity. And there is an equity crunch, and I think ISA's efforts in this space can really contribute to that as well. But we have, with the World Bank Group, both World Bank and IFC launched what we call Project Safiri, which is a permanent capital vehicle, really providing long-term patient capital for DRE companies and helping sort of to address that equity shortage. And from our side, we've just approved in July by our board $40 million, 30 million banks' own equity and 10 million junior equity from SEFA for this Project Safiri that we see as an important kind of element of that ecosystem. Similarly, we're sort of trying to scale some of the facilities that we've already created a couple of years ago. For example, on the debt side for DRE, there's a facility for energy inclusion, FEI, that has been supporting many companies across the continent. We're now working with the fund manager on a FEI 2.0, sort of really scaling something that already works and sort of maybe developing this into sort of a debt platform also for Mission 300 more broadly. So these are some of the examples. There's a lot more that could be mentioned, but let me stop here.
Well, in the interest of time, we'll have to wrap, but I'm going to do things that was not planned. I'm going to ask each panelist just a line. What would success of Mission 300 in a year from now look like? because it's so ambitious, and this language, which I feel very happy, but it's challenging. The narrative is completely on how to enable private sector, how to get every concessional finance, look at leverage, look at capacity, look at policy regulations, and therefore this can take time. Perhaps I'm going to start with you, Damilola, because you are chairing it. What would success to you in a year from now look like?
One line. Okay, success is the implementation and getting some of these funds in countries to start implementing these projects.
Minister Adina, what would Nigeria and Ghana success in a year look like?
You know, the irony of the matter between Nigeria and Ghana is the fact that he calls us his big brother, but he got independence before us. No, what I see as a success for Mission 300 in the year 2030 is in Nigeria to see electricity access in Nigeria improve by additional 40 million by year 2030, and energy costs more affordable to our people, and sustainability achievable through development of our local capability and use more of our local resources. Thank you.
Well, I would simply say deliver affordable, reliable, dependable, but more importantly, clean energy to the remaining 10% of Ghanaians. If we can achieve that, I'll be very, very proud. Thank you.
Before I respond to that question, I just had one quick point to emphasize. So this was triggered by the Honorable Minister from Nigeria's comments. So, and since there are a lot of ministers here, governments are represented, I wanted to emphasize this. The one big source of risk for mini grids is the non-payment by government consumers, right? We talked about hospitals, schools, government offices, and these cannot be disconnected by the grid. So one appeal that I have to make to everyone is that if we want mini grids to succeed, we have to make sure that government agencies, government institutions do their part in paying their bills, because that is a very key source of risk for the mini grids. Now, coming to your question about success, I hope a year or two from now, we are talking about the 10 or 15% of households, businesses that are in very remote areas that we have not been able to connect. Because there is no reason why, with the effort that I see every country putting forth, we are not able to connect the bulk of people that live in urban, peri-urban, and densely populated rural areas. We should be talking about connecting the last remaining 10% in the next 2 to 3 years.
I'd like to see financial closure on at least one project per country.
Okay.
By the end of next year.
Daniel?
I would like to see some of the bold reforms that are included in these compacts actually implemented, and that sort of triggering a significant increase in private sector investments in particular.
Great. So there is a lot of alignment, bold reforms, private sector investment, financial closure, all leading to access for marginalized consumers and all. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. And at International Solar Alliance, we would be very keen to align with more and more countries on what you're doing through the Mission 300. I'm going to hand it back to the MC for the next session. And I think, Honorable Chair, we can move to the next agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to item number 7, which is the ministerial session on the Africa Solar Facility. ASF for helping is fundraising for solar projects in Ghana. This is how we can raise financing, de-risk investment, and make these projects bankable by mobilizing concessional and private capital and removing the bottlenecks that hinder solar deployment across Africa. And once again, I invite my able Director General to guide us through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister, we're going to be a little rushed on this because we were supposed to close at 2:30. We'll probably take 10-15 more minutes. I'm going to hand over to our Chief of Private Sector, Kanv, to introduce the panel.
No, go ahead. Good afternoon, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends. It's both a privilege and a responsibility today to welcome you to this ministerial session on the Africa Solar Facility here in Accra. The Africa Solar Facility is not merely a funding mechanism, it's a strategic enabler. It is designed to de-risk investments, crowd in private capital, and accelerate deployment of solar solutions that meet the need of communities, industries, and governments alike. But catalytic finance, as we've already seen in our professional lives, is not just about numbers, it's about trust. It's about building confidence amongst investors, governments, and citizens that solar is not only viable, but vital, not only clean, but competitive, not only aspirational, but achievable. Today's session is a call to action. We are joined by leaders who have, fortunately, the power to shape policy, unlock capital, and inspire innovation. So we urge that we use today's session and the limited time we have to reaffirm our shared commitment to a solar-powered Africa, an Africa that is resilient, inclusive, and ready to lead. Thank you for your presence, partnership, and purpose. We are fortunate to have a phenomenal line of panelists with us today. Please join me in welcoming Aminu Umar Sadiq, MD and CEO of NSIA. Next, we have His Excellency Mr. Nani Jawara, Honorable Minister for Petroleum, Energy and Mines, Gambia. Then we have His Excellency John Jinapur, Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Government of Ghana. Next in line is His Excellency Mr. Flavian Philomel, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment, Government of Seychelles. And then, of course, we have Mr. Ajay Kumar Sinha, our long-standing partner, Head of Corporate Planning and Strategy at the Solar Energy Corporation of India. And last but not the least, Abidun Aina, Principal Investment Officer, International Finance Corporation. The session will be moderated by our Honorable DG at ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna. So without much delay, requesting the DG to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. The session before lunch, especially when we are very late, is always the most challenging task. I will try and do justice. My request to everyone would be that let's please be brief while being very, very focused. I'm going to start with my friend Aminu. You are trying to be a trailblazer in trying to do a very different kind of a solution by a local sovereign wealth fund giving a model for taking charge of a development priority while being profitable. Can you tell us what lessons from the DRE Nigeria Fund can further guide the Africa Solar Facility, and what will be your message to all the ministers on how can sovereign wealth funds and pension funds be used? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure being here. Very briefly, I think from NSI's standpoint, it was very important to take an ecosystem approach. And so the first thing that we sought out to do was to find a way of putting in place a well-capitalized, well-governed, and well-managed financial guarantor to mobilize local currency towards infrastructure financing. Without that, the risk around currency mismatch for infrastructure propositions was just impossible. And therefore, we mobilized capital from AFC, from KFW, from AFDB, and set up what is called InfraCredit to do just that. And that was a fundamental piece in actually driving these power sector solutions. The second thing that we did was to create a project preparatory facility alongside Afrexim, and in fact, alongside that, to also create what we called a construction finance warehouse facility. Because without projects, without world-class, well-developed, bankable projects, then you simply do not have any channel through which your capital gets disbursed. And I think what we found with this was that whilst having the local currency in place, you also then had the projects in place, well developed, in which such capital can be channeled. Then the next is, as my colleague in African Development Bank mentioned, without equity, there's no project. Without equity, without the financiers who are willing to take maximum risk being on the table, then you simply will never reach financial close for these bankable projects. And so alongside partners, we created what we call Ripple, a renewable investment platform for limitless energy in order to aggregate equity to channel towards power propositions. And then, of course, with the Nigeria DRE facility convened by Damilola with Sustainable Energy for All, with Ashish at ISA, to say, how do we actually create a large-scale, nationwide platform to finance distributed renewable energy projects? And that we're also proud to say we have in place. And then, fourthly, or penultimately, without the policies in place, the whole exercise is futile. And I must commend my minister, who has led a very complex set of transparent reforms in order to not only encourage private sector participation in the power sector, but also mobilize at scale capital on the local currency side to also make it work. And then I must end on this note. None of this is relevant unless you are willing to match rhetoric with action, unless you are willing to do. And I think that that audacity in doing, even in a messy environment, is actually the most important linchpin for making it all happen. Thank you.
Wonderful to see that action orientation, Aminu. It's wonderful to have our partnership. Let me go to His Excellency Minister Hubert from Seychelles. We had a very good discussion yesterday on how Seychelles is looking at how do you think a facility like Africa's solar facility, given your benefits that you need, how can a small island state really benefit from something like Africa Solar Facility? And while you respond, because for small island states, climate adaptation and resilience are very important goals, how can innovative finance take care of climate adaptation and resilience as well?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have come a long way as a country in terms of building up a portfolio of projects and also initiating certain renewable projects in the country. That has propelled us to 5% renewable at the moment. And this portfolio of projects should take us to about, by 2028, about 10% renewable. But it comes at a time when, because we are being considered as a high-income country, the amount of finance that is available and the facilities that are available out there is becoming less and less. And for us, we have to blend our finance. We have to find new means of financing the public utility company itself, and also we also have to work with partners in sourcing the appropriate finance for them to finance their project, which are basically private sector financing. The recent project that we have coming up in the country, which is a floating PV project, got into quite some delay because of the lack of financing, and the participants in that project had to go out and really do a great level of activities to source the finance and bring to the table the appropriate blend of capital to get the project going. They have now communicated to us that they are in a good position, but we know that it's been quite difficult and it is a challenge for all different companies. So for us, the proponents from the private and also the public utilities company, they have to find the finance, and we assume that the ASF, if it works according to what it is supposed to do and what is forecast for it to do, it should help us in sourcing finance in the right way, getting the right partners matched with the partners inside the country, and bringing us the right mix of financing so that we can get projects underway and we can reach our target of 15% by 2030. The other side to it is procurement. I think, DG, you mentioned that this facility would also help us in procuring at the right price. We know that solar is attractive also because of the price. Seychelles, we are generating power using HFO and diesel, and the cost of production is about 60% fuel. So for us, solar is very attractive, and we have to find the right mix of cost and bring down the cost of energy to the local communities so that businesses and domestic users can actually thrive. So we hope that the facility can provide that space where we can have companies compete for in terms of their offer, and provide us with the right cost of energy that we can then transform into the actual tariff that we propose to consumers in the country. One point that was raised earlier about risk when it comes to different countries, Seychelles, one of the things that we can guarantee in a way is stability and certainty for investors. Political risk is very low when it comes to Seychelles. Economic certainty, I cannot comment on that, but I would leave that to the big banks and the big players to tell us whether they see Seychelles as stable economically. But we assume that Seychelles, in terms of stability, we won't have that many issues going forward, and we can give that as one of the guarantees to investors in the country. And we're hoping that this also could translate into a better perception of the risks associated with the country. Many times we are caught up as a group in terms of risk, but I think it's also important that we differentiate between different countries, the ones with high risk and the ones with low risk, and we take into account the actual history of each of the different markets that we are working in, and really translate that into numbers that can help us in financing projects in the country. Apart from that, one of the points also that I heard in the presentations earlier was the fact that there is a lot of subsidization of the cost of energy in different countries. In Seychelles, we try to impose on the utility company a performance contract, which means that they have to survive on their own. They have to come up with a framework where they can actually support their own cost, and they can deliver to the consumers the best cost. Of course, because we are an island, because we import all of our energy, the cost still remains high, but we try to move away from directly subsidizing the utility company, and we do regular adjustments in the tariffs to make sure that they remain afloat and that they can actually support their own activities. So it is important that we translate those good practices into better tariffs, and I think with the ASF we can actually get that done and bring down the cost of energy to consumers in Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Hubert. You are also pointing to a question that if you are a small island state and you're doing aggregated procurement, what kind of payment risk and risk mitigation is really needed? And obviously the point that political risk and looking at the payment risk and bankability of the project are very important issues. On the question of risk mitigation, I wanted to go to Solar Energy Corporation of India, where we have Mr. Ajay Kumar Sinha, and some of our discussions bilaterally talked about, rather than looking at project guarantees for every project, are there institutional models for reducing the risk for doing projects? And I think India has a very interesting case of Solar Energy Corporation of India. So, Mr. Sinha, if I can request you in short, tell us, with all these governments and ministers and private sector stakeholders, what is unique about Solar Energy Corporation of India model in de-risking the projects?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'll try to be, before I go to that, the most important thing one need to understand what is Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited. Many of you may not be knowing. This is an institution created by Government of India and sanctioned in 2011, and commercial operation started 2015. Today we are in 2025. By now we have awarded more than almost 75 gigawatt of renewable energy project, and almost 35 are up and running, that commercial operations are going. And that is also pan-India, which has got whether desert or like mountains or like say coastal area or like sea, the islands also. So what I mean to say that every possible products we have tried to do that. And we have not invested, it is a private party who have come and invested. So what has brought that confidence into the system, that's a very important, that's the question what DG has posed. Government of India, by creating this institution, has mitigated multiple challenges which were identified in the beginning. If you look at any private sector, the primary concerns they look into it, the absolutely fair and transparent bidding process. Once that is there, then the award has to happen as per the process, and the contract provisions have to prevail, timelines have to be maintained, and once the project is up and running, as per the contractual provisions, once they start delivering their energy commitments, payments have to happen on time. As we discussed in the morning also and earlier also, we are aware the utilities they are the interface on the ground. They have some issues off and on. How do you mitigate the payment mechanism? As far as SECI is concerned, we have not defaulted a single payment so far. So the developers of the private parties, they are absolutely confident the moment they win our contract. They give us a benefit also, that's it. So how do we do that? We have created in the beginning, when we do a tender, the various provisions are there, and the contract provisions allow them to have, that is isolated from the utility. It's the contract which is signed between Solar Energy Corporation of India and the developer. We manage with the buying entity subsequently, and we retrieve that money from there, recover that money. Any delay, any issue happens, that is dealt separately, but as far as the private party is concerned, they get the payment on time. That's the most important thing. As far as contractual provisions are concerned, we stick to the provisions what we have defined, and it is within the Government of India's guidelines, which is done from time to time, that is done. And say, how do we do this payment security? Some corpus money was created, some funds are created, various mechanism has been created where we have tried to create a cushion where for certain period of delay is taken care of by SECI. So it's a SECI which absorbs the maximum financial, and that's I look at it as one of the most important part for any private party is to get the payment time. They have taken loan because nobody does it on 100% equity. It is the money which they take it from lenders. They have payment commitment, so everything has to flow on time. So that's what we make sure. So this is one of the most important thing I think must I highlight in a short period of time.
Thank you. I think the important thing for everyone to remember is 75 gigawatt of contracts done if you have a good intermediary, especially in a federal structure where your provinces and your states may have very different kind of it's a very interesting model for any African or other country that has a federal structure. I'm going to go to Honorable Minister Nani Juwara. I was very impressed by Gambia's 90% energy access getting into 100% very soon. How does Gambia view the role of Africa Solar Facility in accelerating your own renewable energy and electrification targets? There is a facility now available with Africa 50. You heard about Nigeria, but it's a Pan-Africa facility. What would be your aspirations from this risk mitigation facility or blended finance facility for private sector in DRE?
Thank you very much, DG. The Gambia, I think yesterday we had some discussion, conversations around this. We are a small country, but very ambitious. We have set two very ambitious targets for ourselves. One, to achieve universal access by the end of 2026. By December 2026, we want to have universal access. We want every community in the Gambia to have access to electricity. And we also have very ambitious target in our energy sector master plan, and that is to have at least 40% of the share of our renewable to be 40% by 2040. Of course, this sounds very ambitious, but we have already started the process of achieving that. As we speak, we've already commissioned the first utility scale solar plant in 2024, which was commissioned in March 2024, and is currently under operations. We are working with our partners also, mainly the World Bank, EU, and EIB, to continue to develop solar projects in the Gambia in terms of mini-grids, and also solarizing over 1,100 schools and health facilities in the country. All these projects are ongoing. But we even have a bigger ambition, which is the regional dimension. We are working with the West African Power Pool, supported by the World Bank, to develop a regional solar park in the Gambia. This project is ongoing as we speak. We have already launched a tender for 50 megawatts, which is the first phase of the regional solar park in the Gambia. And currently, that is being evaluated. And that's just going to be the first phase, and the second phase will be another 100 megawatts. All is geared towards increasing our renewable energy capacity and reduce our dependence on fossil fuel. As we speak, we are collaborating more in the regional projects. Particularly, we are a member of the OMVG. And we already have the infrastructure in place, which is the transmission infrastructure, which has been shared by the four countries, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea-Conakry. This is a great opportunity for the country that's going to support us in increasing the share of our renewables. Because if we don't have the infrastructure, it will be impossible for us to increase our variable energy intake. And as such, we are leveraging on the availability of that infrastructure and also modernizing the transmission and infrastructure in the country. As we speak, we have a number of access projects that are ongoing. Over 1,000 communities are going to be electrified before the end of December 2025. And that will lift our access level from 75% to 90% by the end of the year. And we are working closely with our partners so that we can increase the access level faster. But doing this, we are not also depending on the issue of conventionals. We are also trying to push for renewables. And doing that, we would need guarantees. Because PPP is our model. We are now focusing in terms of generation. We said only private sector would be given that opportunity to invest in the generation business of our energy sector. And as such, PPPs requires guarantees. And we have challenges when it comes to currency issues as well, because all these things are denominated in foreign currencies. Normally, we have challenges in terms of the fluctuations in terms of foreign exchange in our country, and therefore, this facility would be essential to help us provide the necessary guarantees, because sovereign guarantees are no more possible for us because of our arrangements with the IMF, the World Bank. They are not authorizing us anymore to provide sovereign guarantees. But of course, the World Bank also is willing and ready, based on the reforms that we are making in the energy sector, to support us in provide some form of guarantees. But that might not be adequate. So this facility will also be necessary to continue to support our effort in increasing our renewable energy share in our energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to turn to the Ghana Deputy Minister, Mr. Richard Gan Mensah. And I'm going to ask this question to both you, but also Aminu. we are hearing that solar pumps and agriculture are extremely important for both Ghana and Nigeria. Now, what we are trying in Nigeria is a facility largely for DRE investment by private sector in mini grids. Do you think why I'm saying having this discussion is, I just came back from Ethiopia, where the biggest problem on solar pumps is a collateral requirement from banks. And nobody is able to buy a solar pump because of demand aggregation and collateral requirements. How can Africa Solar Facility, which is with Africa 50, potentially be used to do a lot of both mini grids and solar pump program? And that is a little bit more of a brainstorming question. I'm sorry I didn't pose it, but it's a good brainstorming question because it is coming very actively in all the discussions. Any quick reaction, Honorable Deputy Minister?
Thank you. With the solar pumps, let me use Ghana example. We've started one at Dowenya with the support of the Korean government. And I believe that once we are looking at having an all year round agricultural activities, it is important that we look at how best we can have get a needed, especially when it comes to the irrigation facilities, how we can get it more cheap. And comparatively, we look at it as solar giving the best option. So let me also emphasize that in Ghana, for instance, we have an off-peak period during the day when we have the sun. So if there's opportunity for us to use the solar facility during the day, we can actually channel that power into agriculture. So it's become very necessary that government have to actually focus on how well we can support the private sector, even government initiatives with some reforms, especially when it comes to the fiscal regime. So like taxes that actually are placed on solar pumps that puts prices very high, that individuals cannot afford it. Maybe government can just take those steps and look at it. Then also with funding, it's important that every government has policies and then support for programs. So it's not always about going to banks and providing the needed collateral. It is also imperative for government to see how best they can channel with the support, or government also coming in to even provide the needed collateral when it's necessary. Or government can also partner with the banks and procure these pumps and make it available to farmers who they have registered with, who can make good use of it. So I think government has a key role to play. It's about facilitating how best they can get these needed pumps. And I said Ghana as an example, we have taken the step and looking at how best we are partnering with the Korean government. And I believe that now that we have this discussion with the ISA and all the funds that have been mentioned here, I think we may also have to look at the opportunities that we can channel to the acquisition of these pumps as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Aminu.
That excellent question, and it's one that actually at the NSIA we have been looking at critically. In the context of Nigeria, you have an SME sector that provides about 70% of our GDP, but only receives about 1 to 1.5% of our capital. And the reason why, as you've identified, is because of the collateralization problem. We set up an entity called Development Bank of Nigeria, and essentially what they do is risk pool with subsidy from the government. And the point of that is to show that, of course, whilst you will always have defaults from SMEs, the extent of those defaults are by far exaggerated. And so the government is coming in alongside the DBN to actually provide that first loss guarantee with the aim of showing over a period of time that the default rates from these SMEs are extremely low. And the hope is that over a period of time with the data in place, the government and DBN can exit so that, in fact, that direct correlation between the banks and the SMEs can remain. It's work in progress, but I think the comfort when you look at the historical data in place is that the risk intermediation requirement for collateralizing these SMEs is exaggerated. You show that by giving comfort to the banks, by providing some kind of risk instrument with the expectation that they then fall away over a period of time.
Thank you. And I just want to re-emphasize this point that a big change in strategic direction that all of you might feel based on this conversation and the previous is that perhaps in order to scale up solar in your respective countries and in order to achieve scale, having ISA to do demonstration projects will not be the way to go. Our role, as this discussion and the previous discussion is showing, is we want to help local currency financing in your respective countries and in terms of your regions be unlocked through Africa Solar Facility, through collateralization. And this is really the way to go in terms of private sector projects. I think this is something we will really request you to consider a lot more as we discuss what are the ways by which we can really help unlock solarization in your countries. I'm going to maybe perhaps in the interest of time request each panelist to give one closing statement very briefly. What would success to you look like in your own programs in a year from now? I'm going to start with the Minister of Seychelles on this side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, economies run on energy. And in order to bring energy to economies, we need money. So to me, success would mean unlocking local financing that is available either from the region or from the country themselves, and actually applying it to bringing that energy to the economy and bringing down the cost and stimulating economic growth in each of our countries. Thank you.
I would want to emphasize on what my minister earlier said. To me, success is making energy affordable, making it reliable, and then dependable. And that is what we are currently pursuing in Ghana. So that's the affordability of it and the asset is very key to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, for us, is to achieve the target by December 2026, where every community in our countries have access to electricity at least cost. That would be success. Thank you.
Sir, my recommendation or say word would be coming on one platform and creating a, say, one institution. It can be similar to SECI or almost similar to SECI, which is customized for the local requirements here, which streamlines the complete process and makes sure that the project's private participation increases, finances are moving, and the payments happen on time. If that mechanism somehow we are able to bring, energy will not be a problem. System will start running by itself. That would be a great thing to happen, sir.
For me, to be operationalizing the Nigeria DRE platform. So to have the first loss capital from ISA coming in, to have NSI's equity coming in, to have the concessionary debt from the World Bank coming in, for us to have attracted local currency financing from pension funds and executed on a couple of transactions.
Thank you, everyone. As you can see, there is so much of possible innovation by looking at local pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, local currency financing, affordable by bringing down the very expensive cost of generation that Africa is struggling with, to universal access, and learn from other countries on how to de-risk projects without having to look at guarantees for every project. A lot of menu on the plate and a lot of work for us. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to all the panelists. I'm going to hand it over to Kanu. I think this is okay. Thank you so much, panelists. We are running a little late. I am going to request the Deputy Minister as a chair to just go through some of the last things, since we already had a wonderful discussion with Damilola, the chair of SC for All. We are right now cancelling the fireside chat that was part of the agenda. And with that, we can quickly move. Thank you so much, chairs. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think the Honorable Chair, you can move immediately to agenda item number 9. That will be the last one. Yes. You can do it here. Here. That's it. Just read this.
So now we look at the agenda item number 9. The next agenda is the preparation of the 8th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for African Region. The regional committee meetings serve as a valuable platform for member countries to align their sustainable development goals with a focus on advancing regional priorities for the clean energy transition. I encourage all members to see this as an opportunity to strengthen our collective clean energy agenda and to extend their support to the Secretariat in organizing future committee meetings. I invite comments and input from members for the 8th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Africa Region to be convened in 2026.
Yeah, I think we are still discussing with a couple of countries as a possible host. Perhaps in another month or two, we will have a view and then we'll get back.
In the absence of any further comments, we shall proceed with the next agenda item, which I think is agenda item 10, which at the moment is being cancelled.
Yeah, I think all the countries had the opportunity. There. The Honorable Minister is here as well, but since a lot of countries were very kind enough to intervene after the presentation on ISA strategy and Africa programs, in the interest of time, a proposal is that if you have any other further comment, there will be opportunities during the sessions that are there. As some of you would have seen, we are having detailed sessions on Star Seas and Global Capability Centers, next generation technology, more on how the whole Africa Solar Facility is being operationalized. There's a private sector CO Caucus. There are sessions on floating solar. Each session will give an opportunity for you to further raise the comments. So in the interest of the time, probably we need not have additional comments, will be our proposal. Then we can close.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, ministers here. Even though we don't have much time, there's a special appeal to my colleague ministers. We want you to stay for 3 more days in Accra so you can explore our city well before you leave. And I can see a lot of you smiling, so I assume that you will stay. So let me thank all of you. It's been very, very fruitful. It's been thought-provoking, and I believe that we will leave here with a commitment to do better for our citizenry. It is my prayer that next year when we meet, we'll be telling some success stories. And I'm confident that that will happen. And so let me thank the ISA, thank Sustainable Energy for All, thank everybody for this very eventful program. I guess we'll be going for the press briefing from here.
Yes, I think somebody is going to guide us on the
What
press
to do.
meet and the lunch.
Okay. So subject to the guidance and the announcements here, we bring this session to a closure. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, with your permission, may I just state 2 points that my team has requested me to just mention. We have 2 countries, Angola and Kingdom of Eswatini, who are in the process for ratification. We have a request if you can accelerate ratification. And we have 3 countries, Central African Republic, Mauritania, and Sierra Leone, that are in the process of signing the ISA framework agreement. If you can, please move ahead and sign it. And a special thanks to 50 private sector companies from Ghana who joined the RCM. A special thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for lunch. All delegates are to proceed to lunch now. Thank you very much for your patience. Bon appetit. And for our ministers, please, you are to proceed to the Primavera Room, for press interactions. So all ministers, again, are to proceed to the Primavera Room for press interactions. And remaining delegates, please do enjoy your lunch. We'll reconvene here in an hour's time. So that's about 3:50 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
hope I will not do any dramatic noise. I still missing a few speakers for the CEO Caucus. If you recognize yourself, please stand. That's the right time, but we have to start in any case. So I will start very briefly and then yield the floor to Mr. Director General for a short introduction. Okay. Waiting for a couple of people.
Come, I'll get you.
Okay, we're good. So thank you very much. Let's start. So, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have some comments from a mix of officials and practitioners. The CEO Caucus is the place for, I would say, an exchange on what is working and what is not working, and to get information coming from the industry, from people who have an habit of working with the PV sector. And we have some distinguished speakers today that will have the time to introduce themselves. The goal here of that session is definitively to understand better which are the barriers, which are the limitations, and we will go through a certain number of subjects during the 1 hour 15 where we will be together. And this put together with comments coming from CEOs from other geographies in the world will lead to a complete document at some point, and will live year after year with the idea that ISA should contribute also to accelerate the development of PV all over the world, and especially in Africa. That's the continent we are in for the time being, by understanding from the field, from the people who have the habit of working with PV, fighting with local authorities, fighting with financiers, fighting with incumbents sometimes, to understand how to accelerate and which are the policies which should be put in place. I've heard many, many interesting things this morning in the session, many demands from many countries which are going in numerous directions, from ISA contributing to financing, to the equity crunch, to financing issues with the necessity for hedging investment, whether investments as they exist for the time being fit the need of many countries, whether we should go for large-scale, small-scale installation, whether it should coupled with electric mobility, with the need for agriculture, and so on and so on. But before starting this, and before giving the floor to Mr. Director General for an introduction to this session, I really would like all countries around the table, if you know people in the industry who have something to bring in terms of contribution, there will be numerous virtual sessions in the 2 coming years where these people will be able to contribute, bring their experience in, and contribute to having a much better understanding of why this sector is not developing in some countries at the speed where it could develop. And that's something that ISA would like to do through the CEO Caucus. It's really benefiting from that experience, gathering it in a comprehensive document that you will have at your disposal. Mr. Director General, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, everyone. I will just be brief by mentioning 3 points. First, that the private sector CEO Caucus has now been a regular part of all regional committee meetings in all regions. And the reason is because we firmly believe that solar will be resolved through private sector investment. It is very important to hear from their side what are the changes in the regulatory and the policy regime and barriers that exist. Second, in case of Africa, we would really like, especially to hear that we discussed a lot about issues on utility scale solar, on DRE and financing. What is a perspective from a private sector CEO on that? And third, probably it will be great to hear on a lot more focused discussion, what do private sector aspirations for next short term in 1 to 2 years look like, and what would they really be? Because it's part of a strategy of moving from ambition to action. So I'm really hoping the discussion is not only about general discussion on barriers that we have been having for a long time, but concrete ideas. Thank you very much. Really look forward.
Thank you very much, Director General. I really would like to give the floor to all speakers for 1 minute each. I know it's very short, 1 minute, to present yourself. And you can present yourself either in English or in French, whatever. I will just say a word in French for all people who are using that language on a regular basis. Pour que cette session ne se passe pas uniquement en anglais, nous avons 2 orateurs au moins à table qui sont francophones, qui s'exprimeront en français. Pour la facilité des choses et pour ne pas rendre nos traducteurs complètement fous, moi je vais m'en tenir à l'anglais. Mais si vous voulez participer, poser des questions, n'hésitez pas dans votre langue préférée. I'm switching back to English, and I would like to give the floor, ladies first, to Anita to present herself and what you're doing. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour. I'm Anita Marangoli George. I am CEO of Prosperity. We are a growth equity fund and an advisory firm. So we are actually advisors to ISA and have had the privilege to design the Global Solar Facility and Africa Solar Facility, taking into account experience from many such initiatives in the past. So I worked also in the World Bank along with DG Ashish and in the International Finance Corporation for several years. I also worked in a Canadian pension fund. And I think the reason that Gaetan invited me to this caucus is because I'm on the board of 2 large companies. One is First Solar, which is the largest solar panel manufacturer in the US. And then the other one is Tata Sons, which is the largest, it's the holding company of the largest Indian conglomerate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, excellencies and dignitaries. Thank you very much to the ISA for having invited us. I represent the GRIA Council as its CEO and Vice President. The GRIA is the Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment, which evaluates buildings as we construct them to be green, how we can become resource efficient, both at the time of design, construct, and thereafter operations. And obviously, the similarities that we work in as compared to the African continent is because that both of us, both the regions, we have a lot of infrastructure which is yet to be developed, and it gives us a huge amount of opportunity to make sure that we don't lock ourselves into inefficiencies, and that is what we do in terms of supporting the infrastructure development towards more sustainability as well as resilient to the onslaughts of changing climate change. I also am the program director for sustainable infrastructure in TERI, which is the Energy and Resources Institute of India, and we kind of develop innovative ideas for sustainable development as we move across finding solutions which are scalable, and also cost effective. I think that's something which we must be mindful of, because this is a very cost sensitive market when we talk of sustainability. So these are the areas that we work in, and we would love to support the African nations as well to come up and build up the skills that are required to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nana Kofi Safo Prempe. I represent a company called TFI Power Company Limited. It's a licensed independent power producer here in Ghana. We've been in the field of development of solar renewable energy power over the past 12 years or so. Our goal is obviously to help in the national development of energy to facilitate sustainable development of our economy. There are invariably many challenges in the sector that we are in, and I am here to perhaps share with you some of our experiences. I'm also a traditional leader, which means I'm very much involved in providing development, also, supporting my community in bringing various types of developments to the community, including power. And so I'm very happy, honored to be here, and hopefully we can share some experiences with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I wish I can introduce myself as a CEO, but I'm acting in the stead of my minister. I'm the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition. My name is Richard Jan Mensah. So I'm only acting as the chair on behalf of my minister.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was worried I'm the only non-CEO here, so that's a bit of comfort. My name is Ntongwe Nongene. I represent 247 Solar. I'm here representing my CEO, who's based in the US. We are an American solar energy company. We provide round-the-clock power and clean process heat from the sun for mining and industrial customers. So I'm here to share some insights and learn as well from the rest of the panel. Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, it's CSP rather than PV, right?
Correct, it's CSP, that's correct.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaurav Taneja. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaurav Taneja. I'm responsible for the work Ernst & Young does with governments in South Asia and Africa. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here, so thank you, Isa, for this opportunity. I want to bring a wider perspective than PAR. As we work with governments as strategic consultants and advisors, the reforms that happen across industrializations, MSMEs, agriculture are equally important, relevant for success of the power sector. So I do want to provide some perspectives and thoughts and ideas that we've been sharing with governments, which will be very relevant to the energy community here. Thank you once again for inviting me.
Hello everyone, bonjour. Caroline Plaza, je dirige les activités de l'Institut Becquerel en France. On réalise des études de marché, on accompagne des acteurs privés et des acteurs publics avec des études de marché, des études de chaîne de valeur, des études technico-économiques, et on accompagne aussi différentes institutions et gouvernements en Afrique sur des feuilles de route technologiques et des feuilles de route pour le développement de certains aspects du marché solaire, mais plus largement également pour la transition énergétique.
Merci.
I am Dr. Francis Oweadolo, the CEO of Owosa Limited. It's a medium-sized renewable energy company based in Nigeria. Initially, when we started to fill the grid gaps in the urban area. So we're doing so much of rooftop solars, but at a point, we got a bit interested in the solar home systems, so that pushed us to the last mile communities. When we got there, I think we really got concerned about the fact that these communities were quite far and left behind. So we decided to do a bit of a mini grid. We just started that some few years ago. So we've done one. We have two in the pipe, though in progress, and then some others in the pipeline. So we are a small organization, and we are more in the last mile communities. So I was invited here through ARA, Alliance for Rural Electrification. So I'm happy to be here, and I also hope I'll be able to contribute a bit of my experience from the other side, because I can see quite a lot of my colleagues are big players in the global market, but we're in the local market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can start with you, since you are the last mile man. If you have a document in front of you with a certain number of subjects that seems of interest for ISA with regard to PV development in Africa or solar development in Africa in general, I would like to start with the first one, which is definitely about grid integration, but also infrastructure bottlenecks. And we know that we are not in the same situation in all countries. With 90% of electrifications here, the meaning of the last mile is a different understanding than, for instance, in Madagascar, where 14% of the population is electrified. I would like to ask you how you see it, and basically what would be, according to you, the main challenges in Africa in general with regard to infrastructure, and how can solar and storage could go alongside, I would say, to diminish the need for very short-term massive investments?
Okay. Well, of course, like I said, I am in the last mile community, and I think that's where the real need is. You find that when I came to Ghana here, I discovered that their challenge is a bit different from us in Nigeria. They seem to have a fairly reliable grid, and like the minister said, they have covered 90%. So the 10%, I believe, is in my kind of community. So I would say that the big challenge is actually reaching the last mile community. And the challenge now is more because economically, the last mile community is not attractive at all. So for the government, I mean, they look, most times, it's far away from the administration of government. And unfortunately also, for private people, if you are just focused on profits or commercial viability, of course, the last mile community will not be attractive. Because many of the last mile communities, by their arrangements, they might not be very big settlements. So, and you know, the more the connections, the more commercially viable things like mini grids are. So when you find small communities that are big, they are not, I mean, that solar system cannot really meet their needs. You know, solar system deals basically with lighting, like that. But when you are talking about empowering them economically, trying to stir up a small-scale industry, you find that the solar system cannot meet them, and yet they don't seem too viable for mini-grid. So it's a challenge. But when we went in there, for us, it was first, we just were interested, we were a bit curious about how it will look like. And our experience was quite interesting in the sense that we found that the last mile committee is still very, they are interested in this, in energy. And they have the potentials to also use energy. But of course, because they've probably lost hope, many of them, they migrate. You find that most of these last mile communities, they are diminishing by the day, because there's really no incentive to remain there, you know. But when we got to these communities 2 years ago, first they were very excited, and we also saw that we could provide internet system to support energy, and that became a very interesting one for them. So we found that quite some of them started calling those in town. The community is getting a bit bigger. The impact is really awesome, and we have some small industry, like you have a welder coming there, you have those who are selling, having some cold stores coming in there, and that has put a bit of pressure on us. So you have several communities, small, coming up like that, and that's where we are. We now say, how do we get access to finance? For people like us, our initial model, because we are mainly traders when we're in town, we just get solar components and all that, and we use it to meet the energy gaps in town. But you see, then people were paying, because in the urban areas, the customers pay for the equipment. But when we got here, we need to invest. So we discovered that we need access to some good funding. Now, the challenge we have as an organization was that we didn't really have a very good structure, because we're just traders. We didn't really see the need for a structure. But we are now refining our structure and all that to be a bit more attractive, to be easier for us to access funds. So that's where we are. So I think the last mile community is strategies that we should be looking at, is strategies that can make them really included in this. So if you can look at MSCs, small developers also, who wants to go there, I think we should be looking at how the strategy that can pull such private people, most times they are going to be local people, because the big mini-grid organizations, they are, of course, global companies, and they can't afford to operate at the very local market. So it's a way to, it's a strategy or a framework that makes it easy for smaller developers, smaller solar organizations to be able to fit into the private sector, because they are the ones that can really reach the smaller mile community, not the big players. Thank you.
I would like someone in the panel to comment on that, especially if you have either a different perspective or just willing to go in the same direction. Who would like to take the floor? No one? Anita, if you want, but take the mic. Sorry? So do you want to comment on what has been said? I can summarize it in a little provocative way. People in cities will always have enough money to attract investors to build infrastructure. People on the countryside or in remote areas, basically like the last mile, will be always much more complex in terms of financing and operating infrastructure.
I would say that broadly that is true, but it doesn't mean that it's not possible. And I'd like to take the example, because I forgot to mention that I'm also on the board of the Self-Employed Women's Association's Loan Resilience and Recovery Fund. And what the Seva sisters, they have 3 million members, and what they've managed to do in very rural areas is to substitute diesel pumps with solar pumps for salt mining. And this is a very successful project. Initially, I would say for these kind of projects where there is a social element, the economics may not be demonstrated right away. It's important to get some blended finance, as was mentioned this morning, some concessional finance from the development finance institutions. But very soon we saw that for the women that benefited from this financing, it was a very economical and profitable transition. So getting it together in a form where private investors would be willing to step up And we are seeing that in different markets. In India, for example, there are several companies who are providing solar pumps for the rural sector. And therefore, I think it needs demonstration and then the ability to show profitability. And that's very key for the private sector to come in.
I find it quite interesting perspective because you're enlarging the scope. So we're discussing about last mile, we're already discussing about very specific applications. And especially in agriculture, water pumping. I'm sure other people in the panel would like to comment on that. Mr. Sanjay, for instance.
In the agriculture sector, did you say?
Yes.
Well, that's not my forte. I'm more on the building side.
Okay, excuse me. Right. I will come back to you just after. Sorry. I really would like to have someone commenting on agriculture and especially water pumping and similar applications. If anyone in the panel is willing to do that. Otherwise, I can ask. Yes, Mr. Nana.
Well, I was just going to say that, in Ghana and most other parts of Africa, one of our biggest challenges is post-harvest losses, especially in the rural areas where I am from. So Ghana is actually quite fortunate to have a very high electricity penetration rate. I think it's about 87%. And the last mile, the government is actually making a great effort to address this by implementing mini grids in the island communities where you cannot actually extend the grid to. But I think as part of that, we'll probably then try to extend these mini grids to include, not just drying and storage of produce or harvest, but also actually the water that one may need to fertilize the land, because unfortunately, most of our farmers rely on the rainy season, which is 2 seasons. We have the major rainy season, which just ended. The second will start somewhere around November, and so outside of that, it's very, very difficult. And so what happens is, we're a major consumer of tomatoes, and I think like other southern, global south nations. And so once we are in the rainy season, we produce a lot of these tomatoes, but in the dry season, we suddenly find us having to import. And so I think the idea of deploying these mini grids into these farming and island communities will go a long way to helping to engender all year round productivity, as well as the ability to store and even to process some of these products. So we're definitely looking forward to implement a lot of these mini grids in these communities. But I think maybe perhaps down the line we'll come to the issue of finance. I don't want to get too much into that just yet.
I have no problem if you go into that, since it's one of the subjects I would like to touch after. So please go ahead.
Well, I just think we've got to try to be creative. Financing is the major bottleneck that we face. And I think perhaps an organization like ISA can be quite influential in coming up with some mechanism that will facilitate financing into utilizing renewable energy towards agriculture. For example, we can have a situation whereby certain communities that grows certain crops, they can be provided with this power infrastructure, and then ISA can create some sort of guarantee or insurance mechanism, right, whereby these farmers are receiving the power, and somehow there's another organization that helps them offtake or bring their products to the market, and a portion of that goes to pay for the investment that brings them the power in the first place. So I think things like this sort of solutions is what we need to look at, because although there's a lot of investors that wants to come and invest, most of them are afraid of the perceived risk, not the actual risk. The actual risk is actually quite low, but the perception of risk is quite high. So perhaps such an organization that its members are quite familiar with some of these problems can in fact get together and come up with such solutions whereby we have an insurance scheme that helps support the development of solar power into the agriculture space. So I'll leave it here for now.
I will keep as a second point before giving the floor to your two neighbors, the point that perceived risk is much higher than the real risk. And that's something which is essential when we're talking about financing. What's the difference between the real risk for investors and the perceived risk? And indeed, we see in some African countries absolutely awful interest rates on microcredits, for instance, which are hampering that kind of development. And that can be a very interesting course of action, in my opinion. Thank you. I see that at least two people willing to comment.
I think maybe I will cede it to them so that when, as an acting chair, when they finish, I can sum everything up.
With your permission, can I just go back to the earlier question?
Of course.
I think it's a question of building economic scale. As soon as you start clustering things together, and we've seen that in some parts of South Asia, that instead of a single farmer, if you create farmer-producer organizations, the economies of scale definitely go up. You don't need one pump for farmer. You need far fewer. But at the same time, you need higher capacity. And the community can pay because it's not just dependent on one person. Second is, as soon as you have some value addition closer to the farm gate, your energy needs go up. So it's a question of building some level of scale rather than discrete households. Of course, it'll still be through a microgrid and not the full transmission line. So that's the first point. The second point I wanted to make is that there are many, many industries, including in the power sector itself in the past, where universal service obligations have paid for underserved areas, whether it's airlines, whether it's telecoms, certain other areas as well. So this is an area that the governments, various governments need to think, whether it's central governments or provincial governments, whether there is an ability to actually create a USO which goes towards funding some kind of projects. This could be guarantee, could be subvention, could be direct subsidy, whichever way it is. I'm not getting into that. But I'm using the concept of USO on a slightly wider basis to encourage governments to think about underserved areas and how that initial capital can go towards building a stronger ROI and giving comfort to the private sector. Thank you.
I think we are perfectly into the second subject about basically in the investment climate in general. Who wants to go on this specific point? Yes, please.
Okay. On this agric side, I also want to share a bit of recent experience too. You see, where we operate in Nigeria is the Niger Delta region, where there's a lot of water. So you find that their major occupation there is fishing. We also noticed that there's a challenge of just not able to optimize the value of fishing because there are no storage materials. So recently we've also started working with some women. It's still a project in progress where we'll have them come together to own small cooling systems, so that they can store their fishes and that they can enhance the value. So I will also suggest that, there should be more aggression in every aspect of the solar PV systems that enhances agriculture. It's real value for the local people because the people are quite excited with this, and we see that as we'll be able to deploy some more. The main challenge, of course, is always okay, you have to, what we are planning to do is to use pay as you go system for the refrigerators, so that together they can pay over time. Then after some time, they will own together. So the plan is, they will have, if 5-6 people own one small, maybe like 200 liters freezer, then they will share according to their ownership and all that. So that's one of those things we are doing in our community. Also, I believe very much that depending on what the kind of agric that is practiced in the community, solutions will always add value. I also know a bit about water pumps too, that has great potential in some other side, but I think there's the need to focus on that aggressively to be able to reach the last mile community.
Please. I think the principal question is actually grid integration, and I'm not sure if we've actually sufficiently addressed the topic.
Please come back to it.
There's, again, this perception that in order to deploy solar power on a massive scale, you do need to somehow create a whole new transmission infrastructure. And that's really not the case. Here in Ghana, our Energy Commission has a rule that for grid implementation of solar power, anything above 20 megawatts will require some sort of power modulation technology, right? And there are stuff like plant controllers, or even now with the cost of batteries coming down, you can actually substitute batteries for this. Or in the worst case, you can actually use some genset to help mitigate that intermittency, that grid intermittency. If we are talking about industrialization on the continent, yes, mini grids are great, but they will not do the job. We really need great industrial, great power. And so that means we need to figure out a way to integrate solar power and other renewable sources onto the national grid. And I think that can be done if we take advantage of the reducing cost of battery power, as well as just add a bit of gensets to achieve that moderation of the grid intermittency. And here in Ghana, I think in terms of trading across, we have in West Africa fairly well integrated interregional or regional transmission grid between Ghana and Burkina, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire and Togo. I think there is an opportunity to trade power across borders. And I think recently there's actually been some discussions of doing a barter system between Ghana and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria has plenty of gas that they can supply to us, and we in turn will generate electricity and provide it to them. And then we think, this might require some amount of great upgrades, but I think ultimately that's it's an investment that can be done, because the outcome of that will be availability of power, electricity, which we really need if we are to industrialize on a massive scale, which is really the challenge that is facing the continent at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I decided to end, but I think I have to speak now. I think ISC has done so well, and this platform created by ISC actually brings together the private sector and governments. And with this, if we look at the last mile communities and getting electricity to especially in Ghana, let me say the island areas, for instance, as was earlier stated, it's actually not attractive to the private sector. One is because even the communities that you send it to are not able to pay for it as vis-a-vis the investment that you put in. So I would rather call for us, once we are coming up with this deliberation, the ideas that we are actually bringing up, we would want ISA should also partner government. And it's actually interesting to note that almost everyone here, we have ministers here, so ministers will now take these issues up and see how it would affect our policy formulations, so that we have policies that would actually create an environment where it will make it more attractive to the private sector to invest in last mile electricity assets, because the government cannot do it alone. And when it comes to the grid integration, for instance, I think I saw Enetrac here. Enetrac has a project, upcoming project in the eastern part of Ghana. And as a government, we realized that the power to be generated from renewable, that is solar and wind, but when they produce it, how they get it into the grid will become a challenge. So government has a policy of actually, we have this grid infrastructure project from Accra to Kumasi, but quickly we have to factor them, because if we do our infrastructure network, it means that after their generation, they also have to invest in actually now connecting the power generated into the main grid, which will be expensive, and it will not be very attractive to them even to invest in it. So quickly government have to adapt and consider them so that their integrated network would pass closer, so they can also be able to offload their power into the national grid when they're able to come up with a production. So I want the government to look at policies that will put in place. One has to do with, especially with tax waivers, if we really want to actually pursue this agenda so well. And also have to look at the enabling environment. Sometimes even the regulatory processes. It's something that is not attractive. And then finally, especially when it comes to agric, how government is, when you're using solar, the water pump machines that you mentioned, the solar engineered one. If the farmer is assured of post-harvest sales, and if government can guarantee that, like in Ghana, we have the food buffer system. If it is well tailored such that they target the farmers after production, government is going to go in, then it becomes more lucrative for an investor to invest in solar, knowing that the farmer who is going to take the power will be able to pay for it at the end of harvest. So I think there should be a conscious effort, and I would actually call on ISA to lead in collaborating with government to make sure that whatever ideas that are coming up from here will not just end here, or maybe we'll repeat it next year, but it should be, I would say that it should be assimilated. That means that it should be implemented, so that the next time when we come, we are looking at other innovative programs relating to the subject area. So that's a little I want to add to it. Thank you.
I find it extremely interesting, and I would like to rephrase and to be sure that I have understood you perfectly. Because what you are saying is, and it's a very important message, is that somehow the financing of infrastructure, which is needed for the grid, including cross-border and other things, is very hard to finance with private money. So should be completely financed, or at least guaranteed, either with public money in Ghana itself or from international organizations. Is it something, the kind of message that you would like to pass to this assembly?
I'm saying, you see, we always look at the international organizations coming to support. It's not bad, but government also have policies that we can use to drive investment into that field. Mm-hmm. So it is not about somebody bringing, just like in the mini grids in Ghana, I cited example, we have been supported by the Swiss government, and so it's a the government of Swiss and government of Ghana collaboration. But you don't see any private sector coming into mini grids, with the exception of Nana and his team, that is the Enclave Power, for instance. And because that is it is in Tema, a more commercial area. So power generated, there's an off-taker who is ready to pay for it. But when you take it to the island areas where predominantly the people are peasant farmers, the investor, the private investor would ask, how am I going to make or recoup my investment back. And that is what I'm saying, that there are opportunities there. Government should come in. Yes, private sector may come in, and then also international, multinational donor funding and all other things. But I think that government, with the support of ISA, should initiate something that makes it more attractive for the private sector to enter that space. Because if you are only looking forward to multinationals to come and do it, that is why Ghana, we've already reached 90%. We are still struggling to meet the remaining 10%, which are mainly island areas or hard-to-reach areas. And the investment in the grid to those areas relatively are expensive as compared to going the mini grid. So I am advocating that there should be a partnership between governments and the private sector, and I'm only calling on ISA to lead that discussion. Once you have government officials here, and then you have the private sector also here, that collaboration is what I am calling for.
Anita, please.
I completely agree with the Deputy Minister. In fact, I wish DG Ashish was here, because we together did the first large solar farm which combined the public and the private sector. So the World Bank financed the public sector to do the evacuation infrastructure, the access roads, but the land was also procured by the government. And then private sector firms competed against each other, and it was the first time that India achieved grid parity through this project. So I think your suggestion that the public sector can do some things which enable and minimize the risk, it's a process of risk allocation, such that the private sector steps in, and then they compete with each other to give the best outcome for the consumers. So this is a model, I think, which is very doable.
I would like to give the floor to the three panelists who haven't expressed their thought yet. So I will ask you a very specific question. And then, because I think time is running fast, I will ask to all of you to think in 1 minute about one recommendation that, based on your experience, you think might be interesting for this audience. But first, I would like to ask my colleague, and you can express yourself in French. We have discussed a little bit about agriculture, and I think the combination of agriculture with PV represents a very interesting path of development, but I would like to have your opinion.
Oui, merci. On l'a beaucoup entendu ce matin. D'ailleurs, le lien entre le solaire et l'agriculture, c'est un lien qui est très fort. On le voit, on entend beaucoup le pompage solaire, par exemple. Mais il y a aussi le concept d'agrivoltaïsme. Alors, l'agrivoltaïsme a différentes définitions selon les pays. Et c'est vraiment des roadmaps qui sont en train de se construire dans différentes régions du monde. Mais le principe fondateur, c'est d'avoir une unité foncière et de mettre à la fois du solaire et de la production agricole, que ça soit ou entre les rangées de panneaux, par exemple, ou en dessous des panneaux, en ayant des structures un peu surélevées. Et je trouve ces applications, en fait, avec un potentiel très intéressant. En Afrique, on l'a vu, on a organisé un workshop au mois de juillet à Lomé, au Togo, dans le cadre d'une mission des Nations Unies pour le Sénégal, la Guinée, le Togo et la République du Congo, où on voit, en fait, ce lien très spécifique dans l'agrivoltaïsme aussi dans ces régions-là, avec l'eau, en fait la gestion de l'eau. Et on a travaillé également en Tunisie ou au Maghreb, où le fait de protéger les cultures du changement climatique, on utilise vraiment ces technologies pour protéger en fait la production, sécuriser la production alimentaire et diminuer aussi le besoin en eau. Il y a aussi des idées de récupérer l'eau et, comme on l'a dit tout à l'heure, de changer peut-être aussi les périodes de production. Vous l'avez dit, monsieur, aussi tout à l'heure, la production selon le timing. Et donc, il y a vraiment ce lien très fort qui est refait avec à la fois la production d'énergie, la souveraineté et la sécurité alimentaire et la gestion de l'eau. Et je trouve très intéressant ce que vous avez dit, vous aussi, tout à l'heure, c'est que ces applications-là, on peut les imaginer à la fois, et ça combine en fait vos deux visions. On peut le voir pour le dernier miles, comme vous dites, en support en fait aussi à l'électrification rurale, mais on peut le voir aussi sur des grandes fermes sur lesquelles on ne vient pas prendre de la terre agricole où on est connecté au réseau et sur lequel on vient apporter à l'industrie, aux agropoles, aux industries en lien avec l'agriculture, une fourniture en énergie voilà, peu chère et green. Je ne trouve plus les mots en français après avoir entendu l'anglais toute la journée. Et donc, peut-être aussi un lien très fort, et c'est pour ça que c'est une réelle opportunité, et que il me semble que c'est une réelle opportunité, les feuilles de route sont à dessiner et adaptées à chaque contexte, à la fois climatique et agricole. Ce lien fort qu'on entend, que vous avez dit, qu'on entend aussi dans les workshops, avec le fait d'utiliser l'énergie qu'on produit donc sur ces terres agricoles pour faire des nouveaux business en fait et ajouter de la valeur, comme on parle depuis tout à l'heure de financement. Finalement, ça permet aussi quand on protège l'agriculture, quand on améliore la valeur économique de l'agriculture, on ajoute de la valeur à ces projets et on peut également apporter du stockage, du refroidissement et créer en fait des activités économiques qui étaient inexistantes et qui permettent également d'augmenter la valeur économique de l'activité agricole. Voilà.
Thank you. Mr. Enongene, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, correct.
I think it's interesting to have a different technology perspective.
Yeah. My technology is different. It's mostly focused on minor industrial customers, but I just wanted to touch base on your question on the role of solar PV in agriculture. I think in Africa, it's fair to say that the African economy is an agricultural economy. If you look at the countries across our great continent, almost 50% of the countries are really agricultural economies. 50% of their GDPs is on agriculture. So agriculture is definitely the backbone of the African economy. But if you look at where we stand today, our agriculture is still very much behind, even though it contributes for over 50% of the GDP of most of the countries. Our agriculture is still not mechanized. Irrigation is still not mechanized. There's massive post-harvest losses on the rise across the African continent. So this is what makes solar solutions very crucial in the agricultural sector, because this has the potential to transform the way we drive agriculture in Africa. If you look at irrigation, for instance, in the morning I was listening to the Minister of Energy for Ghana, and he said in the north of Ghana for over 6 months, agriculture is idle due to weather conditions. Imagine the transformative effect that these solar solutions can have if those areas of the north can pump water from the ground through solar solutions. It means this is 6 months of agricultural time being captured. Imagine the impact on the economy. If we look at other aspects like post-harvest losses that are very rampant. I'm from Cameroon, and in Cameroon, it's crazy. Like, my grandparents were farmers, and I would see them lose 70% of the crops. Now, with solar solutions, we can have the ability to dry these crops and ensure that the crops can live from the farms to the market in good conditions. Now, what does this do? This creates jobs. This puts money back in the hands of the rural people, especially the women in the farms, and this pumps money into the economy. So just to reiterate that, the solar solutions have not just an important role in agriculture, but indeed a crucial role that's going to transform agriculture in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sanjay for a different perspective, which is PV on building. Just before you start, I'm going to ask the organizers for 5-6 more minutes after that speech so that all panelists can come with one idea that might be the conclusion of this. I think we are not at 5 minutes today, so if you agree, that would be really great. Please, Sanjay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to shift gears from agriculture to the housing sector, and how each household can become a generator through the solar rooftop program. And that's where I think the work that we do, through design interventions, optimize the solar sizing to bring down the costs, because these are all, obviously there is an initial cost that is associated with installation of solar panels. So how do we optimize it, making sure that you, through efficient design, through low cost, no cost measures, bring in these strategies for bringing down your demand, so as to say, and thereafter piggybacking on the efficiencies that you have put into the design strategies, optimize your solar requirements and use the rooftops as generators. And this is a program which is currently on by the Government of India. It's a unique program which has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. And it is a solar rooftop program where 300 units of electricity are provided free of cost to the marginalized sections. And I think about 10 million households gain from it. And then this helps to kind of decentralize solar power generation, making India more reliant on cleaner energy sources, thereby reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. It also is a significant step towards India's climate goals. It helps us to do that, promoting clean, renewable energy, contributing in reduction of carbon emissions. It also provides substantial subsidy to reduce the upfront cost of the installations, as I said. For example, it's about 60% for a 2 kilowatt system and a 40% subsidy for up to systems up to 3 kilowatt. And then, of course, households can accelerate collateral-free, low-cost loans from banks for the remaining costs of the solar systems. This also becomes an additional source of income because anything that is generated surplus can be fed back into the grid. So I think it's a very good ecosystem which has been created to upscale, solar integration into the grid, as a result of which, it not only does that, it also brings in a lot of social elements into the system as well. And I think it's a very good business model. So it's actually a business model which works well, and at the same time, you're making sure that your dependence on fossil fuels is reduced. So I'll stop there.
So you obviously had perfectly your place in this panel. I would like, please, we can start with you for a 1 minute conclusion with a recommendation for ISA and people in the room.
Yeah, so I think, creating business models for scale up, empowering the end users for taking informed decision making, I think those are models on which we should work. And that really requires a lot of creation of awareness and capacity building. So we are willing to do that. And I think that's the story that the ISA is also creating.
Anita.
Thank
for
you.
conclusion.
Seeing is believing. So having a few projects which demonstrate that it can be done. And I think, again, the coming of the public and the private sector together is critical. And, money will follow where you have credible projects. And I'm a great believer that money is not the constraint. It's having well-structured projects that have the opportunity to scale that will attract the capital.
My understanding is that the ISA was formed to really propagate the deployment of solar energy around the world. And to foster that mission here in Ghana and most of the global southern countries, our biggest challenge is financing. I think I made a previous comment about risk and perception of risk. And I think the role that ISA can do to mitigate this risk is what our Deputy Minister just alluded to, which is there's a need to collaborate with government. And specifically, I think the ISA can work with government, DFIs, climate philanthropies, other organizations that are geared towards the so-called energy transition to come up with some sort of guarantee program that will help the private sector, basically drive investment into the deployment of solar energy. And again, as the minister said, within the local economies, the governments know what they produce within, so for example, if it is agriculture that we need to use solar power for, well, then the government can also help to offtake what is produced, whether it's in the basic raw materials or whether it's processed and then a domestic or an external market can be found. But I think the starting point is for the ISA to work with government and with other international organizations to come up with some sort of guarantee fund that is geared towards providing investment guarantees to the private sector so that they will find a comfort to invest in whether it's great scale power projects or mini grids for island communities or upgrading the transmission networks so that we can implement more solar technologies. I think this is crucial. So what I would like to see is for the ISA to work towards how they can help work with government to come up with some sort of guarantee that will be given to the private sector so that they will have the comfort to invest in solar in the global southern economies. Thank you.
I can give you the last word if you want. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So as you end it, I just would want us, especially we within the African or West African sub-region, I think that there should be a conscious or deliberate policy to focus on how we can use solar energies to power our agriculture, because we can do a lot from our agriculture. So government and then the international organizations, whatever we can do to make sure that it becomes very attractive for private sector and even government to invest in this area so that we can use the solar. And I gave an example when I was earlier giving the submission that in Ghana, our off-peak is during the day. Our peak period is in the night. So when production is required during the day, we rather even have excess power. So we still also have a lot of light during the day. And we can actually generate a lot of power from the solar to power our agriculture, not just agric, fishing as well, and then agro-processing. So there should be a conscious effort from government and collaboration with the private sector international organization. So whilst we live here, I would also want that, at least consciously, the African countries and the health here ministers, let's come up with a policy, use it with the support of ISA, that we are moving within now to the next 3 years. There's a policy that we are going to work with to make sure that we get the enabling environment of using solar to power agriculture. And I think we can decide something here and work with it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to wrap up by saying that we've discussed a lot about the crucial role that solar solutions play. However, we've talked so much about solar PV solutions, but there's more than just solar PV solutions. We've got CSP solutions. And one of the challenges, and this is my sector, I sell a CSP solution, is the adoption of the solutions and financing of power projects driven by the solutions. So I think stakeholders in the solar space like ISA and other solar stakeholders can really push for the adoption of new solutions and driving financing for these new solutions. A second and last thought, and I'm going to be very brief, is the need for us to push for decentralized solar systems. I think this is a game changer, especially in Africa, rather than having big centralized systems. We should push for decentralized systems because with this, we have proximity to where this power is needed. If you look at my industry, for instance, the mining industrial customers, look at countries like Zimbabwe, they're really saying the mining sector must self-generate, right? So for this, you need mini-grid solutions designed for these mining players. So with decentralized solutions, we're able to do this. But these players are also trying to decarbonize. So it's not just about the power, but also thermal solutions, which mines and industrial customers need. And these centralized solar solutions wouldn't provide this, but you have decentralized solar PV solar solutions that would provide round-the-clock power for this mining industrial customers, but also clean thermal solutions that they need to drive thermal operations. So those are just the two thoughts I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
We spent a lot of time in the earlier part of the day talking about investment and financing. In most parts of Africa, governments are the largest asset owners in the energy sector. I would surmise that in a sequential way, step-by-step way, some of those assets need to be monetized and a special purpose fund be created for the energy sector. this can finance, this can be the anchor finance, and then blended finance can come from IFI, so on and so forth. So you have the capital. You need to move the capital from core assets to bankable, financeable assets. And this is easily doable. And I'm not saying privatize overnight, but in a sequential way where the least disruption that can come in. We didn't talk about it, but I definitely think manufacturing in PV is required locally. And my view is that it should not be one very large manufacturing facility. We need a hub and spoke model. And by what I mean by a spoke model is when you set up solar in rural areas, if something goes wrong, it takes very long to repair it. But if you have a spoke model where some assembly O&M facilities are created, then if something goes wrong, they can be repaired fairly quickly. So I would say asset monetization in a sequential step-by-step way to finance further energy projects, and manufacturing in a hub and spoke way for PV. Thank you.
Very interesting point.
Oui, je vais rebondir sur ce que les panélistes du Ghana ont évoqué à nouveau et peut-être mettre le focus qui a été mon intervention sur peut-être le besoin de travailler sur des modèles économiques et sur ce lien très fort qu'on a entendu dans la journée entre électrification et agriculture, et sur les modèles économiques combinés de création de nouvelles activités qui peuvent avoir à la fois un impact un impact sur l'accès à l'énergie, un impact sur le besoin en eau, sur l'irrigation, sur l'impact économique sur l'activité agricole, mais aussi un impact social sur la création de business, et de regarder en fait ces modèles économiques combinés, de mettre en œuvre des pilotes, des démonstrateurs ou des feuilles de route stratégiques qui sont adaptées à chaque contexte pour démontrer ce modèle économique un peu nouveau et combiné. Et je reprendrai aussi, il y aurait beaucoup de choses à dire sur voilà aussi la capacité à maintenir ces systèmes dans ces zones, et la maintenance en fait, et la capacité à maintenir ces systèmes et à les financer sur les chaînes de valeur locales. Mais je crois qu'il y a vraiment beaucoup de choses. Je vais laisser le micro.
Thank you. Last but not least.
Yeah, my last suggestion is since we don't want to leave anyone behind, I think in the planning, in the financing, whatever template or framework that ISA may be working with government with, there is the need to relate with not just government at the center, but government at the middle level, government at the grassroots level. In my country, for instance, recently one of those encouraging things that have been done is there have been a decentralization of the electricity power management systems from the federal. Before it was just federal government, but now it has gone to the state level. Hopefully, we believe it may get to the local government level. So we should look at all aspects of it should involve the last mile. Even the private sector is not just the global players alone. National players should be involved. Local players should be involved. There should be a template that can involve everyone, because if everyone is not involved, then the last mile community will surely be left behind, because there are some places and some terrains that big or global organizations cannot operate because they don't understand the context. But they can build a framework that will also empower or identify the unique ways that private initiatives will not just be at the federal level, but at the state level, at the local level. The private initiative should be intentionally involved in the process of using solar to find solutions, whether it's for mini-grid, productive use system for agri, whatever. I think if we do that, then we'll have a more inclusive program generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we have passed the time. I will take 1 minute to summarize. I would say that it's very good that the timer is not going in negative. So finally, we are just on time. There are many points which have been addressed, and some which are in the working document. which we had no time to address, especially the question of local manufacturing, which in my opinion is essential. And the last one, which will be addressed in a session tomorrow about digitalization and the use of artificial intelligence. But I would like to focus on 2-3 points. I've heard many times the word agriculture, and I really think it's a focal point with very specific regulatory schemes, very specific investment, very specific ways of developing solar systems that should be considered very specifically for that segment of the population in Africa, depending on the local specific, and something to be adapted very locally with local expertise. The second point is, and I find it totally obvious, but it's always interesting to hear it, the last mile is not attractive for financing. And it's the same thing as saying that poverty is not attractive for capitalism. So it means at some point we need some public investment for the regions and the segment of the population which cannot finance it themselves, at least in the beginning. And that's probably the key of success that we have seen in numerous African countries which have accelerated that. And the last point is about infrastructure in general. I've heard many things, and I'm putting buildings in the infrastructure. I really think there is a need for comprehensive schemes to pre-finance cross-border mechanism, but also for connecting much more head of the grid system to the main grids and anticipate future development. And that's definitively something that I think we can take on from this panel. I'm finishing here. I would like to thank all of you for this participation, and the CEO Caucus will continue, so I look forward to continue this discussion with all of you in the coming months. Don't hesitate to bring new ideas, new recommendations. They are all welcome, and thanks a lot for ISA for organizing this. I think it's always interesting to discuss with the private sector and real practitioners. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much.
So, such a vision. Yes. Going well? It's going well.
Yes.
Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to welcome you to this important session on strengthening institutions for solar energy transition in Africa. Memavo Akwaba. Africa is at the cusp of a historic opportunity. It is the fastest growing region in the world with extraordinary solar potential. Yes, 60% of the world's best solar resources, and with the youngest population anywhere on the globe. Yet, over 600 million Africans still live without access to electricity. This paradox of abundance and scarcity is both the greatest challenge and the greatest opportunity of our time. It is what drives our work of sustainable solar energy transition at the International Solar Alliance. Under our vision of moving from ambition to action, we believe that institutions hold the key to bridging this gap. If we build strong institutions, we build foundations for skills, policies, standards, and innovations that can unlock solar energy at scale. One of our flagship initiatives in this direction is the Solar Technology and Application Resource Centers, STARC, as we have been discussing since morning. These centers are far more than training hubs. They are catalysts bringing together governments, academia, industry, and communities, supporting policy and regulatory frameworks, and building the skilled workforce Africa needs for its solar future. And Africa is already leading this journey. 6 star centers are functional across the continent in Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Ghana, Senegal, and Somalia. 6 more will open in the coming year, and discussions are underway for 4 additional centers. No other region has such a strong and growing STARC footprint. So this evening, we will hear how Africa's STARC network can become a true driver of transformation, not just for energy systems, but for jobs, innovation, and inclusive growth. So to set the tone for the same, I now invite Honorable Minister Richard Gyan Mensah from Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana, to deliver the opening remarks. And my dear friends, it is the country where we have our latest STARC as well. So please, a huge round of applause for the minister.
Thank you very much. It's now evening. Good evening, distinguished delegates, esteemed panelists, and valued partners. It is a privilege to welcome you to the pivotal session on strengthening institutions for solar energy transition in Africa. As we convene here in Accra, we stand at a transformative moment for the continent, where the promise of solar energy meets the power of institutional collaboration. Africa's solar potential is vast, but unlocking it requires more than technology. It demands robust institutions, skilled professionals, strategic partnership, and deliberate policy framework. The International Solar Alliance, ISA, through its Solar Technology Application Resource Center, STAR-C initiative, is committed to building regional hubs that serve as engines of solar knowledge, quality control measures, policy innovation, and workforce development. Today's dialogue is not just about ideas, it is about action. We aim to empower STAR-C to lead regional solar efforts, scale up public-private training programs, align African institutions with global standards, and most importantly, build a skilled and resilient solar workforce. Ghana has made significant progress with Solar Technology Application Resource Center, STAR-C, hosted and operated by Ho Technical University. The center is now fully operational, and I congratulate the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ben Ohonyenuga, for his exemplary leadership and dedication in pushing and positioning Ghana's STAR-C as a regional hub. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition is actively leveraging STAR-C to attract additional support for both Ho Technical University and the country. This new STAR-C in Ghana is set to catalyze innovation, provide advanced training, and foster long-term capacity building across the region. Let this session be a catalyst for deeper collaboration, shared learning, and bold steps towards a brighter solar-powered future for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that insightful address and for underlining the latest stage of STAR-C in Ghana and why they are important for Africa's clean energy future. So now, to give us a deeper understanding of how STAR-Cs are being strengthened in scale, I would now like to invite Mr. Felipe Saliba, Chief of Unit, Knowledge Management and Institution Development at ISA, to share his insights.
Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir, buonasera, e boa noite. First, thank you, Gurlin, for the introduction. Thank you for the Honorable Minister, Richard Ganamesia, for the warm welcome from Ghana. And thanks also to all people from Ghana, from Accra, for this hospitality, fantastic hospitality that we are facing here. In this presentation, will be a short presentation. We have esteemed panelists today that will take the opportunity to hear from them. But I would like to start with an institutional video that showcases what STAR-C has been doing so far and its impact. Then I will provide a background and an overview about our vision around capacity building institutional development with a deeper focus on the STAR-C program. And then we will open the floor to the panel. So I ask the IT team to play the video, please.
Amid a world grappling with inequality, unrest, and environmental crises, solar energy emerges as the most abundant and democratic solution. Yet, the energy transition needs more than panels and policies. It demands people with skills, with knowledge, with hope.
The STAR-C training program helped me gain new technical skills. how to design, installation, and operate these systems, and how they can support rural and off-grid communities.
I already established my own company after I started this training.
I also recommend this program to those around me.
For the private sector and the government-owned sectors, because there is a gap.
In our organization, if there is no power supply, we use DG. After this training, what I learned is, in case of DG, we use the solar mini-grid apps, yes, or backup power.
I believe StarC will benefit the community by giving awareness. It will give additional working space for the professionals.
The International Solar Alliance is a coalition of ambition, bringing nations together to light up the world with clean energy. StarC is our answer to both. StarC are hubs of expertise, training, and transformation. StarCs are not just training individuals, they are building ecosystems, connecting knowledge, jobs, and opportunity. With StarC, we're finding the way, together. The first Star Centers are now shining in. Bangladesh, Cuba, Ethiopia, Kiribati, Somalia, Bhutan, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Ghana. Star Centers help nations raise professional standards, create a skilled solar workforce, integrate solar into development, and build strong information systems. But StarC changes the narrative, making solar a solution for everyone. ISA's latest offering, the Global Capability Center GCC, will take the StarCs to the next level, build an ecosystem to connect knowledge, jobs, and opportunity.
The Global Capability Center for Solar, or GCC, based out of India. It is not just a center, this is a global hub for solar excellence. A hub connecting national centers of excellence that we call StarCs, and an ecosystem for fostering innovation, capacity building, and global cooperation. Together, through the Solar GCC, the sun will rise for all.
With the support of Europe and global partners, StarC is scaling up. And that's the point. With StarC, the power to change the world is no longer a dream. It's a plan in motion. The future of clean energy is about more than electrons. StarC is not just powering homes. It is empowering lives.
I would would like to add that we have already 11 Star Centers. The video is saying 10. The last one is in Uganda. So just to correct this point. A quick remind here, the Star Cs are designed to provide the main 4 functions, like what we said before, which is capacity building, up the slides. So, capacity building, testing and standardization, enterprise innovation, and knowledge management. So these are the core functions that the StarC are doing. We have to take into account when we create a Star Center, the first function that is developed is the capacity building part, which is the main function for a Star Center, but we still need to invest our efforts to develop the testing capabilities and in incubation of companies as well. I may ask IT for the, okay, thank you. We are going to have 17 centers by the end of this year, with 12 countries that expressed their interest for centers, but clearly there is a growing demand for creating centers, which make our journey very effective and very close for the target by creating 50 centers by 2030. This is a very ambitious target and possible, we see by the trend, But inspired by the vision of ISA from ambition to action, this target will remain, but with more focus on sustainability. Focus on strengthening each center, maximizing the impacts, contributing to the country strategy frameworks that we've been working here, streamlining the capacity building vision locally, and providing the Star Center a clear and strong autonomy and self-sustainability. So, like I just said, the Star C vision is mainly to support member countries for their strategy. And we identified the main challenge that we are facing up to now, which is the first one, the financial sustainability of the centers. The centers are supported by ISA for 2 years, in which the first center in Ethiopia is not yet completed 2 years. But we estimate that we still need to improve the autonomy for the Star Centers within the country to be self-sustainable. Also, with autonomy to promote trainings. Promoting trainings using consultancy for a small amount of trainees for scope, it can be very expensive. So we would like to build a way that the Star Centers will be much more autonomous for creating their own centers, their own training. Also, scaling up these trainings through online and digital solutions, including the capacity of the centers to reach remote areas within the country. Because currently we have 1 center per country, but we need to consider that the countries require training in remote areas, not only in countries, in the capital or wherever the Star Center is installed. The first one that is listed here is the implementation of testing capabilities. This is a key priority. We have remarked that the countries are sometimes suffering with problems, with failures on their projects due to poor quality of products. And the Star C should be able to support the countries also for this testing and standardization capabilities. Also, internationalization. So build international and local partnerships across public and private sectors, and promoting innovation and R&D for local institutions. So altogether, we are launching a project which is called Strengthening Star C Network. And this project is supported by European Union. We are launching by the end of this year, and it was designed in partnership with UNIDO. And what are the key focus areas of this project for strengthening the Star C network? First one is the standardization of the Star C program, aligned with the country partnership strategy. I come to the remark from this morning from Dr. Freewood, highlighting in a very relevant remark how important it is to make the whole network of Star Center in a standard way, going in a single direction, but at the same time ensuring that each Star Center will respect the particularities of each country, aligned with the CPS. So this is one of the priorities in the way we see. Supporting country-led business plans and Star C leadership plan, international academic cooperation with training of trainers program, extending STAR-C to testing and standardization function, and also entrepreneurship and incubation. Sorry for this. Those focus areas are grouped in 3 main flagship initiatives. The first one is the leadership program. Second, train of trainers. And third one, the GCC, the Global Capability Center. And I will give you a short vision about each of this program. The leadership program is designed to train the local coordinators of the centers to act in the STAR-Cs like directors, like business developers, building the capacity by themselves to create their financial sustainability, to prospect, to create partnership with private and the public sector. This program will consist by creation of business plans for each center, supported by a training that we will bring each local coordinator, what we are calling leadership or local directors, to India to be trained for 6 weeks with a partner which he calls NPTI. For context, NPTI inspired us because 50 years ago they was created like an STAR Center, supported by the government, and step by step they became completely autonomous and self-sustainable, and they also are spread across India in different regions. So this is a business model that inspires us, and we are building a partnership with PTI, and it's one of our flagship initiatives. The second one is the training of trainers program. The training of trainer program is being designed to multiply the training capabilities within the countries by promoting academic partnerships internationally. And this is the main topic of the discussion today. We are partnering with the Indian Institute of Technology of Delhi and the Institut National de l'Énergie Solaire, INES, in France, to build a common curriculum that will be used for strengthening the capacity, the own capacity of the STAR-Cs to train the trainers. How it will work, the train of the trainers program. The structure will be to transfer to member countries through the host institution with partnerships, academic partnerships, the capacity to lead the training. It means we are creating a postgraduate diploma with IIT Delhi and INES, where the first year, 30% of the lectures will be done in India, including 40% of the program will be hands-on in India. And you'll see in the right side in the slide that part of these lectures will be given by INES, which is more focused on industrial experts coordination. It's more dedicated for technologies, more applied training part, but also includes some field study trips to visit places and to see concretely solutions. The second path, and consecutively, the idea is that the training of trainers will be handed over for the local institution to keep going and proceed the training until the 5th batch the member country with the partner academic institution should be able to provide fully the training to other trainers. And at the end, we will give the opportunity, because we are multiplying the amount of trained trainers, we give the opportunity for those trainers to come back to India to pursue a doctor degree, a PhD degree, depending on the profile of each trainer, to see also and to develop a more higher level or researcher profile of people and business also, the future leaderships in a high level. Then the third initiative, which is the Global Capability Center. The Global Capability Center is designed to be much more than support the STAR Center, but here we will be talking about what will be the main focus and benefits for the STAR Center. The GCC will provide to member countries a shared access to world-class facilities, expertise, and digital platforms by enabling cost-effective innovation and quality assurance that strengthens SRC and accelerates solar adoption globally. In a hub-and-spoke model, it will maximize, reduce duplication, optimize costs and investments to promote international knowledge sharing with technology facilities, testing facilities, standardization, but aligned with local needs. So the main points that the GCC will provide are, like we said, the Center of Excellence for Advanced Training. Also, innovation and R&D, the testing facilities and support for research and development. Advisory and market development, in which is highlighted also to create a community of investments for an incubation and acceleration for startups. And lastly, AI and digital infrastructure that will also improve and increase the scalability of giving online trainings across the world through STAR Center, but to member countries, but not limited to them. And finally, these three flagship initiatives will be deployed in 4 phases by starting next year. The first phase will be to operate the GCC into ISA. We will be developing the ICE Academy, like mentioned by Director General earlier, which is an e-learning platform. The TOT, the first batch, is planned also to start in 2026, as well the StarC Leadership Program. And then, step by step, we will create a dedicated legal entity. It's a decision that is still need to be taken, that will handle in partnership with other institutions, the operation of the GCC. And then, as a phase 3, develop the testing facilities. And finally, after operating the GCC, we will hope that it will be served as a global scalability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Felipe, for showing us how StarCs with global capability centers are evolving into true regional centers of excellence, ready to serve as catalysts for Africa's solar journey. Thank you. So now, in the interest of time, let's rightly dive into the panel discussion. So we have an extraordinary group of panelists here, each bringing a unique perspective from academia and regulation to government, grassroots, and international collaborations. So right across on this table, we have Professor Ben, who's Vice Chancellor of Ho Technical University, Ghana. Welcome, Professor. And even learn from each other. I would like to request each speaker to keep their remarks under 3 minutes so that we can deliberate on more topics. So let's dive straight into it. So let's start with the foundation. So, Professor Ben, our educational institutions and the workforce are the foundations. And as a Vice Chancellor, you are at the heart of this. How can a technical university like yours become an anchor institution for StarC, bridging the gap between research, training, and policy? And how can we embed entrepreneurship and innovation into solar training as well, so that the graduates that graduate from the university not only are able to find jobs, but also create those jobs?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this August program. Yes, my name is Professor Ben Honyenuga, the Vice Chancellor of Ho Technical University, and we are proud to play host to one of the StarC centers in the world and the focal institution for renewable energy in our country, Ghana. Yes, going straight to your question, I'll say that we as a technical university, and of course the foremost technical university in Ghana, and one of the best universities you can find anywhere in terms of competency training and employability skills of our graduates. So the StarC falls directly in line with our vision to become a hub of practical education and innovation, advancing sustainable global development. And our mission is very simple: to develop high-level human capital for our country and beyond. So with renewable energy and particularly solar, the StarC provides us with a catalyst and a springboard to be able to advance our training. And our kind of training that we give in the technical universities is a training that not only theory and practice, but also applied. And we are enjoying to work with industry at all times in our training. The idea is that the technicians and the engineers and all the other graduates that we churn out are expected not to be job seekers, but also creators of jobs. And so we are ready, and with the push from the International Solar Alliance and our own Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, having established this center with all the resources that we needed to be able to do this, we will be able to advance and scale up this training, because the human capacity factor matters a lot. You see a lot of people moving about. They say they are technicians, they are installing solar, they are doing this, but they come in, sometimes they touch whatever they are installing and then they make it worse. So our duty is to be able to train and advance and scale up the training so that we have many more of these graduates within Ghana and beyond. By our location, we are very close to Togo, transition, and also the course of the ISC and globally. Thank you. ISC and globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. That point about embedding entrepreneurship and the internationalization of your curriculum is key in this area. So thank you. Now, my next question is for Adja. Adja, Senegal has a pioneering initiative with its Académie Solaire, a master's program that was developed with ISA and UNIDO. So I would like to know from you what inspired this initiative, and how do you see it shaping the next generation of solar professionals in West Africa?
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un plaisir d'être là aujourd'hui. Permettez-moi d'abord de remercier le gouvernement du Ghana pour son accueil chaleureux. Et je profite aussi de cette occasion au nom du Sénégal pour remercier Lisa pour avoir abrité l'Académie solaire au Sénégal. Donc en fait, nous nous sommes dit une chose. Aujourd'hui, l'Afrique de l'Ouest est en train de changer. Il y a un changement de paradigme qui est en train de s'opérer. Et nous avons besoin d'avoir un vivier de compétences. Nous avons besoin d'avoir des jeunes qui sont capables de créer des emplois, des jeunes qui sont capables de déployer des solutions qui sont pensées par l'Afrique et pour l'Afrique. Et pour cela, nous avons réfléchi avec Lisa et avec l'ONUDI à mettre en place cette académie solaire qui va tout simplement permettre de créer une nouvelle génération qui pourra influencer la transition énergétique en Afrique. Et au-delà même de cette académie solaire, puisque nous cherchons aujourd'hui une génération d'élite, nous cherchons à aller plus loin, nous ne sommes plus là à attendre, on va dire à importer des solutions et à attendre aussi une expertise extérieure. Aujourd'hui, ce qu'on cherche, c'est d'avoir le potentiel qu'il faut pour le changement qu'il faut en Afrique. Au-delà de cette académie solaire, parce que le Sénégal est bénéficiaire de tout le programme Starcy, il faut savoir que l'expérience chez nous nous montre que la transition énergétique repose essentiellement sur deux piliers. On a d'un côté les projets à grande échelle pour accompagner tout simplement notre sécurité énergétique, dans le sens où au Sénégal, il faut savoir qu'on est actuellement à 28% d'énergie renouvelable dans la capacité installée, et l'objectif est d'atteindre les 40% d'ici 2030. Et pour cela, naturellement, il faut développer les projets à envergure. D'un autre côté, le deuxième pilier de la transition énergétique chez nous, ça va être les projets d'initiative communautaire. Tout le monde en a parlé ce matin, en passant par des secteurs comme l'agriculture, avec toute l'amélioration de la chaîne de valeur agricole, en passant par le pompage, les systèmes de conservation, on a vu des vidéos tout à l'heure. On a d'autres secteurs comme les plateformes multifonctionnelles qui permettent aujourd'hui de créer des emplois dans les zones reculées. On a l'électrification rurale, donc tout ce qui est usage productif et tout ce qui est système isolé, en gros, on a aussi ces projets-là qui permettent de rapprocher tout simplement l'énergie à la population. Donc pour nous, au Sénégal, les Starcy doivent se baser sur cette expérience pour justement proposer des formations adaptées sur le plan local et qui sont adaptées vraiment à nos besoins. J'en ai parlé tout à l'heure pour d'autres secteurs d'activité bien définis. Mais également, il faut que les Starcy s'ouvrent sur le plan régional en prenant en compte naturellement les diversités linguistiques, la diversité culturelle, cela va de soi, parce que c'est comme ça qu'on peut créer un pont entre l'Afrique francophone, l'Afrique anglophone et l'Afrique lusophone. Et donc ces Starcy devraient permettre de franchir ces ponts-là, mais également il faudrait une ouverture sur le plan international. Les Starcy devraient être une plateforme vivante où il y aura des échanges entre les chercheurs, les porteurs de projets, les entrepreneurs, le secteur privé, le secteur public en général. Donc voilà, c'est à peu près ça qu'on a comme vision. Pour le moment, on est sur l'Académie solaire, mais on va passer sur le programme Starcy de façon généralisée. Voilà.
Thank you, Acha. Very well said. There are certain points that stood out. One was Africa for Africa. And when applied to all other Starcy centers, I think they can learn on how these Starcy centers can be nationally rooted, but also regionally very, very relevant. So thank you for sharing that. My next question would be to Mr. Bagai. Mr. Bagai, SEWA has a remarkable track record of empowering women. I would like to understand from you what support systems beyond technical training, for example, like financial literacy or access to markets, are crucial for women-led agrarian enterprise to thrive with solar. And could you also share a success story with SEWA that could be replicated in Africa?
Thank you, Gurleen. First, I would like to thank ISA for inviting SEWA. Would also like to apologize on behalf of Rima Ben, the head of SEWA, who was very keen to come, but with some emergent health issues last week, she is unable to join, and she sends her regards to Africa. Gurleen, you've raised a very important point. There are 3 or 4 aspects of your question. And I would like to start with the fact not many people here would know what SEWA is. It's a self-employed women's association. It's actually a trade union organization with a membership of 3.4 million women. I'm thankful to Anita, who's also a SEWA board member, of having highlighted SEWA's program, about which I wanted to talk today. But I think SEWA as an organization with 3.4 million women members has evolved over the last 54 years in terms of having an institutional framework that can connect 3.4 million women on a daily basis. And I think that's a unique story of how that is done. Of course, the founder, Ila Bain's personal charisma and outreach was largely responsible for connecting such a large workforce. The second institutional structure that SEWA really brought forward, obviously to outreach such a large number, was for having state level and rural level leaders designated for bringing the women together for empowerment issues. And that also brought in a localized system of needs that was needed in various villages all over the country. I would like to highlight here that one of the basic aspects and institutional approaches that made SEWA such a successful organization, and this we got to know when we started implementing the program that Anita was talking about, that mobilization and awareness are the initial important ingredients for any program at a rural level, at a grassroots level. So when we were developing this program that Anita referred to, SEWA had put in almost 40% of the fund being asked for mobilization and awareness. And that was something that didn't fly with the funders for at least 2 years. Because they said if you're putting 40% in awareness and mobilization, then you're not really having solid amount of money for the actual implementation of the project. And it also took us some time to understand why that is needed. And when we were implementing it, we realized that mobilization of women at a rural level was such a Herculean task that it needed a lot of effort to be done at the village level. And we really had to cross a lot of hurdles of social mores, social structures, position of women in a rural society to overcome that. I will come to the project that I wanted to talk to you about, and this is something where I was with a lot of interest listening to Ashish's first presentation this morning, and Solar for She was something that really attracted us in terms of how a good synergy could be drawn with what SEWA is doing, and SEWA could certainly, with its experience of 54 years of working with women, bring in a lot of value to that program. But the program which I'll talk of briefly just for another minute or so is a salt pan workers training that was funded by one of a very large India's renewable energy manufacturing company called Renew Power. Salt pan is a seasonal operation that happens for 6 months on making salt in the Run of Kutch area in Gujarat, and it's a profession that's largely done by women. They were using diesel for empowering their machines and running their machines, and SEWA slowly worked with them, and I must say that IFC was actually the first organization that started working to build a business model for salt pan workers to move to solar. And NRDC subsequently did a couple of pilots there, and it was UNEP, when I was heading UNEP's office in India over the last 6 years, that we actually scaled it up based on the IFC and NRDC experience. So the salt pan workers were weaned away from using diesel to solar. And one of the first good results that we found out that whatever investments were being made, the women's productivity and income did grow up, a point that Anita made in her intervention in the last panel. SEWA came up also with a very ingenious idea that since it was a seasonal activity, about 5,000 women in the last 4-5 years has switched to solar energy. The solar panels were lying redundant for 6 months in a year, and they needed to be used productively and more income could be got. So SEWA came up with an idea of setting up a cooperative, community-driven solar park in Kutch, where 2.5 megawatt of electricity is now being generated for those 6 months when the solar panels are not being used for salt pan operations. This brings in additional money, and there is a MOU with the Gujarat Electricity Board in this regard. So I think a lot of these allied activities that come in, and as you said, when you're empowering women on solar entrepreneurship, you're not empowering them just on the technical parts. You're also helping them get empowered, but also the business sense that needs to be coming in, the leadership skills, the fiscal knowledge that they need to run their business are the additional elements that need to be brought up in this training. I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bagai. I think we will all agree this is a new insight that mobilization and awareness are central to such initiatives, and we hope that gender inclusion becomes a cross-cutting theme for all our STAR centers and not a side project. Thank you for sharing that insight. So now let's shift from training to policies and frameworks that enable this transition. So Dr. Perez, from a regulatory perspective, what enabling policies are needed for STAR-Cs to thrive? And I would want to know, from your opinion, how can STAR-Cs and African School of Regulation work together to align training programs with evolving energy market structures in Africa?
Well, no, that's fine. Thank you, Gurleen. As you said in the introduction, I'm a senior advisor of this African School of Regulation, where I have been the interim director for a couple of years. Just a couple of months ago, Dr. Abdul Kabir Shetima, who is over there, became the director of the school. The HSR is a very young organization, only 2.5 years old, and is devoted to professional capacity building in energy regulation. In the few minutes of glory that I have, I shall try to show how solid, correct regulation in the power sector is critical for the powerful the success of the solar industry. And for that, I will wear the hat of the regulation viewpoint. I understand that the solar industry is broader than that, so I'm going to talk only about how the power sector regulation can be an enabler, as Gurleen said, of the solar industry. I think that ISA is doing very well, is doing the right thing, paying attention to regulation. I have read in the latest document, the ISA World Solar Market Report, that, I quote, the solar PV industry's growth is propelled by policy frameworks. And I fully agree, obviously, with this statement. So how can the ASR power sector regulation contribute to the advance of solar power? Well, we have heard this morning many very interesting statements about how it is possible to finance the solar deployment at different levels, from residential to utility level, and how to de-risk with financial instruments of different kinds and different business models. My statement is that something that can be done before is to try to have the right regulation, solid regulation, avoiding the mistakes that are all over the place in power sector regulation regarding the solar sector, so that the risks that have to be reduced later with the financial instruments will be much lower. I will give an example. Today, the African School of Regulation is teaching, together with the World Bank Group, a course in Tanzania on private investment in transmission. Transmission is absolutely vital for the large deployment of solar. We are advising the South African government now in some tenders that they are doing to bring private investment into the South African power system. And the reason for that is that, as you know, they are short of generation capacity. They want to use solar and wind resources that exist at hundreds and hundreds of kilometers from Johannesburg, Cape Town, or Pretoria. And for that, they need transmission. They have tenders to create, to develop, to build the solar power plants, and they are not being successful after a few before being successful because of the lack of transmission. So transmission is vital for the deployment of large volumes of solar. But the regulation of transmission in Africa is scaring away investors. There is zero private investment in transmission in Africa at the moment. Everything that has been built is with public funds. There are some initiatives, but still have not been materialized. One of them is this one in South Africa. And the reason one of the reasons that private investment is not coming is that there are some artificial risks that are introduced by regulation, like the investors in transmission having been responsible for losses that they cannot control, or the flows, they are remunerated on the basis of the flows in the lines that they cannot control, or the rate base is adapted every year depending on the replacement value of the assets when they bought the assets or built the assets at a certain cost, not the current one, etc., etc. So I think that if we remove this and we fix those mistakes in regulation, we will promote, in this case example, private investment in transmission. But there are many other examples. Mini-grids, we have been talking about mini-grids a lot today, and there are about 3,000 mini-grids in Africa. But we need 200,000 mini-grids at a cost of more than $100 billion. And that will have to be with private investment. Of course, with guarantees, concessional loans, all that, but public funding is not going to get 100 billion. And the regulation that we have now, most of the mini-grids that have been built with business models that are not sustainable. Who is going to invest billions of dollars in a business model that is not sustainable, that receives just an initial funding, an initial subsidy, and then you wait for the best, that the developer of the mini-grid will not quit when they have to incur into additional costs, and the tariffs will have to raise, and the people will not, the community will not be able to pay for it. And there are more examples, is the regulatory treatment of distributed energy resources, the solar panels. If we leave the regulation that we have now in tariffs, in metering, as it is, the result will be that in a few years, when the volume of solar panels in the rooftops will grow and grow, and it is growing and growing now in many countries in Africa, there will be a disaster, as it has happened in developed countries, in several states in the United States, in Europe, for instance, where large solar companies went broke because the regulation had to be changed, because with the current regulation and current metering, what we have now is a subsidy from the poor people or the poorer people that cannot build solar panels in their rooftops, maybe because they don't have a roof, towards the people that can afford solar panels in their roofs. And that has created a crisis in different countries, and the regulation had to be changed. And then those who had invested in solar panels in their rooftops see that they are not going to recover the investment in 3 or 5 years, but in 15 years. And then the requests for solar rooftops will decrease, and the companies will go bankrupt. So regulation is critical, and it is easy, it is inexpensive to change, but without sound regulation, the solar industry cannot do well. So this is my message, and I think it's an optimistic one, because it is much easier to do this than to implement financial measures and fine for blended financing and all that. That has to be done, but afterwards. How you were asking about how we can collaborate, and I think that it is kind of obvious. I've been looking at the programs of STAR-C, and they are great programs that include regulation, but I don't think that they include regulation at the level that I am talking about. So I think that training the trainers is a possibility. Collaborating in joint courses that we could collaborate. We are an organization that is very, well, we have a tendency to collaborate because we are very young, and I think that we want to interact with everybody. So today we have signed a memorandum of collaboration with ISA. We are about to sign a country hosting agreement, and et cetera, et cetera. So, well, I think that I have sent my message, right?
Thank you, Professor Ignacio. And I think after this, you will have many more minutes of glory, as you mentioned, when we officially exchange the memorandum of cooperation at the end of this session. So thank you for your remarks. I would request all panelists, as we are between the dinner and our audience time, so let's keep our remarks under 3 minutes. So Professor Sagar, my next question is for you. So IIT Delhi is working with INES and UNIDO to co-design Train the Trainers program. From your perspective, and as Felipe mentioned, that it is a global program, so how can we harmonize curriculum and certification across the regions so that STAR-C training is globally trusted, whether a trainer is from Africa, Asia, or Europe, like our STAR-C centers?
Thank you very much, Gurleen. I must say, I think it's a very risky strategy to put academics on a panel that stands between the audience and dinner. But I'm going to try to be brief. So let me just step back for a minute. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure actually to be working with ISA on this Training the Trainers program and also the master's program that was mentioned earlier. So we really look forward to working with the ISA on trying to advance this clean energy transition. Let me just step back on the question you asked. Reflecting on the day's conversations, I think it's very clear that putting in place this or advancing this clean energy transition has a fair number of complexities surrounding that and challenges, and I think as we've been hearing that through the day with all these various dimensions. That's number one, and one can also see that along with the challenges, if one does it right, there are all kinds of benefits that are possible beyond providing energy access. People talked about the fact that you can get all kinds of developmental benefits, whether it's in the agriculture sector or other kinds of productive uses or even industrialization. That's one point. And the second point is that, and I think that was a point that was made earlier, that the Star C centers and, of course, any kind of support for governments has to be aligned with national strategies and national needs. What does that mean for training the trainers and for doing that in a way that you're saying is kind of standardized? I think the main message that I would take away here is that it's giving the fact that basically the trainers have to be training people in very, very different contexts on how to advance the deployment of solar and in the clean energy transition in order to be able to maximize the benefits and to do that in a manner that's sustainable and effective is really will require making sure that you are actually focusing on the fundamentals. It's not only about the technical skills, but also making sure the trainers understand the bigger picture about how do you think about the various other dimensions that people again have been talking about, such as finance or regulation and so on, at least to have a sense of the bigger picture and how do you actually put in place the pieces required in order to make sure that you are able to move forward successfully in the country. What does this mean for actually what you talked about standardization? It means making sure that you have great clarity on what skills are required as fundamental skills in order that are actually transportable across different national environments. I mean, it's kind of standard in an accreditation program in academic institutions. The question that's asked for accreditation is, what are the basic skills that you're actually providing through your program? And what is it you need to put in place in the curriculum to make sure that the skills are achieved? I think those are exactly the kind of questions that are going to have to be asked in thinking about the development of this kind of a program, such that the certification is such that it is trusted by people across many contexts, but is also as relevant across many contexts. I'll just maybe end with one last piece. I think the topic of this session is really about strengthening institutions. And I would say that I think if one steps back and one thinks about the capacity that is needed in order to support countries with this kind of a transition, I would say there are really three kinds of capacity, right? It's people, institutions, and networks. The training the trainers is really about training the people who will help train folks in their own countries and help build up the institutions. But I think the last piece, which is about networks, is also very important because, in a sense, these trainers, in order to be effective, should be learning from their peers and should be also staying in touch with the latest developments in best practices and lessons learned from implementation across different countries. I mean, and that becomes important because as we are moving forward on this, we are always learning how to do things better. And therefore, these kind of networks become very important to make sure that current knowledge and cutting-edge knowledge is actually being imparted, is being shared in institutions, and is being used in order to drive this transition forward. I'll stop with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Sagar. I think you've made a very, very relevant point where you brought about people, institutions, and network, and that really aligns with what Star C is trying to do. It is fundamental in spirit. And you also touched upon IIT Delhi program, and that gives me a very good segue into my next question, which is for Abdi Fatah. So Abdi Fatah is one of the master's student who studied at IIT Delhi, who was ISA mid-career fellow. And being from Somalia, he has a dual perspective of being a policymaker, but at the same time an ISA fellow. So Abdi Fatah, firstly, I'm sorry to say I'm not branding ISA fellowship here, but I would like to know from you that how has this fellowship experience shaped your perspective on institutional capacity building? And then I have a follow-up question, so please make it brief.
And to be brief, thank you very much for inviting me. And also thanks to Ghana government for hosting us and for welcoming. And absolutely, it has shaped my career. And as you're aware that IIT Delhi is the best institute in India when it comes to technical side, and also it's well known for its ranking and its position globally. But for me, previously I did my BTech in Sudan, and where I studied electrical engineering. Then after that, I have joined my career. Then after that, my MTech degree in IIT Delhi. So I've joined the first batch of IISA mid-career professionals, and it was a 2 years program. But that program was specifically designed to scale up the mid-career professional for IISA member states. It was reflecting that program and what kind of skills that our country requires.
Yeah.
And it was also touching and all. And it was equipped us what kind of technical and also policy related and also the institutional capacities where it was really very relevant to our career, and also it was really relevant to our requirement in our countries. And based on that, then when I went back home, so we have tried our best, all the skills that we have gained, and also to contribute and to our countries. So luckily, then when I went back, so I was elected. I was nominated as the director of the energy department at the ministry.
So thank you for sharing that, because now you've just shared that you have perspective on what sort of skills you received from your training. And now in your country, you are also running a very relevant and a very active StarC Center in Somalia. So I want to understand from you, how do you envision the role of StarC Centers, specifically in states like Somalia, which are very fragile and post-conflict? And how do you not only build technical skills in such states, but also resilient institutions, which StarC in your country is an example of? So how do you move towards this long-term transition?
Yes, thank you very much. It was a long journey, and when we have started an expression of interest to IISA that Somalia is interested to establish the center. So we didn't start jumping into to implementation, but what you have did need assessment of the center. So what kind of center Somalia is required based on the market and assessment, and what kind of skills is required in the market. What kind of challenges that private sector is facing in order the center also to fill the gap in terms of the government as well, what kind of services that the government want to provide, and also require technical support from the center. So to give you a broader picture, a country which is 48% of population is electrified, more than 50% not electrified, and depend on diesel power plants, which is we can say that one of the highest electricity tariff in our regions. So and also we are going to shift from diesel-based to solar systems. So you can understand that, and in that proportion, and in general as well, all our governments also put in a lot of ambitious targets. So proportionally, if we put that ambitious without local capacity, which will be responsible for delivering that, it was a big challenge. And other side also, we have a problem of sustainability of our projects, which government was running in terms of the technical capacity will require for installations, operation, maintenance, and also in designing as well. And all those aspects also, which has guided us our center to respond. One of the major role that our center also was responsible, it was, and there were no institution which provide TOT trainings locally. That was because of when we have consulted with the private sectors and universities and also TV centers, they've told us that they require a center also to provide the TOT locally in order for them also to generate enough TOTs then to provide and then to train. So for us in our center, we have shaped in a way in a way that to respond and what's the market requirements. That will give us a lot of opportunity that all the segments of the stakeholders also, anyone will see that the center is working on his interest. Private sectors, they want the more technical and labor force to be developed. And the government side, they require an awareness creation, also policy development, also for the government and employee to train how to develop the policies, and require the TV centers require TOT development, and also the bankers. I will not miss that this one as well. The bankers also were required in order for them also to understand how to finance the renewable energy projects as well. They need to be trained. This also was a part of, and also in our center, it was 1 year old. So we have finished 1 year, and also we were discussing about this sustainability, how the center will be sustainable. Thanks to the previous DG and his team also, which has contributed to the establishment, and also the current DG, and also his initiatives also to make the center to be sustainable. What you have seen now, Felipe, and also his presentation, it gives us a lot of a lot of opportunity also the center will deliver for the longer term. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Abdi Fatah, for sharing your experience. And with this, I would like to open the floor for audience, if they have any questions for the panelists. Yes.
Bonsoir à tous. Merci pour cette discussion sur le renforcement des capacités institutionnelles qui intéresse évidemment des pays comme le Mali. Je voulais mentionner un point par rapport aux possibilités de formation à distance, parce que ça n'a pas été beaucoup mentionné. Il y a ces possibilités-là que c'est offert à partir de cette plateforme. Merci bien.
Thank you for your intervention. Felipe, would you like to take this question? Okay. So, yes, sir, please go ahead. Republic of Senegal and...
Merci. Moi, j'aimerais bien vraiment féliciter pour la présentation du programme qui a été fait. Mais je voudrais insister sur un aspect, c'est l'inclusivité des États dans la mise en place du programme des STARCI. Parce que les réalités dans des pays ne sont pas les mêmes. Chacun a un besoin qui est différent de l'autre. Donc c'est fondamental d'impliquer les gens dans la rédaction de ces curricula. Sinon, on passe à côté. Merci.
Republic of Cameroon.
Ok, merci pour la parole donnée. Je félicite les présentations. Ce n'est pas une question, mais je voulais faire rapidement un commentaire. Mais avant toute chose, permettez-moi de remercier, au nom de la République du Cameroun, que nous avons l'honneur de représenter ici, le gouvernement du Ghana, pour l'accueil chaleureux et la parfaite organisation de la présente session du comité régional. Le ministre de l'eau et de l'énergie de la République du Cameroun aurait voulu bien être là, mais pour des contraintes professionnelles, n'a pas pu être là. Et il adresse ses chaleureuses félicitations à M. Canal pour sa brillante élection l'année dernière au prestigieux poste de directeur général de l'Alliance solaire internationale, et pour lequel nous lui souhaitons bon vent, plein succès pour les différents challenges au niveau de l'Alliance solaire. Ceci étant dit, je voudrais vous dire qu'au niveau du Cameroun, nous avons effectivement bénéficié d'un centre C. Et cela résultante d'un constat que nous avons. Vous savez, nous avons tous les mêmes problèmes d'accès à l'énergie. Nous avons moins de 40% d'accès en zone rurale au Cameroun pour un moyen de 70%. Et nous pensons que la solution d'énergie solaire constitue l'une des meilleures alternatives pour faciliter l'accès à tous à l'énergie propre et durable. À ce jour, nous avons construit au Cameroun près de 430 mini-centrales solaires décentralisées sous financement public et environ 1500 systèmes solaires autonomes domestiques. Ça fonctionne depuis près de 7 ans. Et sur la base de cette expérience, nous avons pu comprendre que la nécessité de mettre en place ce type de centre pour, n'est-ce pas, permettre de renforcer les capacités, parce que après 5 ans, 6 ans, vous vous rendez compte que sur le marché, certaines centrales solaires ne fonctionnent plus parce que les batteries sont déjà avariées et certaines pièces de rechange n'existent même plus sur le marché pour certains équipements. Donc, il était important pour nous de penser, de saisir l'opportunité que nous a présentée l'Alliance solaire internationale pour mettre en place un centre, un STAC, qui va, n'est-ce pas, former non seulement les techniciens par an, mais aussi mettre sur pied des startups pour pouvoir permettre aux jeunes techniciens de pouvoir innover, pouvoir créer comment pouvoir gérer les batteries avariées, comment peut-être imaginer d'autres pièces de rechange qui n'existaient plus sur le marché. Et le problème de qualité, qui est un problème très essentiel, dont le STAC nous permettra de mettre sur pied une assurance qualité pour contrôler les équipements qui seront mis sur le marché, éditer les règles à l'exécutif de STAC que nous envisionons très prochainement, saisir l'opportunité du cadre de partenariat pays qui est déjà validé au niveau du gouvernement pour signer ce cadre-là pour permettre davantage de développer des projets beaucoup plus importants que les mini-grids. Je vous remercie.
Yes. So, thank you for your remarks. So, Philippe, would you like to take some questions?
Donc, merci beaucoup pour toutes ces questions. Donc, par rapport à la formation pour avoir des laboratoires, pour utiliser et manipuler les équipements. Donc, ça, c'est quelque chose de difficile de faire à distance. Donc, il y a des gens de formation que ça se fait. Après, partie de notre vision aussi, c'est de développer ce qu'on appelle la ISA Academy, qui va être une plateforme de formation à distance avec un paradigme très avancé, un genre de marketplace pour des formations. Donc ça va aussi accélérer beaucoup et offrir beaucoup d'options de formation, de modules à distance. C'est pour la première question. Par rapport c'est au Sénégal qui a posé une question aussi par rapport à l'inclusivité des pays et par rapport au alignement des stratégies du pays. Donc par rapport à l'inclusivité des pays, comme je disais pendant la présentation, on a beaucoup de demandes de STARC. Les ressources ne sont pas illimitées, pour être direct avec vous. ça dépend beaucoup aussi de l'intérêt de donneurs, hein, de fonds pour investir dans chaque StarC. Donc pour nous, c'est un travail très difficile de prioriser les pays à ouvrir des Star Centers. Donc c'est des critères un peu difficiles, mais qui ça part aussi par rapport à la vision de nos partenaires, c'est des donneurs. Hein? Donc ça c'est une question d'inclusivité. On continue à voir notre objectif de faire 50 centres pour 2050, mais encore une fois, dans cette stratégie d'ambition pour l'action, on va dédier beaucoup d'efforts dans la soutenabilité des centres. Ça sert à rien d'ouvrir des centres et après ils ne sont pas soutenables. Pardon, mon français là. Et en dernière, par rapport aussi à action, à l'ambition à action, ça c'est un biais prioritaire pour la vision des StarC et en général pour la gestion de la connaissance de l'Asie, c'est d'aligner avec les stratégies de pays. Donc, nous sommes tous d'accord que c'est bien de former les gens. De plus en plus, on voit que ça marche. Par contre, la relevance des formations, c'est très important aussi par rapport au emploi et aligner et ajouter des valeurs pour les stratégies de pays. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on dit que c'est le CPS, le Country Partnership Strategy, qui va vraiment nous directionner pour les stratégies qu'on va, des capacity building pour chaque StarC. Donc, ça, c'est quelque chose qui est en cours et c'est naturel par rapport au cycle de vie des StarC. Par rapport aux commentaires de Cameron, par rapport à start-up, yes. Des start-up, oui, ça c'est quelque chose, comme je disais avant, la fonction la plus avancée des StarC, c'est la formation. Et on est en train d'investir aussi dans la fonction d'incubation des sociétés.
Thank you so much. That was really brief. So I would like to thank you, all the panelists. Please go ahead if you have. Yes, I would request you to please keep your question brief, unless you would like to have dinner late. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much from Uganda. My question goes to Abdi Fattah. You're aware that Uganda member country has operationalized the Star Center. Probably it's the latest Star Center that is operational. So from your perspective, I would like to understand the impact of the center to the country, but also to understand how you collaborating with the standards and regulatory bodies regarding the testing and standardization of the solar equipment, if it's already operational in that direction. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. To be very brief, our center was designed to deliver firstly capacity building, testing, knowledge management, and also incubation support. And we have started our first year for the capacity building wise. The impact was very successful. All the private sectors, we have trained more than 250 and industry professionals. So, but it depends on how your center was designed and also what was the objectives on that. For us, and the training that we delivered, not from the basic technicals, but we have trained in graduate from universities, which required in what's called more advanced courses, and also the skilled labor which were in the market for long period, and also it's required to upskill their level. Because of there were two ways, and the market approach which the TVS centers were operating, we were not wanted to duplicate that effort. We wanted to build on what they were doing with that. So that approach, and based on that approach, what we were delivering only short-term courses and maximum 2 weeks, which in very technical design and also specialized for specific purpose, which the private sector usually requested from us to deliver. As an example, like using and designing softwares for modeling and like Homer, BVCs and others, which were kind of training mini-grid, rooftop, and also water pumping. These are the issues or the highest level course which we used to deliver. The impact was successful, but in terms of the testing, we haven't started yet. We still under discussion with the secretariat team. Also, we want to start soon. Thank you.
So thank you so much. And with that, I would once again like to thank all. Can we take the question over? Okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I think it might.
Allô? OK. I will speak in French. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. Ma question, tout d'abord, je me présente, excusez-moi. Je suis Lukman Moussa, directeur des énergies renouvelables au sein de l'Union des Comores. J'ai 2 questions, mais je vais essayer de faire un peu plus bref. Par rapport au sujet sur la régulation. Et tenant compte de nos États insulaires, l'aspect insulaire, et du taille du marché qui est très réduite, ma question revient comment, en matière de régulation, va-t-on pouvoir s'en sortir ou trouver le juste milieu avec le secteur privé, sachant que la majorité des contrats qui se font signer, c'est du take or pay. Donc voilà la question, alors que ils sont là pour se protéger leurs investissements, mais aussi en tant qu'administrateurs ou décideurs, c'est de faciliter l'accès à l'électricité. Voilà ma question. La deuxième intervention, je pense que je vais discuter avec M. Philippe après sur l'acquisition d'un centre Star C en Union de Comores. Merci.
Je ne suis pas 100% sûr de comprendre la question par rapport à la régulation. Par rapport à la deuxième question, je vais vous donner l'opportunité peut-être de rephraser, mais c'est par rapport au centre, on va discuter après, comment c'est accordé. Mais si vous pouvez...
Allô? Par rapport au secteur privé, on sait très bien qu'on a pas mal de secteurs privés qui interviennent dans nos pays, surtout au niveau de la production. Mais les contrats qui sont signés, ce sont des contrats de take or pay. Ce qui voudrait dire qu'on a du mal à honorer ces contrats au niveau du secteur privé, des investisseurs privés. Et comment nous, en tant que pays insulaire, d'un marché qui est très réduit, parce qu'il faut aussi comprendre que la taille du marché, du secteur privé, se manifeste beaucoup plus sur les off-grid, les mini-réseaux, et c'est très difficile aussi de capter des investissements. Et pour ceux qui osent investir, ils viennent avec leur propre modèle économique et qui s'impose. Surtout, souvent, par rapport à nos réalités, nos gouvernements acceptent ces contrats pour répondre à un besoin qui est manifesté au sein de la population. C'est-à-dire répondre ne serait-ce qu'aux critères, aux exigences de la population, c'est-à-dire avoir l'accès à l'électricité. Mais ce contrat ne nous avantage pas parce que vous signez des contrats take-or-pay d'une durée de 25 ans ou 20 ans au détriment de l'évolution. Pourquoi? Parce qu'à un certain niveau, si la compagnie nationale se développe, elle va devoir se développer, mais être en obligation d'acheter la production du privé et laisser ces centrales ne plus fonctionner. Pour répondre aux besoins de pouvoir honorer ces engagements au niveau de ces contrats. Parce qu'au niveau des contrats take-or-pay, que vous ayez utilisé ou pas, vous êtes obligé de payer. Si le privé injecte 3 mégas, que je l'utilise ou pas, je dois payer ces 3 mégas. Voilà un peu les contraintes qui s'imposent entre le secteur privé, un producteur privé et un régulateur. Comment, à notre niveau, pour éviter de ne pas subir, parce que nos gouvernements subissent ça, nos gouvernements subissent ces types de contrats, et comment on peut moduler et trouver le juste milieu entre le secteur privé et la partie nationale au niveau de ce genre de négociations qui sont souvent, que je pense ici, sont menées un peu partout, que ce soit dans nos pays insulaires, que ce soit au niveau du continent. Voilà ma question dans un sens un peu plus large.
I think that it is better that we have a conversation bilaterally, because this is not something that could be responded in 1 minute. You are talking about a take-or-pay contract. I understand that you are talking about generation, an independent power producer. And, well, take-or-pay is not the only option. You can do other things. You could do as it has been done in the past with the traditional regulation, pay the cost of investment, pay the cost of operation, and then if the power plant later, because of some changes, is not used, then the investor is going to recover the investment with the whatever rate of return you have agreed with, and then the variable cost will be lower. But maybe I am not getting your question fully. So I have time now, and if you don't mind, we can have a conversation. I think that if you speak slowly as you have spoken now, I can understand you. And then, well, I'll try to try my poor French.
It's a very good French. You understood very well. I think the question goes beyond. I think it's Starcy, the context, and I agree. Thank you very much for the answer.
Okay, I hope I'm audible, and thank you so much for your questions and your great interest in the session. And that shows your commitment to work together and to understand and also strengthen institutions in Africa and how we can work together for Star Seas. So thank you to all our panelists for their discussion and their comments and their time. So through this discussion, we have journeyed across the full landscape of what it will take to scale institutional capacity for solar growth in Africa. And if there is one message that is very clear from this discussion, it is that Star Seas cannot be in classrooms alone. They must be ecosystems connecting skills with jobs, standards with trust, policies with practice, inclusion with empowerment, and regulations with people. So with that, I would like to invite Director of Africa School of Regulation and our DG, Mr. Ashish Khanna, for exchanging the Memorandum of Cooperation so that we can continue to work together with African School of Regulation with our Star C centers. So, Dr. Abdul Qadir Shetima, please, and Mr. Ashish Khanna. So this Memorandum of Cooperation is for regulatory training in ISA member countries of Africa region. Thank you, and we hope to work together with you and keep learning from you, and so that next year we are able to answer more questions with trainings on regulation. So next I would like to invite DG Ashish Khanna for his closing remarks for the session, and after that we'll have a short video from Côte d'Ivoire being displayed on their latest RC center. So DG, please.
Can you hear me? Yes, great. So I'm standing between dinner, so I need to be very brief. I really enjoyed the discussion because this is a very unique value proposition of ISA of how to build capabilities. I have 4 quick points to mention. First, as I heard, it's very important to have skill building rooted in ground realities, but build the regional network of learning from each other and global excellence. You have to get this combination right because eventually they have to lead to jobs. And that's something I will emphasize again and again. If your Star C are not aligned to private sector jobs, the operational financial viability will always be a problem. Second, I'm so interested in the job of what creates world-class institutions that over my 25 years I have tried in all sectors. And when I did the research of what creates world-class institutions, one thing stood out. The initial leadership that is there for some time determines the culture and operational viability. Number one issue for great institutions. So some of you who are here as directors of Star Cs, you will yourself as leaders determine the viability of those centers. And therefore, our ability to bring all of you together as a cohort and invest in leadership is something I feel is fundamentally important in creating operational financial viability. Third, so much of issues on ecosystem that we heard, transcending beyond pure technical training to mobilization, awareness, regulation, strategic communication, even political economy. This is the real challenge. I would say that Star Cs must become the lab of creating the ecosystem that is really needed in your countries. And my final point, which is linked to that, often training is not linked to your national programs or even our country partnership strategy. The real goal is, please, among zillions of things that can be given on training, focus on what your own national priorities and what country partnership strategy of ISA is. Therefore, eventually Star Cs should be nothing but vehicles for implementing country partnership strategies of ISA as well. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. On behalf of International Solar Alliance, thank you to all the panelists, our audience, and our hosts here in Ghana. So let's move from ambition to action together. Thank you. Can we please play the video?
In West Africa, Côte d'Ivoire is paving its way towards energy transition with a clear ambition to become the energy hub of the sub-region and achieve 45% renewable energy in the energy mix by 2030. Under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, our country is establishing itself as a key player in the energy transition in Africa. This vision, driven with determination by Mr. Mamadou Sangafoa Coulibaly, Minister of Mines, Petroleum and Energy, is embodied in concrete and innovative projects.
Mesdames et messieurs, le président Dige a placé l'accès à l'énergie universelle propre au cœur du développement de notre pays.
The General Directorate of Energy, led by Mr. Ahmed Khalifa, ensures this ambition is turned each day into tangible action for sustainable development. From this vision was born Solar Technology Application Resource Center, abbreviated as STARC, the result of a strategic partnership between the Ivorian State and the International Solar Alliance.
Ce centre se positionne comme un facteur essentiel pour la transition énergétique et du développement durable en Côte d'Ivoire.
Built on an area of 745 square meters, in the heart of the Center for Electricity Professionals, STARC offers a modern space designed for learning and experimentation. Following a call for tenders issued on October 9, 2023, the company Acumen Labware was entrusted with the supply and installation of solar equipment. The equipment was delivered on May 3, 2024, and initial commissioning was completed on August 17, 2024. The center was officially inaugurated on November 30, 2024, alongside the International Extractive and Energy Resources Exhibition, CEREX. Equipped with classrooms, laboratories, a computer room, offices, cafeteria, technical store, and video surveillance system, the center meets the most demanding international standards. More than just infrastructure, STARC is a strategic lever intended to develop local skills and accelerate the transition to clean and sustainable energy. From January 14th to February 19, 2025, a pilot training program delivered by RENAC trained 80 participants, electrical sector agents, young technicians, and professionals, with strong female participation that deserves recognition and encouragement. Their training combines theory and practice around the commissioning, operation, and maintenance of rooftop photovoltaic systems, as well as solar mini-grids up to 100 kilowatts.
C'est grâce à cette formation, j'aurai une attestation. Et aller dans les structures encore, on peut créer aussi notre entreprise.
Je remercie vraiment le RENAC, Elisa et le CME qui nous ont permis de pouvoir faire cette formation.
Nous remercions vraiment pour cette formation dynamique qui nous a offert nos jeunesses de Côte d'Ivoire.
As emphasized by Mr. Dosso Moussa, Director of Renewable Energy and Côte d'Ivoire Point for the ISA, STARC is more than a training center. It is a catalyst for expertise, a driver of development, and a symbol of a sustainable future for Côte d'Ivoire and the entire region. Côte d'Ivoire, an active member of the International Solar Alliance, integrates this project within a dynamic of global cooperation with one objective: to democratize access to solar energy and strengthen the resilience of our nations in the face of climate challenges. Côte d'Ivoire is ready to take on the challenge. Together, let's shine the light of solar energy to build a sustainable future.
Thank you. I would just request the panelists to stay back for a quick group photo. And thank you, everyone.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw today's formalities to a close, we're segueing to dinner. Now, a bit of important information. This evening, dinner will be served on the beach. And so we'll be able to direct you there. So please, either wear comfortable shoes or take your shoes off. You will be walking in the sand. The heels will not work there. Or you can roll your trousers up, but just feel free, feel relaxed. If you want to go to your room and change before dinner, you're free to do so. Or if you just want to go straight there, we all have our nice tote bags now. You can put your shoes in there, but we'll be having dinner on the beach. Also, regarding tomorrow, I'm reliably informed that you have 2 options for site visits. So for those who want to sign up for the site visits, you're either going to Ada or to Tema. Please, if you have a flight leaving tomorrow, evening, please do not select Ada as your option for the site visit. We want to make sure that you are close enough to be able to make your flight. So please, the liaison officers will assist you with signing up for the site visits, and they'll be able to explain that clearly for you. So please keep that in mind. You can see them this evening, but again, tomorrow that will be sorted out. Tomorrow we'll be here at 9 a.m. to start, so you can have your breakfast and be here around 8:30 to get settled so that we can start hopefully on time. Thank you today. You've been a wonderful gathering. We appreciate you. Okay, we'll take some closing remarks before we officially close and go to the beach, but just keep in mind, dinner is on the beach. Please relax and be comfortable, and please see the liaison officers to decide where you will select for your site visit tomorrow. Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you very much. We've had a very, very, very wonderful day today. Delegates are kindly reminded that tomorrow's session will continue this vital momentum, focusing on thematic deep dives and strategic planning. The topics to be covered tomorrow will include catalytic finance for Africa, pathways to effective operationalization and skilled impact. This will happen in the morning. Then we'll be having Next Generation Africa, that's Next Gen Africa, shaping Africa through new and evolving technologies. It will also be taking place between 9 to 10:20 hours. So these are going to be para sessions. Then we'll be having enhancing food security in Africa by resolving the new energy, water, and food nexus. This will also be happening between 10:20 and 11:40. It will take place in Praia with Energy Afloat, launch of ISA's floating solar framework, and we have some fantastic speakers at this event. Excellencies will be concluding with 2 other sessions, Unleashing Power of AI and Digitization for Leapfrogging Growth of African Clean Economies, between 11:40 to 1 p.m. Then we have Shaping Tomorrow, Advancing Solar Skills and Youth Entrepreneurship in Africa, around the same period. After that, as the MC has indicated, we'll have our lunch, and then we'll proceed to visit the 2 sites. That is the rooftop solar project in Tema and the mini-grid installations in Ada. Please, let's be punctual and let's come and contribute to this very, very insightful subject. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you.